Hello and welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. You are watching the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. We're heading into day number 2, so we got to talk about it. I'm Leafx, and to help me talk about it, we got Gibbs, Achieves, and Corelli. Gibbs, we are getting closer and closer to the end of the season in total.
Yeah, like spring split as well. We're halfway done now with the North America regionals, at least, and we honestly have no idea who's going to make it to London, which is going to be fantastic. So it's going to be a dogfight for the rest of the way, and we wouldn't have it any other way.
I don't even know who's going to win, like, any of the matchups today. Like, normally there's a few matchups or a few teams that I could pick and say, yeah, you know what, they're going to do well. But I mean, I don't have confidence in any team at the moment. That's what makes it
I blame
so
Jorby. It's all Jorby's fault. He yesterday channeled chaos and it happened. He got it. He got all
it's
the chaos.
Jorby's fault, period. Next question.
Yeah. Well, before we get into diving in and recapping that deeply, do we feel like this is going to be something maybe we see for the rest of like this kind of chaotic North America, or is this just a small cheese road bump in the grand scheme of things?
Part of me wants to say road bump because North America has always settled into there's a couple of best teams, and I think that this may just be the and then everyone needs to catch their breath.
And this is why we have 3 regionals, right? You can have one bad regional. As long as you do well in 2 others, you'll probably be okay.
It's like Leaf. It's like an orchestra, okay? And right now the conductor's trying to get everyone back in sync. That's the problem with North America. Everyone's out of sync, but he'll get it back, and North America will go back to normal.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I was getting a little worried. You know, I was getting jittery, not knowing what's about to happen. But I like my safe North America. Well, let's talk about what happened then. Let's dive in a little bit and get some actual recaps here in case anybody unfortunately missed the chaotic gameplay that was North America yesterday in day 1 of the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. Let's start it off with you, Achieves. Let's dive into some actual recap here.
Yeah, yesterday my favorite match probably got to be Complexity versus Faze. Got to cast it along with Jorby. It was absolutely bonkers. Complexity on this steady uptrend from their fall performance and then sinking down in the winter, and now they're on the way back, and they had to play so much defense yesterday against Faze. I was honestly impressed with how well they were able to handle all the pressure. Multiple games where they allowed over 10 shots, but hung on the entire distance, got some really nice counterattacks. Raze Bull was hitting some juicy redirects. It was a whole lot of fun to watch for me.
And it was a game 5 overtime thriller, but FaZe Clan, and so I'm worried about NA because FaZe Clan was the one team that does not lose on day 1. They were 12-0 on day 1 with this roster, and they finally fall. Now they're in the lower bracket. It's not something they usually like to be in, and now also they have to play NRG, a team they do not do well against at all. So for FaZe Clan fans, you're expecting a 3rd, 4th. They might fall before that at this point, when we're all hoping, at least I'm hoping, that they make a grand finals appearance at some point, but it might not be today.
Yeah, I just had a further question for Gibbs here, quick, before I get to you, Carly. Gibbs, you met a while back, we saw Complexity took a bit of that break and they did that nosedive, it seems. Is this the slow climb back? Do you think we'll see the peak Complexity again?
So that was a big win for them to take down FaZe. I think if they played again, though, I would have picked FaZe here again. So, like, Complexity, I think they're on the verge, but that was a big game 5 win, and that's what you need to do as a Complexity team, is win those big moments, especially in the upper bracket. So every time you win in the upper bracket, you pass like 2 lower bracket rounds. So for Complexity, who knows? Because they're playing Team Envy today. They could finish top 3, and that could really put them in a great spot to make top 5 to go to London. Everyone's excited. Cats are excited. Humans are excited for Complexity. Vamos all the way.
Corelli, sorry, I just ADHD. I would have forgotten the question.
No, it's okay. It's all right. I'm right there with you with ADHD. But another Game 5 banger of a match was Space Station and Ghost Gaming, and this one was one that happened in lower round 1. Lower round 1. Where Space Station and Ghost match up. And after all the hype that we got from Ghost, they go 0-2 on the day. But it was a great Game 5 match, and an interesting one because it was very back and forth. 5-0 Game 2 win for Space Station, 4-0 Game 3 win for Ghost, and then a Game 5 6-0 victory for Space Station. Blowout galore, and of course, this final shot from Reddles.
That was huge.
In that Game 5. A fantastic way to end it there. And for Space Station, they do get over that hot Ghost team, at least from the first regional. Now not so hot here in Regional 2, and Space Station eventually would fall to version 1.
Yeah, and that's where it got really tough for them. Space Station obviously had a really tough match in Ghost, who made it to the final day. And then they had to go up against Version 1, who's also in the lower bracket for some reason, and they fall to them. Version 1 wins that in Game 5 overtime. So a lot of close matches, a lot of big wins for some of these teams, but a lot of favorites down in that lower bracket league.
Well, let's look at it then. Let's get the visuals on board here because, again, this is a large bracket. We've narrowed it down to 8 teams that'll continue fighting here on day 2 of the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup, and then eventually tomorrow we crown one champion. But we started with a lot, and it was chaos. Achieves, it was all over the place. You look at that first lower round in the bracket there, and it just feels like, especially 3 of those teams grouped there, NRG, Ghost, Space Station. What are they doing down there already?
Yeah, complete chaos.
What are you guys doing?
Madness all the way around. NRG down in the lower bracket. Space Station down in the lower bracket. Oxygen and Knights. That's a real tight first match to have to play for an elimination. It was tough for a lot of teams in the lower bracket. Space Station as well, getting knocked down by Version 1. Version 1, who got bounced out by Torrent in the upper bracket. It was bonkers. Yesterday was a wild show.
And it's insane because all your top 5 teams are down in the lower bracket outside of G2 Esports, the #1 seed in North America. But in their first round, they played Pittsburgh Knights. It went to Game 5. It was a 1-goal game as well. So they could have been down here. It's so incredibly close, especially in best of 5s. You have to show up immediately because there's no room for error. As soon as you drop one game, you're like, oh, we only can drop 2 more. And it almost happened to more favorites. But we got G2 and Torrent in the upper bracket, which is insane. And on the other side, Envy and Complexity. It's like, what is this, fall? Like, what is happening at this point?
Well, we start off with some best of 5s and we eventually start getting into some best of 7. Lots of long Rocket League matches coming your way. Before we get to that, we got to finish up our little recap session here by diving into some individual plays. That's right. It's our top plays. So let's roll into them. Let's get to our 7 plays that took it to 11. At our #1, you know, we've seen this so many times, but I can never get over them. Flip resets and beast mode. A player taking the scene by force is going to start us off with a nice little.
What is
you think
that?
that's going low? What happened?
Yeah.
Physics.
Where's the power coming from? I don't know, but Beast Mode can do it. So anyone can, I guess. I think the physics are broken. I'm not really sure. And then we get into a huge Game 5 overtime winner, Raise Bowl. First, the brilliant 50-50. Then the pre-flip dunk as First Killer tries to clear it out. Complexity takes that serious.
That was crazy. And here's number 3, Reynolds. Of course, the double tap that we just saw earlier in the Space Station highlight package. I saw what Reynolds said on Twitter, or what people are saying about Reynolds on Twitter. He still's got that. He can do that. Come on, man. He can put away double taps like that all day.
Oh, speaking of people who hit 6 shots, Raise Bull here in tough redirect, but perfectly plays top right corner. Juicy.
Here we go. Bump play. Shad coming out. So watch this right here. He bumps not only the player on the wall, it's a pull shot bump. ZPS into his teammate as well. Shad getting it done with the bump game.
Jeez, what's this one?
I called it the rapid bonk bonk because bonk bonk and it's just off the ceiling and over everybody's head. You never get to see Cookster pitches anymore. That's great.
Absolutely brilliant. And to finish this off, number 7, J Pow, rocking a triple tap using the ceiling and the backboard to his advantage to get that one in. Now, chat, I gotta admit, I moved you on my screen, so I totally forgot about you guys. We need you now to start spamming. You know what's up. You're already on the ball here. Start spamming your favorite play because we're gonna tally that one up. Out of these 7 plays that took it to 11, I'm gonna get the analyst thoughts too. While you do that, we'll see which one you guys picked out there. Just to remind you, number 1 was the Beast Mode flip reset. Number 2 was the Raise Bowl pre-flip dunk OT winner. Number 3 was the Reynolds double tap at 0. 4, Raise Bowl redirect. 5 was Shad pool shot bump play. 6 was Rabbit's bonk bonk. And 7 was J Pow's triple tap to finish it off there. So keep spamming away. Analysts, I want you to write down your place here. Tell me what your favorite is here. Okay.
Right.
Gibbs is pulling out the bonk.
Bonk X2.
The bonk bonk.
So I wrote bonk way too big, so I couldn't write it again. But
Improvising. We have four. We have the Raise Bowl redirect was insane. And 3, Corelli's pulling out
the shot
double
from
tap.
Reynolds.
We see double taps all the time. Why the double tap?
Well, I thought that was a big time double tap. Like, that one was a little bit different than just your average double tap. That was a big one, especially in that.
Was that
match.
zero?
time moment.
Yeah.
That's fair. That is totally understandable. Okay, chat. You've been spamming away, and it turns out you're going to agree with the Chiefs. Number 4
Yes.
Raise bull, redirect achieves. Yeah, this was a solid. I love seeing these.
That was
It was
insane.
gross.
Yeah.
I freaked out watching it yesterday. I was like, I wish I could hit that all the time because with how hard he hit that from the bottom of the car, yeah, I can't do that
Clean,
anytime.
clean.
So you deserved it.
I can do that. It just stops in its tracks. Where it's
Okay,
feeling
Leaf, all
it's
right.
like,
You don't
know.
need to lie to the people.
No, I'm saying it goes nowhere I want it to go. It is. I can turn upside down. And then I usually stay there trying to flip
That's
my
all you
car
need.
over
Fair enough. Fair enough.
at the end of it. But let's maybe keep some recaps kind of stuff going on here because Achieves, I've heard that you wanted to sit and take a moment here to talk about one of the most powerful teams in North America because I think it's about time that we do. G2 right now is just rolling through this scene. They're looking so good. So let's take a few minutes, Achieves, and break them down. Why they're looking so good.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This is going to highlight a couple different things. G2 currently one of the best teams in terms of the pieces they have on the field with all their players. And let's go ahead and get into this clip. We're going to see a standard G2 counterattack trying to make something happen. The big piece that sets it all up, though, is Chicago making sure that he gets this stop out in the midfield. Now, here's where all of our magic starts to happen. Let's go ahead and take a look at the drawing board. Here's the current situation we find ourselves in. We have to look at G2's decision making. You can see J-Rest down here in the bottom right-hand corner. He's about to take this ball up the pitch and go forward, and hopefully he's going to have some support from his teammate, maybe try and start a counterattack. Here's where G2 is brilliant. Chicago says, forget this challenge. We don't care about that. We're going to go through and demo Sosa. Now there's going to be no support pushing upfield because Cheese is going to be rotating back to take Sosa's position. So that means J-Russ is now pushing upfield with no support, which buys J-Naps all the time in the world because he knows J-Russ isn't going to be able to score the whole length of the pitch around him. So he's going to grab his boost, come in here. Tom's going to be like, cool, I'll grab boost and support J-Naps somewhere in the midfield, and we'll see what happens. So let's go ahead and play the rest of this one out and just make it, let's see where all that open space down in that lower right-hand side of the pitch comes to fruition, as if I could find everything because I broke it, because we'll notice this whole thing is going to be empty. It's going to be all G2. It's going to be juicy. So to let me know when you start seeing some similarities here, because JNAP's going to win the ball. Look, I'm going to go up to the sidewall and tell you what, forget this challenge against Cheese. I'm going to go down, hit this demo again. Bye, Sosa. It's been nice knowing you. Atomic gets to sit here, make an easy timing challenge, have the ability to capitalize on all that open space. And it's just OP, man. Don't get hit. It sucks. Open up all the space. Win the game. And G2 is really good at it. They make a lot of smart decisions and have a lot of good people that can execute in a lot of tough spots.
A lot of demos coming out for G2, nearly 5 demos per game in this regional. When they won the last regional, they only had 3 demos per game. So they're getting more and more physical, probably learning from the space stations out there. So see if that continues throughout this bracket.
My favorite part about telestrations is that Achieve's drawings look like a Gimlet drawing at the end.
Thank you.
I
appreciate
mean,
it.
that's an insult to Gimlet Strongs, okay?
That might
Fair
be true.
enough.
I apologize.
He's probably better than me. It's true.
I was going to say, surprisingly, still more elegant than I could have said. G2 good is my answer to most of that. But it is interesting seeing it broken down like that because it's so scary. If you're that first man in that play, like JNAP's on the wall, you think, okay, I have to play the ball, otherwise I'm just giving possession away. To just drive away from that play and have that trust that your two teammates are back there. You have 2 teammates back. Of
Now-
course they're going to deal with it. It's so scary sometimes.
Yes, do not copy pro play, though, because if you're like a
You guys
champion
won't be
player, do not trust your teammates on that. Play the ball.
They're not
Just
gonna make
play,
the
play the
challenge.
50-50. Like
You got
if you're
voice
a
chat
champ,
now.
please.
You can talk to each other. You can communicate.
That's true.
That's
Come on,
actually
kids.
a good shout, Corelli. I actually respect that attempt.
Sure, but I'm just saying, around champ play, they'll say they got it. They don't got
And
it.
then they don't.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that it is really cool to see how a well-oiled, cohesive team can start to have the trust in plays like that. But let's have some fun. Let's get away from the recap here. You guys have your whiteboards. We got them warmed up. You're going to need them again here. Chat, I'm also going to need you again. We're going to do a game we're calling Play in Percents. It's basically yay or nay here, but we're going to put a little twist on it. So chat, we're going to ask you questions, and then you're going to put hashtag yay or hashtag nay in chat, which whatever answer you think is appropriate to the question. What we're going to do is guess what percent you guys are going to say is yay. And then I'll probably ask these guys what percent they think as well. So all you have to do, chat, is hashtag yay or hashtag nay to these questions. We'll do the rest of the work. let's get into it. Let's start asking these first questions. My first question is here. Torrent is doing so well, but they are up against G2 next. They need one win and they can get a top 4. The question is, will Torrent make top 4 this weekend? Hashtag yay or hashtag nay in the chat. And while you guys are doing that, we'll get ours thrown out here. What percent do you think chat is going to say yay that Torrent makes top 4 this weekend, Gibbs?
So chat, like I'm going to math this out for you real quick. That means they have to win one of 2 matches.
Don't give them help.
So that means they either have to beat G2.
Yeah, you're going to change the answer.
And if they lose to G2, then they have to play the winner of Energy Faze. And I think that changes a lot of things about where they are on the bracket. But like, also, so me personally, I'd probably say like 10% personally. But
okay. Well, I also if you have Twitch chat open, close it, analyst. That'll be.
Close it.
You can see what they're spamming right now.
Like, what are we gonna math it out? Like how many are? Yeah.
Okay, I think you guys have your answers.
Mental ratio.
Okay.
Let's see what you guys got. Let's flip them all at the same time here, and I'll point them. Okay.
I think chat says 25%.
Ooh, I said 21
close. And a 12 for
Wow.
Yeah. Well, because you want. Can I give my rationale?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, because I think Torrent, like, they haven't made it this far too often, so I think for a lot of viewers, they just haven't seen Torrent that much, so I don't think they know who they are, and so they just say no.
But it's an underdog. People.
What do you think, though, Corelli? Like,
yeah, but it's NA.
What do you think their chance?
Oh, 3, maybe.
Oh, really?
Wow,
Yeah.
3%.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll give Torrent a solid 35, I think.
Wow, you're going that high. Okay.
I think they can.
That is egregious in the other direction.
I watched a lot of Torrent over the past week or so, and Zanil's really good.
I agree.
He's a great pickup.
Let's see. We got more questions, so let's see what chat's saying. They're saying 30%.
Wow.
So Chiefs
So I
wins that one.
25.
Chiefs, you're getting a point on that one. I'm going to track points here. I'm going to track.
People love underdogs. People love underdogs.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, next question here. We've talked about FaZe a lot. The problem with FaZe is they're a great team, but they continually seem to get stuck in that 3rd or 4th position. They're the new Cloud9, it seems. They can't push past that a lot of times. Are they going to get 3rd or 4th again? Are they going to get stuck in 3rd or 4th again? Hashtag yay if you think
this regional.
This
regional.
Sorry. Are they going to do it again?
Oh, this is tough. Oh,
okay. We're guessing that
this was an easy one.
So this will be tough. Well,
yes.
this will be tough because you know there's FaZe fans that are going to say nay for sure, regardless of any loss.
This is tough because I think it can go any which direction. It depends how many fans are paying attention to the bracket and who they're playing later. I think
this one's easy.
All right.
Okay. You guys think it's easy? Okay. We'll get yours. We'll get your flips. 3, 2, 1. Let's see what percent is going to say yeah. You guys think 60, 40, 88.
Oh.
That's right.
See,
they do it every time.
Yes,
they do it like every
they're
no,
playing
chat's
NRG.
not going to say 88.
And Energy fans are going to say no.
No, they won't.
Energy fans aren't watching the pre-show, Gibbs. They only tune in for Energy.
They tune in for but they're the first game, so they might be here. Welcome.
Oh, that's true. That they might be a few hardcore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Well,
seconds early.
Chiefs, do you think for yourself then, are you above or below that?
So I have to say that today FaZe don't, because I think that they probably lose to NRG, and I think Torrent might have, believe it or not, enough stability to actually stop FaZe. I don't know.
Follow the math. It's 100% that it's happening. Come on, it's happening. It's 7 events in a row.
Let's see what chat thinks. Chat, what's your yay on this one?
58.
Wow.
That's right.
Nice one, Gibbs. But Gibbs went over, so he prices right at himself.
I'm just doing closer. I'm not ready to try.
Okay. Good job.
All right, here's one. This should be easy, knowing the fans here.
Okay.
For in the next 2 regionals that we have, will NRG make a grand finals?
Oh,
yay or nay? So they have 2
Wait, this is easy
to make it. Well, I mean, have you not seen the NRG spam in chat already before we even ask these questions?
That's why the chat is going to say like 75% yes.
That's what I'm saying. There's a go high percent on this one.
Can you phrase the question again?
Yes. Will NRG make a grand finals in one of the next
regional?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one or the next.
This or the next one. Okay.
Will they make a grand finals?
Because they're in lower bracket, obviously. So this one's a little harder. Okay. But NRG fans are going to back them no matter what.
Knowing what I know now.
Look good yesterday by the end of the day. So
yeah. And a lot of people, I think, are saying whoever wins between Energy and FaZe could run the table.
Could run it. Yeah. This lower bracket, if you're a really
I'm changing my
team,
answer.
you could definitely run it.
All right.
I'm changing.
let's
I'm playing the game properly now. So
Okay, all right.
He's
Okay, well,
dialed in.
With 0 points.
Let's see what the proper answer is. Get your boards flipped in 3, 2, 1. 50, is that 57? 57, 66, and 50. Yeah, that's actually lower than I thought. But cheese is probably closer to what I would have thought here. You know what? I feel like we have enough from them already. They've been spammed for so long. So let's get their answer.
Let's see what
Because
it is.
All 49. It's
Let's go,
50.
baby.
They lost
Let's go,
all
Twitch
the
chat.
faith. Everyone in chat was just like, nah.
it's
We're
simple
done.
math. You have the NRG believers and the NRG haters.
Bump it up
Those are very,
1%.
very close.
One more yay.
okay, who
All
won?
right.
So who won that one?
Me.
Gibbs.
Me.
Gibbs won that. He's
Gibbs
at
won
51.
that? Okay, so
Wow.
Gibbs is winning here right now. So I think that's
Me and Twitch chat.
he's just gonna win. Okay, so we got
All or nothing here.
we got time for one more.
Curly wants a 3-point question.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, I'm just gonna get right to my last question here.
Okay.
I gotta move on here. I gotta ask you, vamos? Yay or nay?
Listen,
Hashtag yay or nay in
I
the
don't
chat.
care if it's
Vamos?
wrong. I don't care if it's wrong, baby.
Oh,
Chat, what do we think? Yay or nay? Vamos?
Chat, don't let me down on this one. Don't let me down on this one,
All
chat.
right,
Come
all
on.
right. All right, I
You know
think
what
the
to
analysts
flip.
have their answers. Let's flip them. Let's see. 100%.
no.
Gibbs
I'm
was
playing the
playing to
fact
win, even though he's already got a
There's
move.
negative
Yeah, I know, he's
Nancy's
out
out
there.
there. There's negative Nancy's.
If you
Come
don't
on.
know Gibbs, he's a min
I love to win. My wife.
You're already ahead, Gibbs.
Exactly.
That's all.
Yeah,
I
nobody
got.
can beat you at this
I need
point.
all the points so I can make worlds. All right, come on. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Okay, well, let's see how close it was because for the 100%, we want to stop this.
Oh,
Gotta-
no.
Chat. Oh,
Chat.
I know. I know.
We should have known this when it came to playing percents. Gibbs was gonna win this all.
Devastating.
Right?
That's why I made the top. Yeah, exactly.
I should have put 0, gone to the complete opposite.
Well, there it is. I mean, that's still a good percent. That's still a fun percent. We're talking about worlds. Let's keep it on that topic, Gibbs. Let's start getting closer to the matches here and see what we're looking forward to here. Let's take a glance at our spring points here, just because it's a close race for Land Gibbs.
Yes, London major top 5 from North America will go, and then obviously you can earn more points there to have a chance to make it to the World Championship. But we're going to focus in on the spring split itself. And right now, it is nuts. Space Station, you're the number 2 team in NA. You're not here this weekend, so they're not getting any more points at 480. Faze Clan could possibly do the same. They're playing Energy first in that lower bracket. But as you go down the line, again, 5 teams go. If you go down to 9th with Energy at 310, look how close it is. That's an 80-point difference to version 1. And again, Energy makes a run. Who knows what could happen? There's so many teams fighting for this. We will not know, outside of, even them. Maybe we have G2, and that's about it so far. And we're going to find out over these next 2 regionals. It's going to be a dogfight the whole
I'm
way.
looking at Sonics. I'm saying that version 1 team is absolutely beatable by that Sonic squad.
Sure.
They have the pieces to make a run here. I at least get to the lower quarterfinals. But yeah, it feels like it's not that it's wide open, because obviously I think the teams at the top are going to solidify themselves.
It requires some upsets.
But but I do think there's been enough upsets here that it has opened the door for some teams that otherwise would be out at this point in North America. And that's what makes it exciting. And that's what makes, I think, for teams like Ghost, like Rogue, like NRG, who are kind of all sitting next to each other, who, NRG's still in, but Ghost and Rogue are out at the moment. It still leaves the door open for them to contend, which I think is an opportunity that they really haven't had too many of in this entire season, because that door gets shut so fast by the top teams.
It is a tight race right now, and we have to play some matches to find out how it goes. Looking at the bracket, again, just to remind you guys, this is what it's looking like. We're in our top 8. We've eliminated some teams on day 1 of the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. We're starting to narrow it down. By the end of today, we'll have even less teams. We start off, of course, with our best of 5s and move into our best of 7s later. But down in that lower bracket, the Faze Clan, NRG, V1, and Sonics only have 1 single life left throughout that entire journey down there, whereas Envy, Complexity, G2, and Torrent all have that 2nd life left. Let's take a look at the schedule so you know what matches are coming your way. Of course, we're going to be starting off with that Faze NRG matchup. After that, we'll see V1 Sonics. We'll come back to the desk and talk about Torrent, G2, and Complexity Envy later on, and we got to figure out what the last 2 matches will be by playing these matches. What's
You're making us knock people out the first 2 matches of the day.
I woke up and I wanted violence today. Let's send people out.
Blood sport.
Let's do it. Let's talk about this first one. We got FaZe Clan versus the General NRG. This is going to be quite the matchup. This is a lower bracket matchup right now, Gibbs. This is an insane start to the day.
And then we talk about FaZe all the time. They can beat the teams below them. They finally fell to one of them in complexity. The problem has always been when they go up against Energies and G2s, they fall short. The last 3 times they played, went to Champions Field, they lost all 3 of them. We always talk about FaZe doesn't have the ice. They got to show up early with the ice here versus NRG, who's trying to make it to the London Major. Energy needs this way more than FaZe, but if FaZe can knock out Energy, that is huge for them as well.
Energy does want that rotisserie chicken.
They do.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
we have been talking a lot about FaZe here, so let's check in on the team with First Killer.
I think getting 3rd, 4th, and not making it to like the grand finals and all that, I think we kind of have like a mental block. Every time we're about to make it there, we just start like choking. I don't know, just everything goes like the wrong way.
Them from getting something, and they still can't get it. You're supposed to score that one.
We still have this like kind of like ice to break to kind of like make it to the finals and win some regionals. So yeah, it's pretty tough.
Oh, he's never missing. 3-1. FK puts him up.
I think the next major in London is really important for us, especially. Well, for me, because I need more experience, on LAN in front of a crowd. We're gonna grow as a team if when we make this major and we play in front of a crowd again. So yeah, I think it's really important to make this major, and so we can lead to the world.
Shot. Really got accuracy, it's the power. And sometimes a little bit of physicality will get you what you need. AJ gets the first for FaZe.
For me, especially, it's really important to make Worlds because it's been one of my dreams to compete in front of a crowd in the World Championship. And, obviously I want to win it, but it's going to be a really fun experience and it's really important for me.
Oh, no. AJ, optimist from Daniel, and it's stay from Red Hills. And Daniel
I think we have a clear road in front of us to make Worlds. To be honest, we just need to stay consistent. It's not like we need to win regionals and win a major or something. It's it's pretty simple. Just, keep doing what we're doing and we'll make it.
AJ, they do steal it the whole way down. FaZe wins. FaZe Clan knocking on the door.
Now for FaZe Clan, again, I think this is a curse, definitely, Corelli, that they want to break. They want to start getting those second first specifically.
Sure.
Do you think they have the answers, or what is this our peak FaZe?
No, I do. I think FaZe can win regionals in North America. I think they could win majors internationally. They are so consistent. No, they haven't had the ice in some of these matchups, but I think a lot of people give them a lot of grief for finishing 3rd, 4th. I mean, that is a good finish.
Still really good.
In every single one of the events that they've gone to, especially internationally. So I would never give them grief about where they're finishing because it's always been so consistent. I do give them grief about not being able to take down some of the top teams in North America domestically when I feel that they are on par. And this is going to be a matchup when Gibbs mentioned FaZe hasn't beaten NRG in the winter split. They lost 3 times in a row. This is the opportunity. If there was a time for FaZe to really take down NRG, this is where I feel like they would, because I don't think NRG is at their strongest, and I still think FaZe has been very, very consistent with their gameplay. They haven't really gone up. They haven't really gone down. So this is the time for FaZe to really prove that they could take down a team like NRG and push forward past kind of their top demons here in North America.
All right, well, chat, I want to get you involved one last time before we get to our matches here. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. You guys know what to do. I've seen you active. You know what to do. Hashtags in the chat, NRG or FaZe. We've seen a lot of NRG fandom, but it did feel like it died out in one of those years.
I'm curious how this one's going to end up.
Yeah.
Honestly.
We do know the FaZe Clan group out there are very, very strong as well. So maybe we have to end up down the middle, but I'm curious about the analysts' thoughts on this matchup, because we do have to send someone home here. This is elimination. Who is staying in that lower bracket here? Gibbs, I'm going to start off with you on this.
Okay, so if you watched the First Touch podcast, they were talking about North America MVPs for the whole split. First Killer ranked third, you know, because that's what Faze does. Ranked third amongst pretty much everyone. So first killer's a little angry, all right? It's a little angry. He's like, why don't we go to the lower bracket, knock out more teams so I get more games and I can up my goals per game. He's in that 1.82 goals per game. 1.82 goals per game right now, shooting 41%. First killer wants that MVP. The problem is they have to win a finals at some point, and like, I'm a Faze believer. Like, I was in Regional 1. I thought they would make Grand Finals. They disappointed me. They're not going to disappoint me again. I am picking Faze over a weak NRG right now. I think Faze takes it.
Okay, geez, let's just roll down the line.
Yeah, I hate to say it.
It's hard.
I have to pick Faze this time. There's a large part of my brain that says, you know, NRG can do it. And if they do, I think Torrent may stand a better chance if NRG knocks off Faze. But right now, I think Faze is definitely a lot more dialed in than NRG. So
okay, Corelli, we're seeing orange on the board here. You sticking with it?
Here's what I think. I think that for NRG, they will play, I think, a better game against Faze. I think they're going up against tougher competition. Probably. NRG tends to, I think, kind of pick up the pace when they know they have to. With that being said, as I made my point before, I think Faze has been ridiculously consistent. I think NRG hasn't. And for that, I think this is the time for Faze to finally take them down for the first time in, I guess, 2 splits almost at this point. Yeah. And so I'm going Faze. I think they're going to take off NRG here.
Okay. I would say I think it's slightly in favor of Faze, but just to make you guys all right, I'm going to pick NRG.
Okay.
If I went then, we would curse them and they would
Thank you.
Right? So
very nice of you, Lee.
I'll take one for the team here.
This is such a horrible way to set himself up. He's either the nice guy or he's right. So, I don't know how I feel about that.
Just smart.
It is.
You have to see what happens when we come back to the desk, whether or not NRG won, how he portrays it. I knew it all along.
In your face yelling at you. But yeah, to be fair, just to credit to NRG, obviously there was a bit of a slump here, but yesterday I saw Justin playing incredibly. Some of the goals again. Garrett hit a few crossbars in that, but overall the team was looking pretty good overall, and I think this might be that ups and back. I would say slightly in favor of Faze because of this, but maybe we just get an even more powered up NRG.
Yeah, my one worry is this is probably a ton of pressure on them. They want to make it to that London major. They have unfinished business, as we all heard, like in the ad for the London like ticket announcement and all that stuff. So it's so tough for NRG because they're coming in with they have to win this game to be in that top 5 conversation. While Faze is like, we're sitting tied number 2. We don't have to necessarily win. They obviously do want to. They want to make Grand Finals experiences so they can get ready for the World Championship. They want to make London as well. It's just a lot of pressure on NRG that they haven't felt before, like when they're in a lower bracket, like this early, right? Like this early. It's a little confusing.
All right, let's see what chat thinks on this one. This is the moment of truth here.
Wow.
Okay.
Still 66.
NRG fans still pulling through strong on this. We're going to find out, though, because the desk was the complete opposite. We're going to head over to the Verizon Skybox because Jorby and Subi are now waiting to get this match underway. Our first match elimination on day 2 of the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. It's Faze Clan facing off against the General NRG. Only one team can move on in this bracket. Let's find out who it is.
Well, we're used to seeing these two teams playing a best of 7, but not today. A best of 5 in the lower bracket between NRG and Faze. One of these teams not in position currently to make the major, and that's NRG, Subi. This is a big match for them.
Yeah, this is insane. I thought that we were casting the grand finals today just based on this matchup, but here we are, NRG and Faze Clan fighting themselves in the lower bracket. Loser gonna have to pack their bags, and as the desk was alluding to, so much is on the line for NRG today.
We'll see how they start things off. It has not been a good spring for NRG. They have lost to the upstart qualifier teams. In the first regional, I mean, I wouldn't call Rogue upstart. They've certainly been around for a while, but they got 3-0'd by Ghost, 3-0'd by Rogue last regional, and this regional, they end up getting 3-0'd by Torrent. So no shortage of qualifier teams taking down NRG in the spring. But for Faze, it's kind of been business as usual. This team constantly finding themselves in the top 4, but not having a single grand final appearance since adding Typical to the roster, Subi. This could be big if they win this to move on and maybe get that first grand final appearance with Typical.
Yeah, one of those teams that's just taken a little more time to gel together. And that's funny to say because they are dominating and they are getting those third and fourth spots. But when you see First Killer, AJ, Typical all on the same roster, you expect greatness. But Justin gonna put this one underneath the crossbar and strike first for NRG. So important.
And you saw that demo from Garrett open up the gap. AJ did get into position in time, and he honestly, that's about as good as it can get for AJ to come in. Your teammate gets demoed, you're in the right spot, but Justin just put it right above his bumper. He couldn't make contact. And they start out, Justin, I feel like Justin's done with the nonsense. Yesterday, he flips on the, what essentially looked like a clown car to get NRG to this point, but Faze gonna respond. His First Killer get the next goal.
And that's been the sharpshooter of the Slurpee Cup so far, First Killer. Most in goals per game, and he's showing you why right there. Immediately ties this game right back up, and that shot placement was a thing of beauty.
His offensive output has been unreal this season. First Killer, even though Faze have not been able to get by that third, fourth mark, I think that's what's keeping a lot of people from being like, First Killer is definitely the clear away NA MVP. But he's certainly in that race, and I think it's only going to take one appearance for First Killer to start making that one happen. But NRG got the push. Garrett lets it go, and Squishy gets the goal. Garrett leaves it on the back wall, and it leaves the opening for Squishy.
Yeah, look at the comms here. You know Garrett wanted to go, but Squishy called him off saying, I've got this. And the fact that he tucks it in between three Faze defenders, absolute brilliance from Squishy and NRG. The communication live and well, and if you're a fan of them, you've got to be happy so far this weekend.
Justin off the kickoff, taken away by Typical. He's all over the ball early on. First Killer gonna get the quick pass from Typical. First Killer slips across to the right and puts it in! First Killer again gives Faze a quick response.
And all it takes is this little delay here right inside the box. Squishy thinks the flick's going there, and no, once he sees him go, First Killer just tucks it in inside post. And First Killer, a man on a mission today. It's been a long time since NRG has been able to take down Faze Clan. You've got to rewind the clocks all the way back to fall. All throughout the winter split, it was all Faze Clan, and NRG looking to end that now.
Faze have been able to quickly respond to each of NRG's goals, though. Justin slips underneath AJ, now with control. Ball skirts out to the opposite side of Faze territory. Nothing quite developing just yet, but Faze got a quick pass to Typical. Justin gets in front. How can NRG move forward here? Garrett just trying to control the ball, keep that neutral game strong. Justin came back on the rotation and misses the ball with Squishy. First Killer punches it across. Here comes another shot, but it's wide. Justin carries the ball, takes it away from First Killer. Typical on the rotation. Quick pass back to First, denied by NRG. A little speedier on defense. It comes back for free on the rebound. A weak shot from Garrett, easily turned away. Squishy keeping the ball going for NRG. Typical gets in the way, and Faze able to stop these attacks from NRG and keep them out.
Yeah, and that shot that you saw there from Garrett was just to keep First Killer planted on that goal line to allow NRG another follow-up shot. And here comes Justin, gets beat out by Typical. Squishy alone on the back half, gonna have to clear that one away, does so. And AJ missing that ball. Little accuracy issues from him today. Excuse me, as that pass comes across. Justin well read, and you heard Leaf, Jorby, on the desk bringing up Justin this weekend and how he looks to be playing so well. And I agree, when you look at him through a nice set of lenses, he looks like he's playing great, but he's actually the lowest scorer for NRG this weekend, which is insane. So once he starts to wake up, which it looks like he is today, his opponents better be careful.
This one's off the backboard. Justin, he's been in service on defense for a lot of these pushes, and he came up with that initial touch, and now he's got the carry the other way. Justin, carry taken away by First Killer. Garrett G next on the rotation. NRG getting stuffed here in the corners. And while Squishy keeps things locked, Faze are able to get another clear, and NRG can't really stay in the orange half for too long. First Killer getting in front of this ball in the corner. Squishy looking for a clear finally. Garrett G's downfield, but that's going to be AJ's ball. First Killer contending with Garrett. Faze are pushed back to the orange half yet again.
All three go for Faze, and you got to keep your eye on that in the defensive half. Make sure that you can capitalize that if you're NRG. Squishy gonna push this through the corner. Good 50-50, it pops out, and this one's gonna slow down. Justin had already rotated back. Garrett G thought the same, so a little delay, but they're able to maintain pressure here. And again, all three go. It's gonna be an open net, and scrambling on defense is FaZe Clan. They've gotta clean that up.
Well, Squishy's catch was taken away by First Killer. The end of regulation, NRG back on defense. Popped away by AJ. Justin up for this. He's got the touch. First Killer waits for him. He's got the touch. Off the back wall. Squishy gets the touch. AJ and Typical rotating back. They want to play ball. Sends it flying. Justin got the catch again. First Killer trying to get him out of the way. Sent down. We go to OT for game one.
Yeah, Justin very happy to send that one into overtime as FaZe Clan getting so close to the goal here. And all through 5 minutes, AJ still not a shot on target, a shot from Typical there. And both teams so even on offense here, 6 apiece as FaZe just got their 7th, but we're still waiting to see AJ get that first shot, and that could be the difference maker for FaZe Clan.
And Typical's been the one looking at the net most often. He has 4 of those shots. I feel like Typical this weekend, this has been one of his better weekends so far. He has been really good in the shooting department overall. Pass from NRG denied by AJ, and Typical has a deletion to clear the path. Back over to First Killer, shot, goal! FaZe take game one.
Gets the hat trick on the overtime dagger, and look at this pre-flip to get the shot on target. How does he get the accuracy there? I don't know, but he takes Garrett G out of the equation, and all it can equal is goal for FaZe Clan.
First Killer, he's a man on a mission today. Gets the demo, takes the pass from Typical, got the hat trick. Typical getting the playmaker with 3 assists.
Shoo!
And you know what, Subi, you were saying you'd like to see AJ get a shot. AJ doesn't need to shoot.
Yeah.
8 shots between First Killer and Typical alone were enough to get the job done against the general NRG.
Well, and that's what makes this team so dangerous, is when Typical is playing like he is, where he's just setting plays up left and right. AJ can sit back and play that third man. And when they're unselfish like that, that's when FaZe Clan is most dangerous. And again, when you're looking over at FaZe and you see Typical, okay, might not be hitting all the shots he want, might be getting the passes he want. AJ steps up and Typical will play the third man. But one thing is always constant with this FaZe Clan roster. First Killer is at the very front, putting pressure on his opponents. And more times than not, he is finding his mark.
Absolutely. I mean, First Killer is insane. The dude could be a one-man army. I'm pretty sure he thinks that there's clones of himself on the field.
I think there's clones of him.
It certainly feels like it sometimes. When you're taking the demo and then you go out for the pass again for Typical. All right, let me set up myself, Typical. Can you just, shovel me the ball really quick? Like, it's not hard to use a shovel, Subi. Have you ever tried? Typical, all he's got to do is dump it to him.
Yeah,
Easy.
I don't miss that manual labor, I'll be honest.
Well, First Killer, he's all about that hard work and manual labor. And he's gotten FaZe their first game. NRG, they were really starting to set the pace and tone early in game one. But hang on a second, AJ just misses the double. Defended anyway. NRG locked back down here in the neutral zone. Actually, they don't. Nobody had boost. Squishy got demoed. Garrett G had to go get it. Pass in front. Put up by First Killer. FaZe putting the ball away from NRG. First Killer shot denied. Garrett gets a demo on the back end to try to stall this offense from FaZe, but it's just free balls in the third. AJ was unchallenged. Finally, Justin dives in front of it. AJ just rips the shot on target, and it's saved by Garrett G, who had to dive for that stop, and it was such a slow shot towards the net.
Oh my goodness, the first minute come and gone, and it was all FaZe Clan. It just felt like someone jingling keys in front of a baby saying, come get it. And NRG couldn't even get their fingers on the ball as First Killer going to keep this ball alive in the blue half and still keep things going for FaZe Clan. NRG yet to have an answer for the offensive output from FaZe Clan.
One pushed across. NRG did set the tone in, oh my goodness, pass. Justin was reading that one the whole way. Able to get that touch out. NRG just weren't able to hold on to those leads in game one. See if they can set the tone again. But right now, it's been FaZe conducting the train. Typical, pushing that ball back down to First Killer. Driving through Squishy. FaZe get something set up here.
And NRG is playing very spread apart right now, and I think that's why FaZe Clan's having so much success with these follow-up touches. There's no one from NRG quite there ready, and doesn't matter right there. The spread apart offense works well for NRG as Justin tucks another one under the crossbar.
That one's real powerful, and those 2 touches from Garrett caught First Killer out just a little bit, and it's not a bad position, but A ball shot at 125 kilometers per hour is always going to be difficult to save when it's put to the top shelf like that. Excellent placement from Justin.
Yeah, you love to see it again. Getting the first initial goal, but the big question is, can they hold on to it? What a save from Justin, but open net from it. He missed it! Off the crossbar, and disaster for FaZe Clan as they can't find their mark.
This typical was, he was going to be on the top 3 play or top 7 plays with that pass. And AJ's like, nah, not going to score that. Oh man, that one should definitely be tied up.
That was a shoo-in. That was a gimme. Look at a pass from NRG. Oh, nothing but money. Squishy finds Garrett G just poaching in the orange half.
Oh, the ball skips right off of AJ's car. Typical turns around, tries to get the pass, and he just misses it. And Garrett G gets the tip in. All of a sudden, what could have been a tie game has swung into NRG's favor by 2 goals.
Oh, massive swing there. You're going to be wondering, what if you're a fan of FaZe Clan, you got to keep going back to that wide open miss from AJ. And, you know, I brought up the fact in game number 1, he had no shots. Well, how about in game number 2, 3 shots and a massive miss? Nothing to show for it just yet. And NRG, seems like the tides have turned in their favor.
Garrett trying to crash the box. Now FaZe have control again. Here's Typical off the ceiling. Got the 50. First Killer was playing winger. He's going to pull out wide, allow AJ to come in. 1 touch out. First Killer still has to wait in the back of the rotation. Meanwhile, NRG managing as they can on defense. Starting to lose a little bit of that boost, but the corners are protected. Garrett G protects his own boost. Justin gets down the field, moves across in front of the box. NRG cut off the FaZe counterattack, but FaZe somehow wiggle their way out. First Killer with control. Gets underneath. Justin just gets the touch out. Squishy rotating back again. One thing NRG have been able to do on defense, protect their corner boost. That's allowed them to be speedy on defense and they get another clear.
Protect the corner boost and their own net. I mean, they've turned away 6 shots so far from FaZe Clan, and another one coming. Justin's got to avoid the demo. Not gonna happen. First Killer pops it in, and when you give that much space to one of the best 1v1 players in the world, this is what's gonna happen.
Oh, and Justin, he had turned off. It was unfortunate. He thought maybe a 50 was coming, but First Killer got a perfect catch on that ball caught down. He turns around, tries to make up for it. But then, like you said, as soon as he turns ball cam back on, he sees Typical right into his sights, and there's no way he could get back to the ball. Excellent job by Typical being the lead blocker and preventing Justin from having anything on that ball. But like you said, another bump gives NRG the 2-goal lead and negates that push from FaZe.
This might be the difference of what NRG was talking about, changing play styles. Is normally you'd see Garrett G just try and catch that ball, push it forward, go in a 1v1 with low limited boost, and yeah, it might lead to a little bit of offense, but probably not a goal. But in that situation, to bump the last defender completely away from the ball when you know he was going for boost, so he's got a low amount in the tank, such a smart play. And then Squishy just rolls it downfield on target. NRG looking to roll into their first victory of the series.
Oh, Typical and First Killer trying to combine there. That whole play was initially broken up by Squishy on the fake challenge, and it completely thwarted how FaZe wanted to approach with the ball. You saw them all positioned for the win on that challenge, or at least for something to happen. Still, they're going to push. Typical shot denied by Justin, who had 12 on the back wall, and a great follow-up from Squishy. Keeps FaZe down by 2. Typical trying to push that ball up. Justin up for this. Managing on low boost that whole time, and he gets a massive clear for NRG.
First Killer got the touch, but it hit his wheels, so just skimmed right off. And NRG, as long as they deny this last shot attempt from FaZe Clan, which isn't even going to come, looks like they are going to be just fine, A-OK. And they don't need to sound the panic alarms just yet, as this series is all knotted up.
Justin puts it on the ground, and NRG tie up the series. You can say that Justin has been lowest in terms of the scoring, but he's at the top of this game. 5 saves to Justin's name during that game. And how many times was he that uncomfortable on defense? He got picked on a couple of times, but most of the times Justin got the last laugh on Aquadome.
Well, and that last save was incredible. Typical was setting it up to where it looked like it was going to be a definite pass to First Killer, who was coming straight down the lane, and instead goes for a shot upper right 90, or upper left 90, I'm sorry. And the fact that Justin was able to recognize that, absolute brilliance, and he is the backbone of the general NRG right now and just doing everything all over the place. But it really feels like right now they're a well-oiled machine. Everyone doing what they need to be doing. I mean, they just took that onslaught from Faze Clan, which, what was it, Jorby? The first minute and a half, they didn't even have any offense and just said, yeah, go ahead. We'll score when we get the chance. And they did it, which is incredible.
Yeah, and again, pointing back one more time to the one chance that FaZe really had on net, which was that AJ attempt where he just couldn't find, or he couldn't sink it in. That could have changed the makeup of game 2, and it
Right,
could have possibly put FaZe in. It could have been 2-0. I mean, this is best of 5. One more game, it would have been one match point for FaZe. Now they got to fight a little bit longer. AJ close in that rotation, but he's got the grab. Typical going to back him up and push the ball downfield to start of game 3.
Starting right back. Oh, big miss from First and Garrett, and another miss from AJ. The crossbar, the bane of his existence right now, and he's really got to settle in. And
where was he supposed to put that ball? I mean, he had 2 defenders in net that had to go high. I mean, under the crossbar, maybe Justin gets that one. A lot of defenders in net, but
True.
you'd like to see them be forced to make a save, for sure. It's typical. Push that ball back down, and FaZe, they start the game against Subi on offense. See if they can keep that pressure up against NRG. Really, we're looking stoic on defense. Typical gets the touch, and it's taken away by Garrett.
Yeah, the big thing here is not seeing panic from NRG, and in so many clutch moments, you know that they're just going to be able to hold strong on that back half, and they're just using their communications to their advantage, just making sure that, okay, 1 is going, I called it out. 2, I'm going, called it out. 3, yep, I'm last man back. I'm going to go ahead and play patient, let you guys rotate, and now I'll go. Calm's alive and well from NRG this weekend. We're seeing them on full display, and there's Garrett G falling back. You saw First Killer trying to read that one. AJ puts a shot on target, a little bouncer, but Garrett G back on that back wall to send it towards midfield.
Good catch from Typical. Squishy's jumped out to meet him. He's got the win and beats First Killer to the ball. NRG rushing to get set, but AJ's got a perfect catch on the transition. Here he comes towards the net. Takes it away. That was Garrett G. Pulls it off the side wall and gets another clear for NRG. Another chance for FaZe on the transition. AJ couldn't get the grab, but he does push the ball out. And NRG are ready for every single FaZe transition. Somebody's there in midfield to take the challenge, whether it be Squishy, Justin, or Garrett. All 3 of them have met the punch over in the neutral zone.
Oof. Good rotation back from Garrett G there. That one almost squirted all the way downfield into a goal as Squishy not going to allow First Killer the chance at getting that flip reset. And did Justin just pick the pocket? No, a little too wide. NRG reading FaZe Clan very well right now, but still halftime is upon us, and both teams still all tied up 0-0. But again, it's FaZe Clan out shooting NRG.
Typical got the touch against Garrett. First Killer can respond to Squishy, but then Justin booms it downfield. AJ plays it back to the corner. FaZe playing more defense. Garrett stuffed. Squishy waits and tries to line that one up, but now First Killer worms his way out on defense. Can't get the second touch. It's Typical having to dive across. If FaZe gets something set up here, every touch is broken up by NRG. AJ flips out of the play, and Garrett gets them out again.
Huge double touch there from Garrett G, able to push that ball downfield and get the offense started here from NRG. And you kind of see what I'm talking about, Jorby, where the spread out offense from NRG is alive and well. But oh my goodness, AJ got the touch to follow up. He almost got it under the crossbar, but somehow gets the second touch to go in.
Oh, he comes off the backboard, puts in the goal that he set up himself. That was wonderful work from AJ. He said, you know, the first shot is never working, so I just need to go for it again. And he finally got the mark. 1-0 FaZe.
I think that play brought it to 11, I'll tell you what.
Garrett punches this ball up. A late goal for FaZe gives them life. Now it's Typical pushing this ball across. Justin and Garrett playing in close. Wrest that ball away. They're successful for now. Garrett playing it slow. First Killer, time and again. He just will not leave. Yeah, he loses to Garrett. He's like, I don't care. I'm not leaving. I'm going to just get the ball away from Justin, too. But still, Justin pushes forward. Back over to Squishy. You just can't stop the General NRG.
Oh, team play of brilliance right here. Justin coming down, showing so many tricks up his sleeve, and in comes Swishy. Out goes Typical, thanks to the bump from Justin and NRG. The pressure was mounting, and they tie up game number 3.
Oh, the kickoff. AJ almost got caught out. Now Squishy might punish him. Oh, rebound, goal! NRG have the lead!
Just like that, they go up by 1. The kickoff goes in favor, and AJ cheated up just a little too far. And that pass from Squishy off the back wall, so crucial. Utilizing that 4th teammate to get the defender out of the way. And you know one thing is for sure, Justin not gonna miss an open net.
Justin's having himself a series. Garrett puts that off the side wall. NRG now in position to take the lead in the series. Again, their major hopes on the line in this series. If they lose this, it's going to be a tall task. Oh boy, to get into that top 5 in the 3rd regional. AJ pushing this ball across over and doesn't make contact with Typical. And NRG are going to get out with Justin. Back over to Squishy. First killer barely makes the stop.
Oh, and trading demos, that actually favors NRG right here. Gonna put Justin right back on the back line, and Squishy able to get this towards the side wall. And less than 30 seconds to go. All NRG has to do is turtle up.
Justin, next ball cleared out. Typical tried the catch, but it got away from him. First killer's got to be next up. Time's running out. Just launches the ball out. NRG managing the ball still. AJ punches this across, but nobody's there to follow. Typical comes in quick after the next touch, but Garrett G squeezes that one away. First killer, last cry. Flip reset off the bar, and it's saved by Justin, who protects the rock and puts NRG up 2-1.
And puts FaZe Clan on match point in the lower bracket. The general NRG doing everything that they can to not only keep their hopes alive for this weekend, but keep their hopes alive for going to London for the spring major.
Oh man, this is a chance for FaZe to really put the pin in on NRG, but they just will not go away. And Justin's all over this highlight reel, as he deserves to be. The flip reset pass, beautiful. That one from Squishy, but guess who's there to deliver the strike? It's Justin. It's Justin. It's Justin. It's Justin. He's all over the place in this series, knowing what's at stake for this team to make it to London, and they're putting everything out on the line, Subi, to try to win this best of 5.
Well, and it seems like every ball that he touches, whether it's a shot or a pass, it's just in. Regardless of what he is doing things of brilliance for NRG. So creative, so smart, and holding down the back line. I mean, you said it looked like First Killer had clones all over the field. How about this Justin kid? He is everywhere.
He's going to carry the ball out for NRG. One more game to advance in the lower bracket, and they're already starting to build up to be a crazy lower bracket run for NRG. First Killer having to dive down for the stop. Justin, he's got his target locked onto that net.
Oh, and he's got a little bit of space, and AJ meets him right at the top of the box, and things a little bit of an inverse here in game number 4 as NRG off to the aggressive foot, bringing the offense forward for FaZe Clan.
It's one punch forward. This has been something that
Oh, the bump!
Oh, Typical puts it down, and then he takes the shot away from First Killer. I don't know if First Killer would have gotten to that. It looked like it would have been cleared anyway, but still, NRG are going to push forward regardless.
I don't know if he could pull off from that one. That's just one of those situations where he's going for the shot, sees that First Killer's coming, so okay, I'll try and get the pass. And AJ gets past 2, but yet again, who's up on that back line? None other than Justin holding down the fort for NRG.
And their whole defense has just been a nuisance to deal with. Every touch for FaZe, they can't even get consecutive touches on offense. There's always somebody in the way, and they have to win challenge after challenge just to progress forward. And they're not winning those challenges consistently. Here's one from Typical, but Justin plays it out to the side. First Killer had to dive, and now AJ has to stay back. This has been rinse repeat for FaZe's offense in this series. They have not been able to thwart this NRG defense.
Yeah, and it seems like it's one and done for FaZe Clan. Every shot that they get, NRG is immediately batting back down into the orange half, so they can't really get set on offense and get those plays together. And it's really hard when NRG is really honing in on First Killer. We've seen bumps, we've seen demos put on him, and he's been the one that has been putting everything in the net for FaZe Clan. AJ, the only one that had one, and that was in game 3. And Oh my goodness, first killer gets the save, but still NRG pressing forward.
First killer's moving around with purpose on the pitch right now. He followed Garrett G the whole way. Did not care who was in net in front of him. He knew exactly what Garrett was going for. Now he's going to go another one with Justin, who can't put it in front of the box. Typical will carry that ball away. These are going to try to push forward again, but there's Garrett winning the first touch, forcing first killer off the ball with the 50. Demo opens it up. Justin's got the catch. AJ gets the 50. First killer was playing the loss, though, and Typical's the whole way back in midfield. That's the problem. When NRG have been playing so well on defense, you just start positioning for the loss on the 50s. You just don't expect to be able to push forward anymore, and it's preventing Faze from getting these follow-up touches. NRG just get more time on the orange half.
And again, first half come and gone, still all tied up. Both teams really reading each other well. Feels like it just takes one little mistake on either half, and that's going to lead to our first goal as Garrett G pushes off his back wall, gets met in midair by Typical. And NRG using a lot of boost to try and get out of their own half, and still yet to do so.
Typical drops the ball down. 50s are starting to go Faze's way. That one high off the backboard. AJ's in the air, denied. Here comes Typical, diving in front, stopping the clear from Squishy. Garrett G punching it against the corner. First killer rips it back over, taken away by Justin. And again, AJ, it's not over yet. Protects the ball. Squishy coming back and takes the touch away. Even when AJ thinks he's got the beat on Squishy, Squishy gets the last lap. First killer in front, and somehow Garrett G ends up coming with the save on the touch. No shot even came from Typical on the play. He couldn't find the angle, and NRG get another clear.
Massive pinch downfield from Squishy to alleviate all that pressure FaZe Clan was building up. It felt like, oh my goodness, Garrett G with a snapshot on target, ground pinch. Didn't find its mark, but the unselfish play from Justin over to Garrett G, that pinch doesn't find its mark, but here comes NRG starting to get their offense together in this orange half.
First killer and Typical combining to win another neutral zone challenge.
Oh no!
Here's the pick capacity, tried the pre-flip shot, but it was immediately denied. Garrett was the one who hopped in front. AJ trying to protect the ball. We're approaching the end of regulation. Nobody's been able to score. It feels like it's been Faze who have been able to protect the ball on defense, but they've been unable to really get the chances consistently on offense. 5 shots on net for both teams, but who's really in control, Subi?
No one. They're so evenly matched right now. It feels like neither one can get past midfield, and right as I say that, AJ puts a hard shot on target, but Squishy waiting, and here comes Garrett G to clear this one back, but sent immediately back to the blue half. First killer looking for an insane double. Not going to happen in final 10 seconds. Here we come.
Pushes back around. Justin looking for the clear. Typical's next up in the rotation. Keeps it light for first killer. Up against the ceiling. First killer. Big demo, and it drops right in front of AJ. 0-0 overtime.
Does not feel like it. It felt like nothing but and Squishy gonna have to slow that one down. Traded demos from Garrett G and first killer, gonna slow things up from both teams as Typical leaves that one for AJ, but that extra touch kept it out of his reach. And oh no, FaZe Clan opportunity by the wayside.
The miscomm. Typical thinking he's gonna give AJ a clearer shot on the net by getting that little soft touch, but AJ had already committed to the play. Like you said, it took him off the ball instead of onto it. Faze. AJ trying to push down the field. Typical coming in. The challenge goes right towards the net, but Justin is easily able to take the ball away. Start of overtime. Justin, here he comes again. Justin through the defense. Justin off the bar. Oh, it bounced out. First killer is able to save it. Garrett G tries to protect it, but Typical pushes the ball back downfield. Squishy protects the ball in midfield. And again, a battle for the neutral zone. AJ tried it, but Justin's on top of him. First killer out in front. Back to AJ. Redirect not on target. Forces Squishy over to the corner. First killer wins the touch. Back over to Typical. In the corner. Do FaZe have a shot here? Typical's just going to follow it himself, but it's taken away by Justin. First killer follows this one up. AJ's the whole way back. He's not going to get back to his touch. First killer gets there, but here come NRG. Transition. Justin falls on top of it. Taken away by Typical. Garrett G going to wait for the push, and FaZe settle things down for now.
Could cut the tension with a butter knife right now. Jorby in field. No, AJ blocked that. The shot was on target, and the shot went right into his car. He was looking for a bump to clear the goal line, and it just didn't happen. Both teams have had opportunities, and both teams holding down the back line.
Nothing has worked for FaZe on offense. It seems like the entire blue half is working against them. First killer got got the touch out. Justin just passed it right back to First Killer. Rips it on target. Squishy's got the save. Rebound. Nobody from Faze is ready for it. And Garrett G gets the 50.
Look at this
Justin's
space.
got space. Here he comes. Underneath. He's got the reset. Garrett gets in front. Justin through traffic. Taken away. AJ's gotten there in time. He misses the ball. First Killer gets bumped off the play. Garrett G plays it over to the corner. Does he got the read? He plays it low. Typical forced the mistouch. Squishy plays it up, but Justin can't commit. And AJ's going to play the ball out. But oh my, Faze were in a dangerous spot there on defense. They get out.
No, and that fake from Garrett G went past 2 Faze members. Thankfully, Typical held true on the ground, didn't quite jump just yet, and was able to get that ball out. And again, Jorby, back and forth. This is absolutely insane, and I wouldn't believe, no way! Oh, and Justin covering up the back line, and I still can't believe that this is 0-0. It has just felt like 5 minutes of pure offense, and still, I don't know how either team has not scored.
This is every Faze game. Every game Faze play, they make it this exciting on offense. Here comes Typical back in front. And when you pair it up against a defense like NRG's, crossbar, the back wall, everything's helping them out. But that's what happens when you got a great defense like NRG, right? Here's First Killer again. Pushes it back to AJ, but it's a weak shot. He gets in front, no demo. Squishy plays the ball back out. First Killer got the catch, plays it slow, pops it in front of the box. Typical save! Justin right into him. AJ trying to get that ball, protect the transition, but Squishy pushes forward anyway, and it's taken away by First Killer. Just when you think NRG got the break, here come Faze again. AJ takes it across, and Garrett G puts it back to the corner. Things die down for now, but Faze will not let their foot off the pedal.
Well, and you look at every defender in net for NRG, and they constantly are looking left and right because those demos and bumps keep coming through the goal line. And I just saw Justin jump there, and nobody from FaZe Clan was even there. He is living, or I'm sorry, FaZe Clan is living in his head rent-free at the moment as we're nearing 4 minutes of overtime. You can tell how much this means to FaZe Clan. They want to continue on. If they lose here, they're packing up their bags, and they've got to wait 2 more weeks to play again. And that one just a little too far. And FaZe Clan again marching their way forward, but Justin gets the clear downfield.
No one seemed willing to break. That carry from Justin is massive. He's got no boost left. He allowed Garrett and Squishy to pick up a little bit more in the boost tank. But First Killer wins a big touch. AJ's in the air, and it's just Justin again. Even when he's not in the net, he's flying back to make the save.
And the comms again from NRG. I thought for sure Garrett G has to go there, but Justin saw something that no one else did, recognizing that he had the speed, he had the boost, he had the angle to get that touch on the ball. So better to keep Garrett G planted on the ground. And here comes AJ. Can't tuck that under Garrett G. And great defense to cover up every angle of a shot attempt.
Just couldn't get that ball more on target. 3 demos happen. Typical. It's got space. Got the flip reset. What in the world is happening? It's not pinball. This is Rocket League. Thank you. AJ barely gets the touch. First Killer has to come back to this ball quickly because here comes Garrett G. Across, taken away. And whoo, Typical gets the touch before he gets deleted. NRG are ready to respond. Justin's downfield. Take it away. It was AJ flying in on the defense. Typical sends it flying downfield. Another demo. And explosions happening everywhere on the field. Someone's going to get smoked eventually. First Killer can't get ball out. It's actually Garrett. Wanted Squishy across, but Typical's ready to defend. Over a full game of Rocket League played, neither team seemed willing to bend. First Killer plays it back across, and Garrett G is right there. They will not leave the thirds. Garrett G sends it across. Typical plays it on the back wall. Squishy waits. Squishy, no touch. Justin rebound, taken away by AJ, who'd already flipped for it yesterday. Here he comes, taken away by Garrett G. First Killer plays this up. He's only got 5 boosts. What's he gonna do with it? Well, he's got an enforcer in front. Puts it up. Typical's in the air. He can't put that one on target, though. He was too far away. 6 minutes of overtime played, Subi. Nobody able to score.
Oh my goodness. We're getting a buy one, get one free here with this series as Garrett G gets met by First Killer. And I cannot believe this is 0-0 right now. How are they defending all of these shots? How are they coming out with all these insane mechanics? Well, it's First Killer going head-to-head against Justin. NRG, FaZe Clan never seems to disappoint. The shot on target, and Squishy covers up the goal line. And still, I cannot believe this, Jorby. 23 shots on target for FaZe Clan, and not a single one has found its mark.
For perspective, NRG have 11. They have double their output. Oh my goodness, Justin. He's going down the field. Why not? We're gonna be doing that for another 6 minutes and 56 seconds. First killer. Playing that one across the ramp. Justin waits, hoping for a mistouch. He was just given one. It's typical though. He's got the handle. Justin almost got that dunk, and that little play right there, that really puts a picture in how this whole game has felt. Just inches apart. Justin in front, got the 50 against first killer. Shots taken away. Immediately getting in front of it was AJ. As typical. Here he comes again. Does he have it? AJ got a bump.
Reset.
Typical. Reset, but it's taken away. Justin gets up on the backboard. First killer gets the touch, but it's out away from the rotation. Squishy wins this one. Nobody can break down the defense of the other. Nobody can find a way to demo this brick wall. Brick. Let's be honest. Brick's pretty easy to take down. This is titanium steel.
This is something, Jorby. I don't know what it is. I don't know if titanium's the strongest thing out there, but I'll believe you. You're the scientist here. No, I don't know. Hey, you know more than I do.
Vibranium's made up, but it's certainly more than steel.
Down. And you saw Squishy going for the bump on Typical there. Typical just held down, made sure keep his ground, and AJ gets the flip reset, gets the bump. Garrett G, not the greatest touch. Typical has the play, but nobody downfield. AJ and First Killer both had to rotate out, both low on boost, but this is going to get sent immediately back down to the blue half, and FaZe Clan again getting their offense started, looking to get their 25th shot of the series.
First killer trying to set this ball back up. Oh, AJ just found the shot, but Squishy was ready for it. Ball really right into him. Now Garrett pushing this one back over to the corner. First killer sends it right back.
Hey,
Game of Boomer Ball breaks out in overtime.
I don't know if you're aware, Jorby, but this is the lower bracket, and this is our first match of the day. Just as a heads up.
This is a best of 5! They're trying to extend it to best of 7. I figured it out now. That's why neither team has scored. Like best of 5, that wasn't enough. We need to have this game go 10 minutes. Everyone's heart's at home. I'm sure NRG and FaZe fans are really just make sure you're drinking water. I can imagine.
Oh boy, this is not good.
That's too light of a shot, though. AJ the rebound, taken away by Justin, but it's still a good 50 for FaZe, and Garrett just, what? Stolen away, getting bumped. Nobody ready for FaZe yet. They have to wait for Justin. It gets right by Typical. First killer wants a pass over to AJ. A little dangerous. AJ waits, and he gets that touch from Garrett. AJ off the ceiling, a demo on the back end, but the shot is just not there. You saw him have to avoid Squishy on the bump.
28 shots for FaZe Clan, and 29 coming right about now. No follow-up. Squishy can just snapshot that one on target as First Killer rotated back. Big miss on that back wall, but it actually favors them as AJ is going to push that one back forward towards First Killer. And NRG, why not? They've already paid rent. Just live in this back half. Live on defense and just wait for FaZe Clan to push forward.
Subi, 2 players, Squishy and Justin, have over 1,000 points. Squishy alone has 10 saves. Justin has 9 saves. Garrett has 4. What are you doing on defense, Garrett? Come on. He's doing a lot. I don't mean that seriously, but Justin pushes that downfield. We're over 10 minutes of gameplay. NRG for the win, but it's taken away. Justin 50 out. First killer's not ready for it. Gets downfield. Justin forces the 50 out. Now Squishy's got control. Is he going to push down the field? He didn't have a lot of boost, but he does force the 50 out. Justin coming from across. Neither team willing to make a mistake. The positioning is extremely safe from both squads. And they've been making ridiculous reads, especially when you look at FaZe on offense. The reads that NRG have come up with on defense against them. Oh, a wonder that this ball has not gone into the net. Off the ramp, it's taken away again. No matter what they do. Demos, they try flip resets. They're trying back passing. They're trying, even deleting players on the field isn't working. Garrett G flipping this forward. He's just giving up the ball to First Killer. First touch, second touch, in front, back to AJ. Taken away by Justin. Rebound. Typical off the wall. Taken away, and NRG have a breakaway. It's a race towards the ball, and AJ's going to get there. And somehow, FaZe get all of the backboard rebounds, and they don't get the goal because Justin is absolutely insane.
31 shots from FaZe Clan in one game. Not the series. One game, and this is a best of 5. I can't wait to see their total shots for this entire series. But either way, we're looking at 2 teams posturing up in midfield, trying to get those shoulders as broad as they can, trying to get the first team to flinch. but both teams playing so well on that back half and just so strict on their defensive rotations. It is absolutely insane. And here comes Justin. Look for a bump on AJ. Get him with the ball a little too high.
Oh, that was it! NRG could have ended the series! Instead, here comes First Killer down the other way. Pitch! Oh, it's on the post and it bounces over to Squishy! Are you kidding me? This is not legal in a game of Rocket League! Can somebody check the lobby credentials because I'm a little suspect, okay? That is absolutely ridiculous. This is now the longest overtime this season, not in RLCS history. That's like 17 minutes and 41 seconds. I don't know if we're gonna get there or not, okay? Here's another pass back over to AJ, taken away by Garrett.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe this. I cannot believe the amount of shots that we're seeing, but better yet, the amount of saves from the General NRG. 27! How in the world do they keep turning away all of these FaZe Clan shots?
Oh, we're gonna hit the maximum score counter at this point.
It's gonna break the server.
First Killer! Oh, Justin! How? He read that so long ago. He's like, yeah, First Killer's gonna go for the flip reset double. I got that blocked easy. No problem.
Wow. I didn't realize tarot cards were legal in RLCS, but here we are.
Oh, Squishy rolling this ball up. This game is gonna go on forever. First Killer pops his ball
Maybe
up on
not.
the ceiling. What does he got? Flip reset, taken away by Garrett. It's not working. They're trying literally everything. FaZe have thrown their entire arsenal. Everything this team is worth on offense. Here comes NRG! Bouncer! It was a weak shot. Rebound is off target! What? That one was supposed to go in. Justin had the opening. And Sophie, they missed it.
Well, I mean, he's so used to keeping the ball out of the net, so he was doing the same exact thing there. I mean, it only makes sense.
I don't know what I expected you to say, but I didn't expect you to say that. FaZe pushing that ball out. Oh, man. Quick transition.
No way.
Quick shot.
Oh,
Goal! NRG stack bricks to the stratosphere. And they withstand enormous pressure from FaZe. 13 minutes and 56 seconds of overtime. And the General NRG move on in the tournament.
Bang! Bang! Longest overtime in North American history. And look at NRG. You think they need a little bit of a break? Hands on their heads, hands behind their heads. All they can do is try and expand their rib cages to increase the oxygen flow, because after that one, I mean, they were getting suffocated by the FaZe Clan offense, and somehow they kept their heads above water and keep their tournament lives still true.
I'm so sad that, you know, we couldn't just look at that scorecard for a little longer. Yeah, Mobile One high performance replay. We gave you guys the really quick and dirty version there, okay? The replay segment, that lasted 8 seconds. You know, we sped it up 100 times. You know, we got other games
1,000
that need to be played. You know, we could watch NRG FaZe play all day, but eventually the game's got to end, right?
I'm at a loss for words, Jorby. I mean,
Dude, I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating.
How do you think the players feel going almost, what is that, 14 plus 5, 19 minutes without being able to wipe your hands
You saw
off
Garrett.
or
He's
anything like that?
literally like, Squishy's like leaning his chair back as far as possible.
That was one of the greatest offensive Rocket League matches I've ever witnessed. I realized it was 0-0 through 19 minutes of it, but the fact that, I mean, they pulled out every trick in the bag and NRG was able to defend it. NRG are on a mission in North America. You better keep your eyebrows raised because they are coming for all of you.
Well, the opener isn't supposed to steal the show of the main event. However, I think that just happened. We got plenty more action coming up. I know y'all got to get up, so take a break, grab some snacks. I'm going to sit in front of a fan and drink about 30 gallons of water before we get back on here. So we'll see you guys soon. Don't go anywhere.
Performance, precision, pepperoni pizza, built by fans, inspired by snacks, model 7-Eleven, win it.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
Thought another goal is all we needed. Taking second chances, still we bleed. And when all
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I hope you got up and you did all your break stuff because we got more Rocket League going on. I know the last series was really crazy, all right? And we had like a 6-minute break. That's plenty of time to get back into the action, Subi. I'm ready to get this next match started between Version 1 and Sonics because there's lots more going on in North America, and I can't wait to see this matchup.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Sonics. I can't wait to see Andy, T. Carell, and ZPS. It feels like it's been forever since we've gotten to watch them, and finally, here they are, but they are in the lower bracket, and it's so weird to see FaZe Clan, NRG, Version 1 all down here, but it just goes to show you, on any given weekend, it can happen to the best of the best, and Version 1 find themselves in a must-win position.
Yeah, Version 1, this is a real chance to solidify a spot in the major if they can move from this point. But Sonics have a chance to just throw a wrench through this entire thing. I'm excited to see them, but Version 1, they got a lot to say and a lot to do to get to London.
London is extremely important for us. I think pretty much with that, if we don't qualify for London, we don't qualify for Worlds. And if we do qualify for London, we have a very good chance at qualifying for Worlds. So a lot rides on us being able to qualify for this major.
To himself. Oh, it is the call! Through off the ground. Version 1 score first again.
The losses at the major were pretty tough. However, we still got top 6 there, which was a lot more than most people expected. I think there was a lot that we had learned, and I think we got a lot more experience under our belt from that, and I think we'll be a lot better suited going into the next major. It sucks knowing that we could have done better, but at the same time, we were definitely happy with how far we had gotten.
Here's Carl coming in, and V1 strikes first in game 2. And there's that pass.
Everybody's looking forward to Worlds. I mean, everybody that I know that's in the community or just like, you know, loosely follows and they want to go, or, you know, it's I mean, everybody's going to be there. I can't wait for it.
Players down the other side of the pitch, but it works. I guess about 20 seconds later than he anticipated.
Just got to focus on making the major. That's the goal. So these next 2 regionals are extremely important. I think we're pretty much just trying to, you know, stay energetic, stay hyped, you know, and just keep on chugging forward.
Fans, you certainly want more, but it's not going to be that way. And Version 1 going to take the first series here on the main stage. And look at the hype from Calm. That's the reason why he's in the middle of that.
The story of Version 1 has been a fun one to follow throughout the season. They pick up beast mode and they make waves at the winter major, Subi, and you can understand why this spring run means a lot to them.
No, and yeah, Version 1 was one of my favorite teams to watch at that winter major. It was so exciting to see Calm just popping off and getting so, it just really just animated up on the stage. It's so fun to watch players like that, Jorby.
Well, we're about to get this match started, and you guys know what that means. It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag SQ if you think the Sonic's going to win. Hashtag V1 in chat if you think Version 1 are going to take it. And Subi and I are going to deliberate up here before we get the match started. Subi, I really like this Sonics team. I've liked them for a long time. They just weren't able to get over the hump. They had a lot of trouble in that 10 to 16 range against teams in that range, winning consistently. And this feels like the first real time that we're seeing this Sonics team with ZPS, Andy, and T. Carell start to come into form because these are 3 really quality players, but it's a tall task to go up against Version 1.
So does that mean that you're going to favor them in this matchup? I mean, the way you're building them up and the way it sounds to me, it sounds like you're picking them to beat V1.
I'm not picking. Like, do we have to pick here? You know,
I don't think so. I don't know. I was just.
We don't have to play sides, right? Leaf, he plays sides.
There's no need to get so defensive. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, I mean.
Wow.
In all reality, I do think this is going to be difficult for Sonics, but I think out of all the matches that Sonics could have, this is one where I feel like they have a better shot at doing so. But if V1 are on point, and if Beast Mode just, you know, if he turns on that final gear that we know Beast Mode has, they're going to be a difficult out.
No, I agree. I think they definitely fare best going up against V1 as opposed to maybe meeting NRG or meeting FaZe Clan. V1 is one of those teams that can be a little more streaky, and definitely one of those teams that can go full tilt. We've seen that from Com, where if it's not going his way, he can just throw his controller in the air. So they've got to get out of the gates hot. And yeah, I was kind of expecting that. 80% for V1.
Ooh,
Twitch
yeah.
chat definitely behind them here, but the Sonics, they've kind of always been low man on the totem pole, and they're looking at, okay, all these teams are better than us. Let's go out and prove them wrong this weekend.
That's where Sonics are. I feel like a lot of people at home just haven't seen a lot of this Sonics roster, but everyone is really familiar with version 1 and Com, the energy they brought during the Winter Major. And so you can understand why the votes are so heavily in favor of version 1. But I think Sonics, like you said, I think they might surprise some people out there. They certainly are in prove it mode. And as the players test lobby is done and we get started with the main lobby, we will get the game started right away. T. Carell has been, I think, the player that a lot of people were expecting to take the next step as an individual talent, whether it be on Sonics or whether it be somewhere else. But then they picked up Andy on this team, and they've really been trying to make it work all season. It can be easy for a team like Sonics to immediately look for a change somewhere else when it isn't working, when you're in that 10 to 16 range and you can't really beat the teams around you consistently. You could be tempted to make another change, but they haven't. Sonics, they've stuck together with Andy all season, and now up against version 1, they have a chance to take them down and go farther in this bracket and really start to muddy the waters of the race to London. So let's get underway in game number 1, Subi. I'm excited to see version 1 take on Sonics.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is going to rest on who you just brought up, T. Carell. I feel like he's a player that has so much potential, and I don't think he's anywhere near his ceiling. I think the sky is the limit for this young man, and we're going to see him really in a must-perform match here in the Slurpee Cup, going up against version 1. Beast Mode, Com, Torment, looking to build upon the success that they found at the Winter Major.
Things start out a non-touch from Beast Mode. Com pushed this ball back up, taken away by Andy. Sonics are going to play some early defense at the start of the game. TPS trying to roll that ball back around, and Beast Mode shot just pings off of the post. Andy pushes this one back up, but Com's got the shot. T. Carell diving for the stop. Another pass for version 1 broken up by T. Carell.
Yeah, and the initial offense, pretty good here from V1, but I'd like to see more passing plays develop from them. That's when they can catch teams at their worst, as Andy pushes this ball into the blue, or orange half, I'm sorry, gets that boost steal as well, looking for a flick, and that one's gonna squirt out. Torment, well defended on that back line, and we get to see what V1 looks like on defense here.
And Torment had no boost on that save, had a pre-flip to make it happen. And he's always been a top-tier defender. He's been through several generations of Rocket League talent, yet he still finds a way to compete and still be a top-tier defender. Impressive stuff from Torment. Com gonna throw that ball back downfield. No one really able to get the ball out on Sonics consistently. It's been all version 1 in this opening minute.
Yeah, not a lot of history between these two teams, but when you look at history, it definitely favors version 1 here as ZPS gets that ball above Beast Mode. A little team bump there. Andy has to bicycle kick that one into the orange half, and Torment plenty of time and space to get that ball back towards midfield as ZPS tried to go over the top of Beast Mode, but Beast Mode able to cover up that back wall.
Andy up for this next 50, and Com able to thwart that one, but T. Carell, not a lot of boosts. Version 1 are handling business on defense well enough, but Beast Mode's missed the ball again. He's had a couple of non-touches now, even one missed touch. Beast Mode a little shaky out of the gate. Andy pushing this ball back downfield. He had T. Carell, but T. Carell pulls himself out of the play. Version 1 spending a little more time in the orange half. 5 Sonic shots on net, but nothing really finding the mark yet.
Yeah, Com was looking to get that midfield boost, and Beast Mode following close behind him actually stole that away and threw Com off of his game. He went to look for the blue halves and didn't find any there either as Beast Mode puts it up off the crossbar, and Andy denies. And so far, we hit halftime, and both teams all tied up at 0. And Jorby, this could just be a day in North America where defenses are just extremely stingy.
Well, here's Com in front, and if you can't win the challenge, just don't challenge the ball. Calm sends this one across, fakes the final touch, and gives version 1 the lead.
Oh, so smart there, and then gets the touch as it touches the ground, just in case there's a defender rotating back to cover up the goal line. Gives a little extra mustard to push that one in, and here comes T. Corral looking to answer right away, and that one hits crossbar, and no follow-up from the Susquehanna Sonics, and you gotta see one there if you want to try and tie things up.
Oh, save from Torment coming out of the back of the net. ZPS setting this one up for Sonics. Drops straight back down for Calm. Beast mode. Well, it's been really hard to read where Beast Mode's going to go with that touch. Here comes Andy. Flip reset available. He's got the goal. Beautiful push from Andy.
Andy coming off this side wall, and once he got around Beast Mode, he had a lot of real estate to work with. Gets the flip reset, and Calm didn't know if it was going high or low. Puts himself in the middle of the net. And that was the wrong guess there as Sonics answer quickly to V1's goal.
Andy having to get there quickly, but he loses the 50. He doesn't even get to the 50. Now ZPS. Push forward, gets over 1, gets by 2. T-Krell and Andy crashing in front, and a miscommunication. T-Krell's got to buy more time. He does so with that 50. ZPS actually in the air. They make up for it and even get a shot on net.
And Rocket League even now has voice chat in game. No excuse for that one. Got to be able to call your teammates off. And again, miscoms on the side of the Sonics, but still doing well. And that one goes low, but great defense there from Torment. One of the best of all time.
That's his 4th save. He's been tasked on the goal line a lot in game number 1. Andy pulling back on this one. I like how the Sonics have approached the game for the most part. There was that one mishap, but they weren't even punished for it. In fact, T-Corral bought them time to keep the push going on offense. But here comes Combo! What a double! Got the pass shot! Torment saved by Andy! You know what, Subi, you're right. Everyone in NA today were like, yeah, okay, all shots go right into the defender, and so all the spectators at home can lose their lunch and, you know, have a heart attack. Thanks.
Oh my goodness. Hey guys, you just want to play defense only today? Yeah, that sounds great. And that sounds disrespectful, like they're not bringing any offense out, because, I mean, the offense has been incredible, but the defense has definitely been the storyline so far through 2 series today.
It's been a lot of improv, hasn't it? Like the first touch doesn't really go your way, and so you have to adjust kind of mid-touch. So far, the adjustments have been solid for Sonics on defense, despite the tries from version 1 to take the lead. T. Corral next on the assignment. Pushed forward by Torment, and the ball drops down. Game 1.
Why not?
Overtime.
I mean, we ended last series with 1. Why not start this series off with 1 as Andy pushes that one, and V1 going to win this kickoff. Torment twirling through the air, loses that 50, and Calm just going to go far post, but not enough put behind that ball as Andy sends it back into the orange half, and V1 playing very spread apart, waiting for those follow-ups, and it works well here as Beast Mode deletes ZPS from the field, and V1 take game 1.
Yeah, T. Corral, you see him turn up just a little bit, wondering where Beast Mode's going to go with that ball, and he wants the catch on the backboard, but he just doesn't have a perfect read. It's that turn upfield as soon as he grabbed the corner boost that really was the difference maker of him whiffing or getting the catch on the backboard. Version 1 with Torment picking up that MVP in the game-winning goal, and the one game lead, in the series.
Yeah, and I like to see that patience from version 1, not forcing things, not sending 3 in the blue half, really just making sure, okay, job number 1, let's make sure we don't allow balls to go over our head, those long clears downfield that turn into errant goals. Okay, that's complete. Now we just have to worry about getting a touch on that ball, and I love that play there from Torment. Just waiting patiently, top of the box, and hey, defender missed it. Easy cleanup goal for version 1.
Sonics, I thought they had a lot of good pushes in that game. There were some defensive, I wouldn't say mishaps. I mean, Calm made a couple of good touches to set up version 1 on some of those chances, but still, you liked how they were minding business in front of the net. I like some of their pushes as well. This team has mechanical ability behind it. They have the opportunity to get creative when they get on offense. As we head to Aquadome, they're going to need to get it going because these series feel real short as a best of 5. One more game win for version 1, and it's on match point.
And Torment afforded a lot of space there, looking for a bump, couldn't quite find Andy. And version 1 right back to work after game number 1, trying to keep the pedal to the metal, keep that offense rolling. And for the Sonics, they've got to figure something out on how to break out of their own half. As T. Carell going to try and slow things down to get that ball. No, gets away from his Fennec there, and Andy going to go through the air and show us some mechanics here.
Oh, he did get the flip reset through one, but a nice catch from Beast Mode. ZPS sends it up against the ceiling. T. Carell not there. Just a little late. Andy gets kicked down on the play. Version 1. Physicality is a core part of their gameplay, and they're getting a lot of those little chips and bumps that are throwing off the rotation for Sonics. Another clear for Beast Mode, sends it back to the blue.
And there's those demos you were talking about. Jorby takes T. Carell out of the picture. The follow-up is slow, but ZPS gets a nice pinch off the ceiling there to send that one down the orange half. And here comes Torment, gets that boost, meets T. Carell, a neutral 50-50 cleaned up by Beast Mode, and Beast Mode so fast to those balls, so mechanically gifted, and that's one player, if you're on the Sonics, you don't want to allow to get started.
It's been a quiet opening minute for version 1. They've only got one shot. I mean, it's one shot apiece for both offenses, but Andy got the flip reset, pushes it forward, not enough power. Com's got the save. And T. Carell, no boost here. Did get the 50, but you saw ZPS and Andy playing real safe, and they almost get caught out. They do get caught out on the whiff. Com doesn't put it on target. A missed opportunity for version 1 to take the lead.
That's a hard one. He was going for the boost right when he picked it up, putting a snapshot on target, and it was just inches away from going in, just narrowly wide. But I love to see those plays. I love to see the unselfish play from Beast Mode going, hey, Com, I see you playing point man. I see you going for that outlet pass. I'm going to feed you. And while it might have not found its mark, it definitely puts that in the back of the Sonics' minds going, okay, they're going to start pulling those plays out more and more. And T. Carell going backside, picks the pocket of Com.
Great shot by T. Carell. Flips over one defender. Last man back is Com. A full tank of boost. And he just never jumps for that. I mean, that shot was hard onto the net. Com was stunned. No chance at it. What a shot by T. Carell.
Like he pulled the pin on a flashbang before that one went on target. Com couldn't do anything to defend that, and here comes Beast Mode. Again sees Com mid-air. Com puts that one on target, but T. Carell was waiting on that back wall as miscommunication again from Com and Beast Mode, not knowing who's going for that boost, and it left a slight delay, which led to this slight delay in the offense, and Torment monster block, excuse me, as Beast Mode.
I like that.
A Blanc?
Yeah, Master Blancs. We're back over to Com. Beast Mode, trying to get that push. But, I mean, to what you were saying about the miscom again from version 1, Sonics are good enough that they're going to punish you on those mistakes. And with the road to London being as tight of a race as it is in North America right now, you cannot afford to have miscommunication issues as a team that's trying to pin itself as a top team in North America. It's not going to get it done. And if a team like Sonics is bringing the heat against you like this, you've got to be on lock. T. Carell pushes the ball back across, hoping to give ZPS a chance at it, and he will get it. Version 1 going to try again.
Yeah, I think V1's always going to be one of those teams that performs well in a live environment. But the big thing for them is getting to that live environment. They've got to make sure that they can punch their ticket to there. And right now, I mean, being in the lower bracket, down by 1 goal in game number 2 against Sonics, you sent the first one to overtime. I really think they need to really just ramp up their play a little bit.
Beast Mode gets a solid touch. Com was the whole way back, trying to cut off the pass from ZPS. ZPS lets it drop. Now he's got Andy on the wing, but not the best touch to follow that up. Torment takes control. He's got the reset. Look at Torment getting mechanical. I feel like by the regional, he's just getting better. Andy underneath. Stealing reset, back to ZPS, cut off by Beast Mode. And Com gonna race down for this one. Lets it bounce, lets Andy in the air. Com gets in front, and he screens the net, giving Torment the tying goal.
And look at this, Jorby. Com doesn't even make contact, but it forces T. Carell to stay on the ground, and that nice high shot has the elevation underneath it to go right above the defender. I love the aggressive play we just saw there from Com.
As much as Sonics were able to hold on to that lead, that lack of offense in the second half of regulation is starting to show. They just I don't think they've generated more than one shot since the clock has hit 2:30. It's been all version 1 pushing down the field, preventing that midfield for Sonics. Even T. Corelli's really having to dive for that ball. Andy gonna take control, and now Sonics are on the push. Flip reset underneath. He's got 2 touches out, but Beast Mode able to return fire. Back over to T. Corelli, who's all by himself. Beast Mode squares up on the 50, and Andy slips in at the last second. Calm got the 50 again. The end of regulation could be looking like overtime as ZPS looks for a clear.
And again, game 1 ended all tied up in the blue half. Looking like game 2 could be similar, but ZPS puts a shot on target, and 0 second on the clock as T. Corel keeps the ball alive. The Sonics want to keep this one going, and Torment gladly sends it to the ground, sending us to our second overtime.
Which way will this one go? Beast Mode getting the demo. Torment just going to pinch it downfield. It's not going to get it done. T. Corel's got it. Andy slips right underneath Torment. Beast Mode trying to cut off the rotation. You see Torment harassing the last defender in net, but Beast Mode protects the rock. Or excuse me, it was T. Corel harassing Torment in net. Other way around. Quick shot. T. Corel's got the catch, but Beast Mode is there for the rebound. T. Corel stays with it. Start of overtime, not without a little bit of action.
Big flick there as well to get that one out of their own half. You saw Beast Mode call off Torment. Calm putting this one up high, but Andy gonna slow things down, dribble this one through the air into the orange half, and wins that 50, sends Beast Mode back into the corner, but that boost just spawned. Gonna be fine up on this back wall, and Torment sends that shot away, and again, V1 doing a very good job at keeping that ball away from their net.
ZPS getting the catch on the side wall. He's not been able to handle the ball well on those carries. Drop that one down again. He had the mistouch from earlier, but he gets a big demo. Andy sets up the double touch. He's got it, but it's wide. Torment dives in front. Takes away ZPS's rebound. And version 1, a little stingy there and a little tenuous, if you will, but they get out.
Get the job done. Doesn't matter how they do it, as Andy looking to get another pass on target, and he does so, but Beast Mode from version 1 puts that one well towards midfield, and it really seems like version 1 unaffected by the offense from the Sonics right now, and really feeling like they're starting to disrespect them at their offensive presence.
Beast Mode popping this one up, and T. Corel forces the ball out. Uh-oh, dangerous, and Beast Mode's gonna catch them out! The pinch from Calm absolutely stuns the Sonics here, and version 1 have taken a 2-0 lead in the set.
I think ZPS thought Andy was up on the back wall as well and had a better angle to attack that ball, but ZPS had the boost in the tank to deal with that. I don't know why he didn't go, but either way, version 1 extremely happy to clean that ball up, and Beast Mode wins it in overtime, and version 1 find themselves up 2-0 in the series.
That lack of offense really coming to hurt Sonics. They had some chances at the start of overtime, and they're trying to utilize mechanics to their ability to get creative down the field. But that was the only opportunity on the highlight reel that we really got from Sonics. After that, it was all version 1, even on the defensive end. And that pinch, you're absolutely right. ZPS expecting something a little different, and the ball just skirts right over the top of his hood, and it was perfect for Beast Mode to turn right around and get the win.
Well, and to rewind the tape a little bit, Jorby, back to what I was saying was it really felt like version 1 weren't respecting the Sonics at all there, and the offense they're bringing forward. So they're saying, hey guys, we can keep it in the offensive half as long as we want. And when they clear that ball, all it's doing is giving us an opportunity to get boost, because the times that they are pushing that ball forward, it's really not making us flinch at all. They haven't shown us any reason that we need to start doubting ourselves on defense.
The road to London is getting a little bit clearer for version 1. Now 1 game away from taking down the Sonics and inching their way up the leaderboard a little bit further. Torment, he's been instrumental in the series. Talk about veteran leadership on a team. Torment absolutely has to be that. Beast Mode, 2 touches straight down, but right into ZPS.
And that's nasty. He puts that self pass off the left side of the backboard, then the shot goes far right. I mean, just the ability to do that. The mechanics are nutty from this guy. And I'm so glad he's back in the scene. I'm so glad we get to see him on this version of the team, but big miss, and he's able to roll it back. Big whiff from the Sonics leads to the first goal from V1.
Andy Oh no, he was expecting, he thought Beast Mode was closer to the ball. Beast Mode was completely shaded on Andy's cam, and so he was trying to time, it looked like he was trying to time his jump for a 50. Like, that's why that one looked so bad. Just looking at Andy's cam, I can't believe that it was just mistiming on his jump. That looked, Beast Mode completely disappeared behind the ball. And the benefit of shading yourself behind the ball comes to fruition for Beast Mode.
And now it's all going to be about the body language that we see from the Sonics. Are they going to kind of tuck their heads in the sand, or are they just going to keep firing shots? And it looks like it's going to be option B. Never quit, never surrender for the Sonics. Down 1 goal. Offense hasn't quite been there this series, but here they go. Andy looking for a double and can't find it. Oh, on that play, you don't even worry about what Com's doing. You just play the miss.
And he almost had it too. His nose just a little up and he couldn't make contact. Still a difficult read even with a player in traffic. Oh, nice read again by Torment to push the ball downfield. Task is feeling a little tall for Sonics right now. Things aren't going their way, the bounces aren't going their way, and now the misreads are happening. Version 1, for all of those mistakes from Sonics, they've been able to keep the scoreline close in the first 2 minutes. Now looking to headhunt on the goal line. T-Corel pushes this one across, has a touch out over to ZPS, has to let it drop, and Andy can only delay the inevitable, which is a version 1 transition.
Yeah, and the one silver lining for the Sonics right now is the fact that we still have a full half to be played, and you're only down 1 goal, but when Musties are coming out like that from Beast Mode, you realize that he is not only warmed up, but he is too hot to handle as a shot comes in from Beast Mode and saved by T-Corel, but V1 just refused to rotate out.
Yeah, those few misses we saw from Beast Mode in Game 1 are completely gone. Here's Andy again, trying to pop it up for a pass. He almost got the bump, still T-Corel got there. They're gonna need more than that to get by this version 1 defense. Andy whips his way back around. Torment gets a demo on the back, and Torment doesn't care. He's just taking hoods down. T-Corel, one-on-one the other way. Beast Mode contesting him, and he's got the win on the touch. Andy's trying to follow it up, but he's got no boost. T-Corel again, trying to set it up, and it's a light shot turned away. ZPS got the 50, Andy's got the net. Goal, what a stop by Torment. Torment's a one-man defensive machine. You think you got him caught out on the goal line, Stubby, and he's always coming up with a save.
He's just going to show you why you need to know every little trick in Rocket League that there is. You don't know how to half flip? Well, Torment just gave you a reason to learn. You can cover up that backside so well as T-Corel bombs this one downfield. 1.5 minutes to work with, but again, that ball just seems to be on a rope tied to the blue half, just keeps bouncing back in there, and the Sonics can't find any offense here in game number 3.
And they're looking for a good pair of shears to try to cut that thread. Com. Now, Andy went for the boost steal. Com got the demo and keeps Sonics at least in control of the neutral zone. Here's T-Corel, flips it over 1. Com pushing it back over to Torment, who doesn't get contact. Now Andy's given some space. Andy with the touch, got over 1, but Com got the touch over the other. And they're still gonna push forward for ZPS. T-Corel gonna wait. He ends up flipping off the ball. And Andy's given a little bit of space again, but it's cut off. Every time Andy gets a little bit of space, version 1 covered the gap so quickly, and the pass cut off by Beast Mode.
That's what has been missing. It has been all solo efforts from the Sonics right now. We need to see some team plays try to develop in the final 30 seconds if they want to tie this game up. Here comes Andy. There goes the pass, and Beast Mode comes out of the top of the goal, and T-Corel has the space, but Com covers up the goal line, and less than 30 seconds to go, and the Sonics are knocking at the door.
Andy hard pass. T-Corel pre-jump. ZPS has to make up for it, and he wins it to buy T-Corel time. Sonics are definitely setting the house at the end of the game. They know that their tournament life's on the line. Pushing this one across again. T-Corel back over to the corner. Com's there to defend. Andy deleted. T-Corel, no deletion on Beast Mode. He's going to get the touch. ZPS pushes it out. Time expires. Andy keeps it in the air, but coming down, ZPS keeps it in the air. T-Corel, he's got a shot.
There it is.
Demo, and Beast Mode's got the save. Version 1 still have to withstand the pressure. T-Corel's got the shot. Com's got the save. Win for Version 1. They move on in the tournament.
My goodness, Version 1 doing such a great job on defense there. It seemed like every single shot that the Sonics were putting on target didn't even force Version 1 to blink. so comfortable in that back half, and it led to those breakout opportunities. And more importantly, just the offensive performance and the offensive output to keep the Sonics on defense. I mean, the shots look equal, but when you look at boost consumption and boost steals, it's got to favor version 1 in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, version 1, the score, like you said, scoreline really close, but you never really felt like Sonics took control of this game. Really not until the end of game 3, when things were really desperate and they were just sending every chassis at the ball to see what stuck. And unfortunately, nothing stuck to version 1's wall, and they stuck everything back at them, throwing darts at Sonic's net and throwing darts at the players. But that's all we got for Sonics in version 1. Coming up next, one of the hot starts and the hot stories of the tournament, Torrent. Can they continue their run and do the unthinkable to beat G2 in the upper bracket? You don't want to miss that match. We're going to have it after the break.
Performance, precision, pepperoni pizza, built by fans, inspired by snacks, model 711, win it.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're on day 2 of the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. I'm Leaf. Gibbs is here. Achieves is as well, and so is Stacks down at the end. We've had a couple of games go by us there. One was long, the other not so much. We have a lot more matches ahead of us. Let's talk about that first one that was pretty long there. That overtime, Stacks, was nuts.
Oh, it was absolutely incredible. Look, the top 5 in score in a single game in this event all come from this one game. It was absolutely incredible. 14 minutes of overtime. Garrett G, I think, finally scores the winner at the end at some point. Everything else seemed like a breeze compared to game 4 of that series, and they just dragged this out to be almost a 7-gamer just with that one overtime alone.
Yeah, tons of top plays coming out, but I did really feel like Faze, there was times like AJ especially, he had some open shots, did not hit them early on in that series, really cost them a couple games, so they couldn't force a game 5. And Faze, yet again, lose to Energy 4 in a row now with this roster.
And Achieves to the other side of the spectrum here. It felt like a little bit of a cakewalk for version 1 over Sonics.
Yeah, pretty comfortable first couple of games here for version 1. Some nice mix-ups on their approach, and of course the rock-solid defense that you can always expect out of everybody on version 1. But overall, I thought Sonics had a couple of really nice looks. Was just unfortunate to see them not be able to convert as often as they would like. That back half of game 3 really was perhaps their best show of it. It still just wasn't quite enough, and big oops right there indeed.
Yep. Yeah, all three games there decided by just the one goal. There's actually only been one game today that hasn't been decided by just a single goal. It was NRG's first win today, so everything's been tightly contested today.
Well, let's look at the bracket, though, because that was elimination matches that we just watched. We did have to knock out 2 of those teams. Those teams were FaZe and Sonics. They are out of the tournament here on out as we slowly but surely try to crown a champion for tomorrow's championship Sunday. And up in the upper bracket, G2, Torrent, Envy, and Complexity. Gibbs, we're going to be off the desk for a bit here, so let's. Yeah. I want to talk about Envy Complexity a bit because there's a bit of a points race here for them.
Huge implications for the World Championships. Obviously, they're fighting to make it to London, so a top 5 would be great. Whoever wins this match, guaranteed top 3 in regional too. But when we're looking at the world's points, right now it's in flux. Basically, how many spots North America will have. Right now, it could be where Complexity is. It could be where Envy is. But what Envy really wants to do is just move ahead of Complexity, and then they don't have to worry about how NA does at London, and they will very likely make it to the World Championship. So absolutely huge, because whoever wins this, guaranteed top 3 in this regional, will gain a lot of points on their opponent. And the other team is still alive, going down to the lower bracket, but they could finish in 5th. So absolutely huge for World's implications and London implications as well.
A lot of extra on the line here. And speaking of our next match, G2 versus Torrent, a lot on the line for Torrent, I believe. This is a big proving point for them. They're looking super good coming in with Zanil into this tournament, but now they're facing off against G2. Achieves, this is one of the opponents you probably hope to avoid as much as possible in the bracket.
Well, I think you could argue that pretty much everyone that Torrent has had to play up to now has been someone you'd rather avoid than not. But they have performed admirably against all so far, and perhaps G2 another step on the ladder. Like I said during the pre-show, seen a lot of Zanil. He's very logical. I mean, it's a complete departure from a style of the game that he likes to play, but he has incredibly good decision making from what I can tell watching him drive around the pitch. So I'm curious to see if they're able to find a way to crack that G2 defense. And I don't know if the firepower is really there for it just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if they make G2 work a little bit harder than they may expect to score goals on them.
Chat, what do you think? It's time for the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag TOR, hashtag G2. You know, if we're looking at fans, I know which way this one is going, but I mean, I bet a lot of people are rallying behind Torrent right now. I mean, seeing what they've done already, I mean, Achieves alluded to it too. They had to tear through NRG and version 1 to get to this point to even face against G2. So it's not like it was an easy route to get to this point, but G2 is G2. So analysts, let's get your thoughts on this one. Stacks, I'm going to start with you on this. Do we have Torrent or do we have G2?
Boy, I'm only sure of one thing right now, and this Slurpee's really good. The only thing I'm certain of is G2 is, I mean, they got to be the heavy favorite, right? I mean, it's hard to pick Torrent here because look, they get demoed like 5 times a game. G2 averages about that much. I think G2 could probably run it up around 6, 7, or 8 demos a game if they really feel like it against Torrent, and I don't think they're going to be ready for it. So as good as Torrent has been up till now, I think it ends here in the upper bracket. I got G2.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Cheese, you were talking about how good G2 was in the pre-show. You broke down one of their plays. I have a feeling that's because you feel like they should be the team to win this.
Yeah, if you don't pick your previous regional major winning team to beat Torrent, what are you doing on this desk? Like, you can say Torrent as the meme, which you did the first go around, Leaf. So I guess you have an out, maybe.
No, I knew NRG was going to win this.
I knew he was going to do it. I knew he was going to
bring it up. Screenshot it. It was under my name. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
a prediction.
yeah, okay.
Fair enough. Okay, Gibbs.
Well, we're talking about that monster lower bracket with all these teams in it, but for fans of G2, here's all they see. They're just looking around, and it's free real estate. There's no one in front of them at this point. So G2 all the way. They're going all the way to the upper finals. They're not worried about this. They're going to the grand finals at this point. They are looking in front of them, and they see nothing.
Yeah, no, I was brilliant before in my pick. Knew it all along.
Masterful.
I know that this time you guys are definitely right. There's no way I can be predicting against it. I love to see Torrent's run right now, and I hope fans are going to be behind him. But G2 has to be my pick in this matchup. We've seen how strong that offense is, and if they get started strong at the beginning here, it might just be Torrent trying to figure out what's even happening to them as they go through. So we have to put it across the board, and maybe that's the curse, maybe it's not. Maybe chat can fix this.
Y'all heard it here first. Leaf has no faith in Zanil. Unbelievable.
Not no faith. I just have a lot more faith in G2 Esports is what it comes down to. And so does chat. And it's time to see how this match is going to go and see if everyone is right. Let's head over to the Verizon Skybox now. Cole and Turtle are waiting to cast the next matchup. Torrent is on the tear of their lives through the upper bracket, but who do they find waiting for them on the other side of the field? It's none other than G2 Esports. One of these teams will find themselves in the lower bracket, the other in the winners finals.
Two orgs who have had to stay patient to reach their goals. G2 to finally start winning absolutely everything. And Turtle, Torrent just want to be involved in the conversation. So tell us all about them.
Oh man, I've been watching Torrent since the beginning of Season X. And at that point, they were making waves. They were frequently securing top 8 positions and top 8 final standings, really. And to come out here and finally bring that same level of energy and make another top 6 performance for the first time in what feels like several splits. They've got a new pickup, Zanil. Everything seems like it's going their way, unless you're 6 seconds in against G2.
You got your game plan. You're speaking to the coach, Mystic. You're saying, look, let's just stay tight at the beginning. You know, this is we're deep in this tournament right now. The last thing we want to do is throw away a goal straight away. That is what happens. So before G2 so rudely interrupted you, Turtle, you were telling us about the composition of Torrent.
You set me up for that one. I know you did. You know, they're obviously not the favorites up against G2, but the new pickup, Zanil. If you're not aware of Torrent, they just picked up Zanil, and he is the mechanical guru that Torrent have brought on. And they want to involve him as much as possible on the offensive side, and he's done a great job so far. Chiefs talking about the decision-making, as Kinsey gets a noticeable save there, and that's another aspect that Torrent have improved on, the saving department. The saves here, so much stronger. Their defense can stand tall, stand alone against top-tier teams, but against G2, there's going to be a lot of infield passes, a lot of demos like Stacks talked about, so they've got their work cut out for them, Cole.
Well, I mean, I've been watching this team since they were Alpine, and they are a beautiful team to watch. But G2 at the moment, they are just on a complete other level. They win in Los Angeles. They do it looking flawless, almost, apart from, I was about to say moist, apart from Queso. Not many teams can hold a candle to them back there. And then the first regional in North America, they win that as well. So can they be stopped right here by Torrent? It's going to be a long one. I think the fact that it's a best of 7 is an advantage to G2 as well.
Absolutely. It's going to be difficult. I mean, just because Torrent have made it this far, it doesn't mean that they should let up. I think it's really easy for teams in Torrent's position to get comfortable. They already made top 6. They're definitely happy. I got to interview Magic Bear yesterday, and he said that he was just happy to be here and to be able to compete against G2 and make top 6 because it's been so long. But you want to see the hunger from these young guns, from these young players on the field, and see really what they can bring above what they've already provided here against NRG in version 1.
Well, Magic Bear watched that one go over his head. He was much more confident than I was. that one wasn't going to nestle in the back of the net, but G2 have just applied so much pressure since the kickoff. It has been non-stop as Chicago goes in yet again. You were mentioning that Torrent's defense has improved. This is a real big test of that, because already from G2, you can see they are looking fluent and beautiful, and everything is working for them.
And no matter how great your defense looks, eventually things will fall. And that's mainly because all of this pressure, all of the shots coming through, they were getting starved out. They had no boost, couldn't manage. And eventually a mistake is going to come out. That one's a backboard whiff. Couldn't get contact on it, and G2 an easy cleanup.
It's just pure pressure game from G2 at the moment. They are taking everything that's on the pitch. Not letting poor old Torrent have a sniff at that beautiful yellow stuff that you want to fill your car up with. Chin-ups goes around it, just setting the ball high. They know they've got boost control, so they can afford to do this. And what they're doing as well, the way they're brutalizing Torrent right now is the bumps that the player off the ball is going for.
Absolutely.
As I say that, Magic Bear breaks ranks, but quickly, it's back in G2 possession.
And that's by far the strongest and smartest playstyle that G2 can incorporate here up against Torrent. You know that you have the advantage. You shouldn't try to destroy them in the 1v1 department or take a lot of solo challenges. Just try to stay very stable here on offense, keep the possession forward, and know that you can starve them out. And that's what they've been doing, keeping that ball forward, making sure they have that possession, taking boost, and waiting for a mistake. There was Chicago almost connecting on a double tap, but couldn't get that final shot in.
They're going to come again, though, with Atomic. Already, you can see Kinsey's boostless. JNaps is up against Magic Bear, but Magic Bear has won that one cleanly, and Torrent, just bit by bit, managing to make it into the orange half. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see this first game go away from them too quickly. At some point, you'd expect they'd stabilize themselves in the series. Could it be in this game? It's another good shot from G2 at Chicago then, but more good defending.
And a really good demo there from Magic Bear to relieve some pressure. If you're trying to stop this onslaught of shots coming in from G2, taking out that third man is going to be a huge help. Here's another challenge from Zanil, and they're, like you said, Colt, bit by bit, getting out of their own half, finding ways to at least contain and maintain some possession. Here's Kinsey, though, on another challenge. He does win it, but still looking for a better follow-up, and Atomic, a nice cutoff there to intercept the pass.
50-50 game for Torrent is looking pretty good for them, managing to break through G2 at the moment, and then the demos come in. So they are starting just to begin to push that door open. It's just a single finger that's pushing against it. Needs to really beat it down as far as the Torrent attacks go and the G2 defense. But his match
here we go.
Past JNaps. Daniil's in the middle, but he couldn't quite get that last touch. And that's where maybe the pressure's going to start getting to them. They're in the final 6. All eyes are on them in a best of 7. I'm not sure when the last time this org as an entity was in a best of 7. Everything feels different right now for them.
Yeah, and that's a moment where you need to shine if you're Magic Bear going for those double taps. If you want to beat a team like G2, you have to incorporate some higher level mechanics, getting those double taps, or at least something a bit more creative. G2, they're not going to make simple mistakes on defense. There's a good demo from Kinsey. Maybe forcing a mistake to come out is the play here for Torrent. Another pass across, another fake from Kinsey. Things lining up for Torrent, but they can't get that final shot to go towards the net.
I gotta say that Torrent will be pretty happy with how the second half of this first game has gone. They've really made more of an emphasis on attack. Is Kinsey, could he break the deadlock as far as Torrent are concerned? Not quite there. Magic Bear's gonna try again. Does he have anybody in the center? No, he doesn't. And Atomic can just swallow up the remaining time. G2 will win this first game. It's the question of whether it's 2-0 or not. And it was 2-0 to G2 Esports, as expected, but a relative comeback for Torrent.
And it was so clean from G2 Esports, and this is where other teams like V1 and NRG struggled against Torrent. They truthfully didn't play this more relaxed and fluid playstyle where they were just focusing on keeping possession. I noticed that in those previous series against Torrent, NRG and V1 were trying to outpace them in literally every challenge. They had, I would say, too much confidence going into the matchup against Torrent, but for G2, it was simple, clean, and very minimalistic here with those passes. 1, maybe 2 passes max. They weren't trying to do too much, Cole, which is important.
I'll tell you what else is important, Turtle, and that is that one of us is going to have to change. Look,
bro,
you knew I was wearing this. What? Just because you look better.
What do you mean? I didn't know you were
this.
wearing that. Mine's not buttoned up, though. Come on. And where's the chain? Where's the chain?
Send me one, and I will rock it, and I will look cool.
All right. It's
cool.
on the way.
I'm cool. What do you mean? He said I wasn't cool. 2-0 to G2 Esports in game number 1. Did you see enough from Torrent to suggest that they can do better going forward?
I didn't see enough. Not at all. There was so many opportunities off the backboard, a couple of double taps, mechanical issues, which I thought would be there. I mean, this is the reason why Torrent picked up Zanil, to shine more on the mechanical side. And we haven't seen anything spectacular. Yes, the defense has been able to get a couple of blocks, but I expect more as this series goes on, mechanically out of Torrent.
Well, lots to work on then. Just a bit of a foothold is what they need. And Magic Bear's trying to get it, but he's already out of boost. Kinsey's coming forward, then Zanil behind him, a man who's been so hyped up. Is this going to be his first sight of goal? Almost. JNapster was so quick to respond. It's back to Kinsey, and at the moment, this second game is starting the way the first one ended, with Torrent just making a few more forays downtown towards the orange half on Aquadome, like they did in the first map.
I mean, it's already a step forward. I mean, within the first 6 seconds, they haven't gotten scored on. They're actually pushing past the midfield line, which is great. Zanil might be able to follow it up off the corner. Atomic, I've been so impressed with Atomic, at least within the first game. He's been getting every read here on the field, Cole, knowing where Torrent are trying to go. And right there again, putting himself in the position to intercept all those passes across.
It's always perfect decision-making from Atomic as well. You just know he'll make the right choice, whether it's bump, demo, snapshot, or something a bit more special than that. But speaking of specialism, Kinsey is dancing forward in Chicago just for a second. That ball looked like it was going to be going over the top of him. Not to be for now, but Kinsey keeps the attack going. Magic Bear is desperate to beat JNaps to that ball. And G2 are looking a little bit pent back right now. They need to make these transitions count. Chicago needs to not get dunked for a start. Kinsey has a chance to shoot, but he's just missed it again. And at the last, there's a miss from Torrent when they had an opportunity.
You need to shine in those moments. You've got to step up mechanically to hit those shots, or at least find contact on the ball. Here's Zanil looking to dig himself out of this hole on defense. Can't find another touch. And we're waiting to see what Torrent have to offer. There's a demo, and then a backboard pass to Chicago. Clean from G2.
If you don't take your chances, G2 are going to punish you every single time, and this is how JNaps just floating the ball above the goal. Chicago doesn't even need to do that much. Once G2 have really made their mechanical advantage count, eventually you feel their extra boost is going to make them score.
Yeah, that advantage in speed in the midfield really helping them out. Nobody was on the backboard from Torrent. 2 players in the net expecting a shot to come on target. And fortunately enough for G2, that one off the backboard. We'll see if Torrent can respond, but so far within the first few seconds of kickoff, they've been stuck in their own half.
Yeah, really important time right now for Torrent. They started this game the best. They didn't manage to get their goal and then they conceded. This is where you have to just stay strong for 20, 30 seconds or so. Make sure that you don't end up throwing this second game away, because G2, they will attack you like a panther. They will keep on coming. They're not going to give you a second to breathe now they've got that bit between their teeth.
Really good control there from Chicago. What a dribble, too, getting past one player that passed in the midfield for Atomic. Maybe a double tap off the backboard. 2 players doing so much work together. The chemistry absolutely outshining the rest.
It does scare me how often we have 2 Torrent players in their own goal, though. They'll have to fix that. But Magic Bear can maybe get one on the other end. He shoots it into the corner. Another shot on target in the statistics as Zanil goes around the side. Takes out JNaps and not the ball. Good play from him. Good decision-making, mixing up the approach there for Torrent. From Zanil, a man we've yet to really see get involved in this series.
Right.
We know that he can do a lot more. Anybody who's been watching Torrent's forays in this tournament so far on day one will know that Zanil can be very, very dangerous, but so are Chicago's bumps. Magic Bear has the free jump just to get the save. JNaps is still coming in, and JNaps, he's done it for years, has that finish.
And here's the thing about this play, Cole. We get a glimpse of what's special about Torrent. You see Magic Bear, he dodges the demo, still gets the save. But what makes G2 such an efficient team is that even when their best shot at the net fails, they have somebody backed up to go in after that rotation, after the shot comes out, and finish the job. So important to have that there for G2. A fake from Zanil into the midfield, but still nobody's here for Torrent.
So close to Torrent's first goal, and it was from the fake. More creativity from them, mixing up their approach. Exactly what we want to see from Torrent. Still, though, somehow can't get that ball in the net, and it will be starting to frustrate them at this point as they go within 1 minute and 30 seconds of going 2 games in a row goalless. That has to change soon, but it's still G2 on the ball. Chicago has lost it, though, to Magic Bear. JNap's just high. This one should be won by Kinsey. Can he get it to his teammate? He can. Magic Bear slows it down, and now Torrent seem to be taking their time a bit more when they have the opportunity to. That's going to make G2 start rushing. Chicago has it. JNaps, he's so quick in the air when they do have a chance. Magic Bear gets the save.
Now, how is this drought going to affect the mental of Torrent? Are they going to overextend too much going for these shots, or maybe they'll bring something else that's more creative? They've been going for some fakes here on the goal line that seemed to have worked previously. They just didn't have anybody in position to have the final shot or the final blow. Maybe Zanil can start something from his own half. He's demoed by Atomic, and more time wasted off the clock, off the backboard. Magic Bear to Kinsey, but it's saved. Atomic yet again. He's always in the defensive spot he needs to be.
I mean, that's how he made his name back in his Envy days, Atomic. He is just undefeatable when he's the third man back. But Torrent are going to keep trying to defeat the undefeatable. Magic Bear to the backboard. Kinsey, does he go for the race? He doesn't. Just lets JNaps have it. He knows he's not going to get too much speed on that ball. But Chicago, look at him beating Magic Bear. Nothing is working for Torrent. And then Zanil taking down Chicago. It's not going to work. Kinsey's trying to go again. And G2 just getting bodies in the way absolutely everywhere. The drought, the antithesis of Torrent continues.
And the prediction game from G2. Look at the positioning. Atomic right in front of Zanil. Doesn't even let Zanil get a touch of it or a piece of it. Final seconds, 2 goals. There's no possibility for Torrent. And it's a 2-game lead for G2.
I feel like Torrent are just losing their nerve. They spend so much time diligently pushing the ball through the midfield.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going all out. They're not trying to beat
working
G2
hard.
for everything.
They're
They are
working
working so hard. Good, honest work from Torrent. And then there's that moment where one of these players has a quarter of a chance, a fifth of a chance, just an opportunity to do something, put some pressure on G2's net, and that's where they're missing the ball, and it is so frustrating.
Yeah, it feels like they have the spark, right, to light the fire, to light the flame, but G2, they're basically the wind knocking that flame out, and we do actually have a timeout here for Torrent. We'll see what they have to incorporate moving forward and what they can change. It doesn't feel abysmal. I mean, G2 aren't absolutely slapping Torrent on all sides of the field. There's moments, there's glimpses here for Torrent, but it is too consistent. You need to shake and knock G2 off of their very confident stance here because nothing so far has even questioned their defense.
Yeah, they look very comfortable, G2. They honestly look like they could do this all day, and you can see it in their body language right now. And this is the team that is feeling incredibly comfortable. They know that they're on the cusp.
Hand. Look at that comfortable position.
He's chilling, man. He's relaxed. You know, he's got his bed behind him. He's made it. You know, the bedrooms are all neat and tidy there. JNaps as well. Look at him. He's a bed maker. Good to see. And G2 are just looking fine. They look fine. They look fine in game. They look fine out of game.
Yeah.
It's on Torrent to really try and make them struggle.
That's the thing. How do you stress out G2? And if you want to look back all the way to the previous major, what did Queso do to stress out G2? They hit him with every single flip reset and every single mechanic in the game. It felt like that was the only way for Queso, who are now Moist at the time, or who were Queso at the time, who are now Moist. The only way was just with every single mechanic in the game. Flip resets, you're going for pinches, you're going for this insane mind games. That's what you need to break down G2 Esports. And if that is the standard to throw G2 off their game, I don't know how Torrent can do it, to be honest.
Well, they need to take some more risks as well. The closest they've come to scoring was it Magic Bear or Kinsey who got that fake? It was one of them. And it really made G2 panic just for that split second where they're like, oh, where's the ball? It's going over my head. And they didn't know quite what to do with it. Other than that, they haven't really tried it. But I'm not necessarily certain it's pure mechanics. It is just something that surprises G2. Maybe turning around, doing a half rotation that G2 don't expect, taking that risk.
Or even going for demos, like I talked about. I did get the chance to interview Magic Bear, and he was talking about how in the middle of their series, they said, okay, we need to swap it up and go for demos. And this could be a moment where things get more physical. Do we see more demo plays out of Torrent? It's a very common safety net that people will fall back on with the play styles to go for more demos. That was almost the goal here for G2 within the first 10, 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think Magic Bear is making a pitch to join G2. He's saying, look, I can score against Torrent as well, but it was saved by his teammates. Kinsey and Zanil say, no, Magic Bear, you're here with us. We have to fight through as a 3.
Can't beat him, join him, okay?
Oh, what a shot. Oh, and Atomic's there for the redirect. So close. Chicago with an absolute bullet that Atomic was reading better than anyone. And Chicago,
oh my goodness.
JNaps, they just passed the ball around so quickly, G2. I feel like this is the first game where G2 have actually stepped up their own gameplay.
Yeah, with the passing as well. Not only were they going for the midfield pass that we did see in the first 2 games, but it went back to the person who initially tossed it into the middle. So give and goes, 1-2 connections here for G2, and they're just continuing to add on to this slaughter with their shots. We'll see what Chicago now has. Very consistent gameplay from him. An easy clear to keep it forward, and they just have all this possession and pressure in the game so far, Cole.
You got to say, the credit to Torrent. They have survived, at least up to this point. You know, that this is the barrage that they've been conceding from when G2 decided to turn it on. And that seems to have tempted Torrent just to speed up their own gameplay. Maybe now they'll come to play with Zanil. He's boostless again. And Atomic takes out Magic Bear. Just when you think you have a spark, G2 find a way to snuff it out and then score against you.
And it's even more unfortunate for Zanil. He had no boost. He knew that the demo happened, and he's trying to just fix the issue, put a Band-Aid on it, but he has nothing in the tank. He can't even stall any few seconds off the clock, and like that one demo on the play, G2 Esports scored first.
You call them a torrent, and it was like Zanil there was hanging on to a rock at the edge of a waterfall. Yeah. Eventually, the water is going to push you over. Nobody can swim back against it. Maybe Torrent can find a way to it. Zanil gets a flip reset. Interesting strat there, but G2, they were just camped back, waiting for it. But again, Torrent coming forward. Kinsey slowing things down, and this is what I have been impressed with Torrent. When they have a little bit of time on the ball, they're not afraid to take that touch. It's just, can they win the 50-50 and have a second man there to make the use of the 50-50?
Oh, it absolutely doesn't feel like Torrent are panicking and just clearing every single ball directly into the hands of G2. They're smart about their decisions. Like this, look at that first touch from Magic Bear, keeping it close, and he has a shot on net. It's well thought out, well executed, but we need a little bit more depth here as we move forward. An early shot from Zanil when Magic Bear was on the other side, doesn't connect.
Yeah, that had to be a pass. Again, that was an opportunity for an infield pass. Just put some power on it, find your teammate. Maybe it doesn't work out and G2 counter, but you have to take those risks. Magic Bear does take one. Lovely touch from him, and a second and a third as well. Magic Bear's really starting to get involved. Loving what I'm seeing from him. He has Zanil in the center, 50. Tries to bully his way through the 50-50s. Does fall to Zanil in the end, and Chicago can bring it out, but more good attempts from Torrent.
Oh, another demo, though, from JNAMS. That's what got their first goal. But a good follow-up from Zanil. It seems like things are getting spicier for Torrent. I think there might be a chance here for them to get back into this game. With 2 minutes left, there's certainly enough time.
It's the ground play. They seem to think that they can get it past G2, this on-rushing G2 that's been doing them for pace. They can use that to their advantage. Brilliant tactical gameplay there from Torrent. But G2 are going to carry on coming as well. Atomic onto the backboard. Another couple of touches from Magic Bear. Gets past 2 of them. Of course, Chicago was waiting for exactly that to happen. A few double commits from Torrent. Not too many, but as soon as they do half of one, maybe they'll be punished for it. Atomic with the quick shot. And just again, G2 starting to turn that screw. We had Torrent surviving earlier at the start of this game. They did concede eventually. Can they survive again?
I'm getting frustrated for Torrent right now. I'm watching their perspective, especially Magic Bears, and I just see Atomic literally driving around their own half, taking boosts. Every single touch he has is to somebody on his own team, like right there in the midfield. Atomic never gives this ball away to Torrent. And then that one could have been it from Magic Bear. Some high-level mechanics, but again, save from G2.
Yeah, save from G2. They've seen it all before. They're reading everything, and they are just beating that ball away when Torrent bring it forward. 1 more minute in game number 3.
All right, here we go.
Amazingly, G2 at this point have still perfect swept Torrent. Still yet to have a goal in this series. Maybe another one for G2 here. Chicago shoots. Oh, sorry, it was a JNAPS who shot, but it went wide.
All right, now what do we see? Final moments, winding down. Magic Bear, a nice soft touch, but it's intercepted from, of course, Atomic, who's going to get into space. JNAPS alone on defense, a good pinch out. And Zanil, a miss there, and they can't get the quick counterattack on the other side.
Now, though, we have Kinsey, and he does have a little bit of boost to play with, gets the flip reset, which Atomic was just waiting for, and that's better from Magic Bear. Sure, he didn't get the ball, but at least he rushed JNAPS somewhat. JNAPS, though, turns right back around and tries to take out Kinsey on his own goal line. 20 seconds left for Torrent to maybe turn this into a series. Does G2 have control of the ball? And everything is in G2's favor. The boost, the control, the possession, the territory, the mechanics as well from Atomic. You can just swallow up 7 seconds at a time. Magic Bear has to take a risk. He has to do something with this ball. There's better play there from Zanil, but it just goes forward. 3-0 G2 Esports in this best of 7, and they just suppress everything that players attempt against them.
It was a 1-goal game, Cole, but it doesn't feel like G2 were stressed at all. I don't know if they're listening to like some meditation music in the background, maybe some like smooth jazz. Literally never looked stressed at all, and it was a 1-goal game. I don't know how they do it.
JNAPS is making his bed again, you know? He's just making sure that everything around him is as perfect as G2's rotations. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, even the goal that they got was just waiting for their moment and then pouncing. They didn't have to work too hard for it at all.
Right.
And we've seen in flashes that G2, were they to need to work for it, they could just become even better than they are right now. Yeah. They still have more in their locker. It's a scary prospect right now, G2 Esports.
And this makes me think back to the first event here of this split whenever G2 Esports were up against Friends. And, you know, that went to, I believe it went to game 5 and it was a close one. But G2 Esports, yeah, G2 Esports, they still managed to close it out. They're consistent against these bubble teams or teams that are on the rise here. And I think that it's mainly because, like we talked about, they don't panic. They don't overextend. They don't get stressed out. And because of that, they're very calm with their offensive rotations. Nobody wants to take too much of a risk and move forward. They just keep it very simple, keep going for those midfield passes, and know that something's going to work out.
We're on the cusp of a couple of bits of history right now, Turtle. North American RLCS has never had a best of 7 perfect sweep.
Oh, no.
We are 4 minutes and 30 seconds away from that. So, Torrent, do everything that you possibly can to avoid that eventuality. We are also on the cusp of G2 qualifying for London, which, is less historical. I think we all expected that one. But, they'll be happy about that, I'm sure.
That's a huge relief for them, pressure off their shoulders just to qualify early on. And, you hope if you're a Torrent fan, you hope you don't see it, the perfect sweep. But I think if you're just a fan of crazy stats, of course, how can you not want it to happen?
I was there. That's what I want to see in the chat for this moment, this history-making moment, which, it hasn't even happened yet. It's still 0-0 in Game 4, okay? Let's just hold our horses for now.
Relax, relax, man.
Oh, relax me. Go on, Magic Bear,
is that it? That's it.
That's why. Turtle, that is why it would be history. So difficult to perfect sweep a team, especially when they are as good as Torrent.
You had to mention it, Cole. I blame you. This is your fault. You shouldn't have mentioned it. You shouldn't have talked about it. But, of course, Magic Bear, he's going to be the one to score it in that corner.
Blame the stats guy. Blame D-Rax. As if I knew they'd never been a best of 7 perfect sweep in North American RLCS.
Maybe something crazy would have happened, but whatever.
We have just manifested a goal for Torrent. But Torrent have a lead. Now the series becomes a lot.
Another one.
Double it. Isn't it funny how often that happens?
Yeah, this is wild, too, from Atomic. I've been commenting him the whole game, but this one, he lost possession, and Zanil with an early read, the double tap. There he is, the man who they picked up. That is the exact reason to get a good 50 win, even more high-level mechanics, and you're setting up a striker.
Being able to read mechanical players of the quality of G2 is incredibly difficult, and Zanil is showing he can do it. Kinsey has a flip reset. Zanil's trying to beat Jnaps to the ball. Doesn't beat him to the ball, but does manage to completely get rid of him in the air. So no attack here from Jnaps. Chicago, though, is still there from Atomic's infield pass. Jnaps finally does arrive to join the party. G2 still 2 goals down.
Here we go, Magic Bear. Let's see what he has, too. On the sidewall, not enough boost to get it on target, but he can get into the midfield. Zanil didn't find the shot. Of course, intercepted by somebody from G2. And a demo out of Zanil. Zanil has been picking it up. He's speeding up his pace, getting more involved on the offense, and also whenever he's rotating back, he got the demo, but a tragic play here from the defense of Torrent.
We have been full of praise for Torrent taking their time on defense, but it can backfire so easily. Those half rotations we talked about Torrent needing earlier, G2 are the kings of them. They appear against you when you least expect them. Do not let that ball bounce over your head.
That was a painful one for Magic Bear, as he expected somebody else to pick off. If Magic Bear didn't jump early on, he could have found a free net to shoot at, but instead you've got G2 coming your way with every single shot in their arsenal and still not finding the back of the net.
Oh, maybe this time Atomic though another save. That's like from Magic Bear. Brilliant goal line defense from Torrent. It's desperation, but now they can counter. Kinsey, he gets the shot away. Zanil is following up. He wants to go to the backboard. I think he's got a flip reset here. He's not going to use it. Just towards Magic Bear, who just slows the ball down, and Atomic can send it away. But a frantic 25 seconds or so there.
Magic Bear just got a demo from Jnaps, or on Jnaps, excuse me. Did connect, but still Jnaps managed to rotate back out. Here's Kinsey, a good touch in the midfield. Atomic, early read, and look at the speed from Torrent. They're getting over a lot of defenders, and the opposition of G2 winning challenges, finding good positions. Maybe Zanil can lead to the 3rd goal for Torrent.
Yeah, they've learned from Magic Bear's mistake earlier. Sometimes it is better just to go for the ball, even if you have to double commit, just get it away from your goal.
Yeah.
And that saves them there. And they still have a very slender lead. Do Torrent, how they'd love to get themselves at least one game in this series and then take it from there. But you're going to have to work so hard for the next 1 minute and 45 seconds, especially with Atomic playing so far forward. Chicago getting demos. Now Magic Bear has to boost. He gets the flip reset almost underneath Chicago. Jnaps and Kinsey there, just forcing that ball into the center where Zanil is going to try and pinch it. Can he get it anywhere? He can, but only as far as Chicago and he's boostless. So Torrent, they're going to have to do so much defending, I feel, over the next minute 20.
This is the true test here, and a double commit. That could be the end for Torrent and their lead. One mistake, and that's all it takes for G2 to get back in.
I need to stop praising this team. First, I praised them for taking their time in defense. They overdid it. Then I praised them for double committing and just getting the ball away. And Turtle, they overdid it again.
And you talked about the perfect sweep, too, and you ruined it. So this is all your fault. I take absolutely no blame here. Okay, cool.
Look, you stole my shirt, all right? So you leave me alone, mate.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. 2-2 in this 4th game. G2 on the cusp of guaranteeing their space in London. Hopefully you guys watching this right now will be there as well. It's going to be absolutely amazing. But here comes Kinsey to spoil that party. He wants to go over JNaps. Maybe a fake there might have been ideal because JNaps are definitely committed to the bit. And now here he is.
This is pain. This is so pain.
It's just Torrent trying to play at 300 miles per hour.
And look at this.
G2 are born to do it.
Chicago got a 50-50 in that corner, and Zanil was the third man. Didn't expect a touch to come out, so he was positioned a little bit more aggressively than he should have been. It went over his head. He got a touch on the ball, but it wasn't what he wanted. And we thought maybe we get a Torrent win, but instead 53 seconds left, and G2, they're winning by 1, and they reversed it.
So they might double that up here.
Oh,
just
man.
a clean shot into the corner. They're queuing up to score. G2 surely going to take this series from here.
I love that play, too, from JNaps. It looked like he was going to keep hovering behind the ball, but instead just left it for Zanil to get a poor touch on the ball. And I do feel for Zanil in this game. He's been third man quite often, and he's had to deal with almost all 3 players from G2 coming at him.
Yeah, I think it's because Kinsey and Magic Bear are just trying to play as fast as they possibly can to deal with G2, which you can't blame them for it, and they will learn a lot. You know, this is a squad that normally is on the cusp of qualifying for RLCS regionals, and they have made it into this top 6 at the very least. We'll go up against NRG a little bit later on for a battle for the top 4, which I think about 30% of the people thought they'd make, so we'll see if you guys still think that is the case as they face NRG a little bit later on. But they've got 15 seconds left for a couple of goals. Probably not going to happen, but they have shown glimpses, Turtle, haven't they?
Absolutely, and that's the main thing here for Torrent, and I feel like we've been saying it for quite some time. The sparks are there. The talent is there. We're just waiting for it all to connect, and it did to get this far, but they can't take down the reigning champs of G2. And G2, with this series win, they clinch London, and they're headed over there for the major event.
They're going to be eating beans on toast. They're going to be drinking cups of tea. You can see the smiles filling this breakfast.
Why is that a thing?
What?
I don't even want to get into it, but I just don't.
Look, we will have this discussion some other time. Anybody who's not had beans on toast, you should. It's a British staple.
Okay.
As British as apple pie. G2 Esports, they have no weak link right now. You know, and they have those mechanics in their locker when they need them, but they don't overly rely on them.
Right.
They can make it seem like they're not doing too much, and the ball just plonks onto JNaps' head, and he scores it.
It doesn't feel like there's anything for Torrent or any team against G2 to exploit. You know, oftentimes you're going up against the top-tier team. Top-tier teams always have some kind of, like you said, weak link or some issue that seems a little bit more prevalent than the others. But in this series alone and recent series for G2, I don't see that. The only way is the mechanics, and you've got to be changing up the pace. If a demo works one play, it's not going to work again because G2 are constantly adapting here, Cole.
Well, that was just G2 outclassing their opposition at times, but Torrent certainly showed that they do have more to offer, I feel. When they're in that losers bracket a little bit later on, I think they're going to lick their wounds and learn from what they just experienced against G2 right here, Turtle.
Oh, absolutely. So, Cole, just go change your shirt, okay? Please.
All right. Yeah, okay. Next up, we have got Envy versus Complexity.
Performance, precision, pepperoni pizza, built by fans, inspired by snacks, model 7-Eleven, win it.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
Welcome back to the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. I'm James Bott, joined by Corelli. And Corelli, we've got a matchup against two teams that are fighting to get back into the top 6. It's Complexity and Envy. And I think really these teams at this moment is so critical for their seasons. You know, it's a year-long season now. They had a great start, both teams. Great start in the fall major, but in winter, the wheels fell off. And now they have a chance to get something back going.
Yeah, but being two teams that have qualified for a major before, as you're alluding to, really helped them kind of stay in this fight, still stay in the race. And this is the final shot here, this last split at least. They're going to get another regional, but for both these teams, they have so many points that they've been able to sit on it. And now they face off against each other. This could be a matchup that we look back and be a decider for a team that maybe might have pushed into that fourth or fifth spot for in London. So it's very interesting to see how these two teams will play each other again. This is another matchup that we saw in the first regional. Complexity were able to come out on top, where Envy, they got beat over the top quite a bit. And I feel like Envy is still a team that's trying to find their identity. They're having a lot of success right now, but they just don't have an identity that it feels like is going to push them past some of the tougher teams. So it's redemption time for Envy here in this second regional.
We'll see if it is indeed, and we'll see what chat thinks. Chat, make sure to have your voice heard. You can go ahead and vote in chat. #call if you think Complexity will take it. #NV if you're predicting Envy. And like you said, Corelli, a lot on the line here. And for Envy, a team that's trying to find their identity, this is a huge series. Perhaps, you know, their whole season, their whole year coming down to this moment. If you can get this top 4, leverage it, get into a major, get those major points, it gives you so much opportunity to make it to the World Championship, where if you're dancing on the dance floor, who knows what happens. But this is where the pressure really mounts. And we've seen Complexity in these high pressure situations before. You think back to the fall split. They had the tiebreaker series against Space Station, where it was all on the line to see who would go to Sweden, and they were able to pull it out. And this is the same roster. You know, there's been no roster changes for Complexity, where it's been just a cycle for Team Envy, as they've lost Atomic, they've added Drees, they've lost Turbo, added Illusion. They're trying to find some stability.
For Complexity, speaking of stability, it's the results that they need to find some stability as well. Losing to a crew last regional was not a good look for Complexity. So trying to get this win over Envy would put them into the upper bracket final, which would be fantastic for them here in Regional 2.
And Corelli, it looks like chat has spoken 58% predicting Complexity. And I think that is a reasonable estimation. Team Envy still trying to get their legs back under them, where we've seen what Complexity can bring to the table. They've had that consistency in the past, and we'll see if they can bring it here. Corelli, we're kicking this one off. A chance to play G2 in the upper finals, and a chance to rebound from what's been a rough recent stint for both teams. Let's get into it.
It is not an easy road for either team. I mean, like you said, both of them one of them gonna have to play G2 after this, but that's the road you have to go through if you want to be the best. And a humongous opportunity ahead of them to get into this upper bracket final. What a chance for these teams to be in this position. Envy didn't have to play Space Station. Xset took them out beforehand. Complexity, they went through Faze. Faze are now out. That was a quality win from Complexity, also beating Sonics beforehand. So Complexity, results on their side so far.
And there's going to be a lot of eyes on AJG, who's been a top scorer for Complexity. Illusion and Miss both jumping for that ball. AJG trying to keep the pressure on. Raise Bull up. It's going to be an awkward bounce. Couldn't make the read, but it still comes out to Shad.
Oh, what a shot.
Puts it far down.
Perfectly placed here from Shad, and right off the rip, you're seeing Complexity build that pressure. That's a fabulous bounce out to Shad, and that's just a tough save if you're Illusion in that net. Shad's going to pound that one above you. And a 1-0 lead here for Complexity. It's very similar for the way things Complexity started off against Envy. They just seem like the faster team at the moment.
Another chance, but Drees will poke this out. AJG up against Drees with no boost. Drees, no boost, no problem. Back-to-back 50s. But Illusion getting beat to the ball as well. Illusion also on empty. Numbers advantage briefly, but Shad won't make contact on the ball, leaving it for AJG. Nice bounce out. 2 go for Envy. Drees able to pop it high. Complexity not able to take advantage of that double commit. Now AJG showing the flip reset, ended up taking a shot. It's chaos on the back line right now for Team Envy.
Little confusion there from Envy on who to go. Probably two players calling out for the ball at the same time. Drees, that's a good touch towards the midfield, and Envy do get out. It wasn't pretty, but here comes Complexity as Mist has to make the save on his own goal line, and a good clear here from Mist, or from Envy, as Aleutian will poke it towards the Complexity goal.
Mist, pinch pass out to the middle. Large clear. Aleutian even jumping for it. Misses that. Now that's going to be a shot opportunity. We'll get the save. Mist dribbling around one. Razebull trying to get back, but Shad was able to get there in time. Fortunately for Team Complexity, Mist low on boost. Another shot.
Oh my goodness.
Off the post. Razebull. And now AJG flicking around one. Getting the corner. Slow play 50. And Complexity escape with their lives.
Envy knocking on the door there and Mist. He's been able to squeak through a couple defenders here, and that one going off the post for Envy. They were that close to tying things up, and only 2 shots to their name. Complexity have put up 7 here so far. We're not even at halftime, as Shad gets a good demo in the midfield on Mist, but to no avail. So it was straight back into the hands of Envy.
We're also seeing a lot of demos coming out of Team Complexity. They are bringing it to Team Envy. AJG up, double tap, ball from Aleutian. The pass was there, but no one there for the shot. AJG going for the backboard. Drees.
They read.
That was a tough read.
Crucial touches here. You talked about him earlier, just winning challenges and taking challenges with no boost. A couple times now, been the last man to get that crucial touch off the backboard, just being the guy to cover the backboard, because you know Complexity, you're going to use it. And right now, Envy having to field a lot of shots above the net. Here comes Razebull. He gets bumped and tackled by Aleutian, as Complexity still trying to threaten here. This one off the back wall again. Still Complexity can't find the shot. This one to AJG, and Aleutian will clear it away.
An important tackle that was. Aleutian, no, the shot getting blocked by Drees, but somehow it was able to get through that first defender. We've seen some leaky defensive moments from Team Envy, but they're still keeping in this. Only a 1-goal game, but time is running out.
Trying to find some offense here for Envy, but Complexity have just eaten everything up that Envy have thrown at them. They've had really one good look, and that was the shot off the post for Mist. Here's Mist again, but AJG has it covered. Complexity have been quick on the challenge. This time a fake from Drees. Racebull still covering the backboard. Follow up there is from Mist, and he'll put it away. We're tied up.
And Mist the one to put it in, and that play from Drees, you saw him slow play, letting that first defender go by, and then making it tough for the second defender. Drees is doing some hard work in the trenches. Mist getting credit for the goal, but Drees, tip your hat to him. What an effort.
And it hasn't been pretty from Envy in a lot of their series through the first 2 regionals here, but they get the job done, and they've been finishing pretty well here. And that goal is kind of the epitome of that, just having to grind it out, play off the backboard, get a little messy, get a little dirty on the Complexity side. They've certainly done that. Now AJG punts one out of the way on the Envy side, as still Envy end up with the ball. Lucia back to Drees. Drees with a shot. It's low, and it will find the right side. Envy gonna take the lead.
Drees again. You see the 50. Aleutian putting it right back down in the perfect spot.
Oh my.
The panic on the back line from Complexity, and for good reason. Aleutian put that ball in the most dangerous spot possible, giving Drees that look.
What a shot from Drees. We've been calling his name quite a bit. He's been doing a lot of work for Envy. Here's Mist again. A good dunk. Drees coming in quickly. Off the crossbar for Drees. Complexity trying to find a way out. Aleutian fakes. Drees again off the crossbar. This time it goes through, and Envy up by 2.
Oh, and catching a break. This one hits off the crossbar again. But then it bounces off Razebull, back off Drees, and in. Drees pounding that crossbar like there's no tomorrow. And fortunately for Envy, it found its way in.
The man left a dent on that blue crossbar. And Envy, they are at least better for it. He got his redemption. He puts it away. And here's Drees again. Can he go all the way to the hole again? That's the cut. Oh my, and off the post. If the goal was just a little bit wider, Drees would have some highlight plays, but it'll be missed to follow it up. 4-1 now for Envy.
And you see how well Drees lands with that ball, cradles it to get that shot. He didn't connect, but again, work in the trenches from Drees. What an effort that we're seeing from him in this game. 2 goals, 2 assists, 100% goal participation, topping the scoreboard in points. Drees having a heck of a game and adding another save to his resume as the final seconds tick away. Complexity started out game 1 dictating the tempo.
Yeah.
They had Complexity on their back wheels, but then Complexity found their play style. They were able to incorporate Drees. They were dodging the demo, dodging the bump attempts, and then making those effective infield passes just out of reach of Team Complexity.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. I think for Envy, they started a little bit slow. They felt the pressure of Complexity early on, but they really got their feet dug in halfway through that game, and you really did start to feel the tide shift towards the Envy favorability, because it just felt like Drees took over the game. You look at his scoreline: 2 goals, 2 assists, 2 saves, and 4 shots. He was all over the place for Envy, and there's a lot of stuff that he did off that didn't show up on the scoreboard as well, winning a lot of crucial challenges, a lot of great control off the backboard, shutting down Complexity's offense while also raising the level of Envy's offense. I mean, that's a standout performance here in this game from Drees.
It really was. And like you said, Corella, we started out talking about Drees due to his backboard plays on his own back wall. He was keeping the ball out of dangerous spots, preventing Complexity from having clean shots or rebound opportunities. Drees was everywhere. Can he have another performance like that? Or will we see the Complexity that started out game 1, started out with the pedal to the metal before letting off the gas? See if they can keep it going. Raise Bolt, tipping it to the corner. AJG sees Shad. Illusion will tip it back. Not the best touch. It's going to make it tough for his teammates. Missed beating out that defender to the ball, or the attacker rather. Now bouncing Illusion to the corner. Raise Bolt blasting that over missed head. But now Drees, the third of a tank, running out of boost, and it'll get cleared.
That was well played from Drees, using his wave dash there on the wall to get after that, getting more momentum, not having to use all of his boost. Envy still trying to threaten here in the first minute, but it'll be Razeable to break 3 for Complexity. Here's Shad. He can't put one on target, and Envy trying to get control of this one. It'll be Mist, who has been a big catalyst for this Envy squad here in this series in particular. A lot of quality challenges outside of the box that have led to counterattacks for Envy. And yet still Complexity fighting for it in the trenches on the back line. They'll have to go through everyone on Envy if they want to break through. Mist will turn it away, and Drees will push it downfield.
Complexity going to need more plays like that. Razeable slow playing in Envy's corner, getting the 50s, getting the corner boost steal. Series shaping up to be a grind for both sides. It's a light pass, a bit of a hospital ball for Razeable. Complexity trying to keep possession, but they give it up. Now Razeable to an air dribble. Flip reset pass to AJG. AJG right at Drees. Drees, awkward ball. Illusion will pop it high. Missed in position for the pass. Missed up quickly, but not quick enough. Razeable cutting it out. AJG with the quick shot. And now we're seeing some back and forth, end-to-end action.
And you're seeing some good plays, or I should say passing, coming out from Complexity, but there's just nothing dangerous from the offense at the end of it. When you just take the whole attack, it doesn't really feel that threatening. There's a lot of control, there's a lot of possession, but Envy have done a great job of shutting them down, or at least forcing Complexity to not take the best route towards net. As again, Razeable here just to pop in. It's an easy touch for Mist, and Envy are out once again.
Complexity gearing up for a counterattack. Drees denying the ball to midfield. Lots of space for Shad. Solo play potential. Pinches it off the ceiling.
Double commit.
And now a double commit. And that ball, you've seen it a lot, especially in Europe, where you can go, get the first touch, actually land on the ceiling, and it gives you so many options once you get your flip back and you have unlimited time. But we saw the ceiling pinch attempt. Complexity, like you said, in the final sprint, not able to find that power on the shot.
And it looks good from Complexity. Like it's a beautiful build-up a lot of times. They just can't find it away, but hold on. Shad's going to dunk the last man and Envy off the ceiling, and they'll get one finally.
And you see Mist trying to clear it out. Shad predicting him perfectly. And he's not the prettiest of goals, but a goal nonetheless. Complexity happy about it. Finally breaking through the stingy Envy defense. And now there's less than 2 minutes left for Envy to get something going. Envy, the shot, immediate answer, top corner from Mist.
What a response from Envy and Illusion here with a lot of time. Shad pre-jumped it, then went back down. That's what gave Mist the space to move in.
Great shot.
And a fantastic shot, well struck, 71 miles an hour there from Mist. Tied up immediately here from Envy.
And Illusion, that's not the first time he's done it this series. Illusion on those sidewalls, reading the defense as well, and getting that ball into the midfield for his teammates.
But again, the space only opened up for Mist because Shad wanted to pre-jump, and he bailed on it, then got caught in no man's land trying to recover. And Mist had open space there in the box to take the shot.
Moments in this series, we've seen both teams struggle defensively. And now we see the ceiling play. Shad getting shut down. Raise Bull, first touch, too heavy. Mist popping it up to Drees. Drees, the shot, and it's good!
My. What a play from Envy. Mist pre-jumps this, gets up after Raise Bull, beats him to the ball, then Drees sees it all the way, and I'm sure he heard Mist screaming that he was going to beat that man. Drees receives the pass and puts a wonderful touch on target. Envy into the lead.
Great spot from Mist. Raise Bull, that heavy first touch, costing Complexity. And now Illusion going for a backboard touch. Envy putting on the pressure. There's a demo. Drees back to the ball. Trying to get a 50, but Raise Bull goes low. Back to the middle. And Mist will keep the ball in play. Complexity battling out of their own half. Shad, hard hit. Drees with the pop up. And again, a 50 coming out from Team Envy. Complexity, they've had moments where they've been given space, have not been able to capitalize on it.
Complexity might only get one more chance here, and this could be it. If AJG can get around it, they've really been poking around the outside of the box on the Envy side. Can they drop one in? Oh my, Raise Bull! When I said drop it in, I didn't mean the net. What a touch!
Raise Bull has to jump around the ball and get the latest touch around Drees. That was a bender of a shot. And Complexity with 13 seconds left, make it a game.
Wowee, what a touch from Raise Bull. And now Envy trying to respond quickly as they did before. Drees gets past one, over to Mist. That's a great pass, and the shot's wide. A last-second attempt from Envy, spoiled by the wide shot. Maybe another chance here if Mist can get around it. Off the backboard it goes. Illusion on the shot. Uncontested, and everyone from Complexity was there to make the save, but it hits the ground instead, and we go to overtime.
Ambitious play. Envy going to the wire. Weren't able to connect. Now Mist deals with a lob to the corner. Illusion can't beat Shad to the ball. Dangerously across net. Raise Bull controlling it. A pinch, Mist out of boost. AJG, you saw Shad was coming in for the touch, and AJG cut it out. It's going to throw the rotations off a bit for Complexity. Raise Bull to pop. Mist quick to it. That's the second time we've seen Raise Bull hit it right to Mist.
And I think a lot of the North American teams know that they have to get up quick against Complexity because they want to pop that ball up and take that air dribble every single time. And they are very dangerous when they get the time and space to do so. So a lot of these North American teams, they will move quickly to slow that down as Shad puts one wide. Still Complexity, as I said before, just poking around this NV box, trying to find something. Raise Bull calls off Shad, and a weak shot is turned away by Mist.
But still a dangerous situation. Illusion has been on empty for quite some time, picking up small pads here and there. The patience in front of his own net, and a nice challenge, a nice 50 from Illusion. Mist leaving it for Drees. There's a demo on Illusion. Drees low on boost, doesn't want to commit too hard. Will go for the pass. Bit of an all-in situation. Now Illusion's going to have to buy time, trying to dodge the bump, and he does so. Illusion A smart play to slow things down. And Complexity, they had a brief window there, a chance. But now, the numbers advantage.
He did
A miss
He
for
got him.
baseball. Illusion will clutch it for Envy in game 2.
Oh my, look at this first touch from Illusion, and then Raceball gets backed off. The challenge doesn't go immediately, and Illusion sees it and knows he can pop it over his head. Raceball kind of caught there in no man's land in the end, and Envy steal away this game.
And this game, it felt like first touches for Complexity were not there, especially from Raceball. Those few plays where that first touch was too far and it was missed both times, shutting down the play. But what ended it was the fantastic first touch from Illusion. Illusion, he saw that Mist and Drees overcommitted. He had to buy time in the midfield. Not only does he buy time, but he manages to keep the ball in Complexity's half and ultimately getting that first touch past the first defender and taking it to Raceball to close things out. That was composure coming out from Team Envy.
Yeah, it certainly was, and Envy able to eke out another win here. Complexity, though, did not go quietly. That shot there from Raceball that we just saw in the replays was incredible, and unfortunately, I don't think Complexity can really rely on shots like that being consistent, but Complexity, again, it's something that I harped on basically this entire second game, was that they spent a lot of time on the Envy side. We had mentioned that the possession was, I think, very solidly in their favor on the offensive third, and they just couldn't put a quality shot on target. And I think, yes, that is credit to Envy. They did a great job to shut them down. But at the same time, with the possession, the control that Complexity have, you would expect them to have more dangerous chances than they did.
Here's another dangerous chance. Raceball! I'm not sure if there was a touch by the defender there from the angle I had, but it was a close call. Raceball almost making a clip.
As if he needs another one, as his first shot was incredible. Now this one comes out to Drees, and Mist gonna pick it up, top shelf, and it's too high. Off the crossbar it goes again, and Envy forced back to the midway line. Here's Illusion. Wants to find the back wall. It comes straight down to Mist, and Drees trying to get involved. Will be backed up by Shad.
Nice challenge from Mist in the corner. Raceball to the sidewall. Drees taking the time, taking the space, and now the shot!
Oh.
Pinched out by AJG. Seeing much more infield passing in that final third coming out from Team Envy. And now a pitch goes in. Raceball, we need to take another look at this one.
And I gotta say, Raceball's just been all over the place since halfway through that last game and into this game. And this is just a fantastic read on the ball. Mist was looking for a second touch there, but Raceball takes it away and booms it to the back of the net. But boy, has Raceball been all over the ball for Complexity. He's kind of been chasing on that Envy side, and it's really paid off.
Oh, it's
as this ball is wide open for Illusion. Envy again, able to respond quickly.
And that has to deflate Complexity. They've done this a few times now where they get a highlight caliber goal and then right off kickoff concede one back. That has to be tough for Team Complexity.
Yeah, it's certainly not what you want, especially when you work so hard for your first goal. As Mist almost gets that one through Shad. Dangerous ball here as Drees tries to deal with it. He plays it into the ceiling. And Envy certainly taking advantage of the space given in a lot of these attempts. AJG not connecting. Mist will make him pay. Drees now trying to set something up and fighting off the defenders. Will pay for it with his life.
Drees got bumped into getting demoed. That's gotta hurt.
That's kind of been the life. Oh my. Did he get this? He did.
Drees, he's like a bull in a china shop, and he's knocking shelves over.
I was pointing out how Raceball's everywhere, but it's Drees for Envy, who is just in the mix constantly. And that's been, I think, the way it's been this entire series. He is just always the man up front. He's always the last man.
Now Raceball past the halfway point.
Oh, man.
It's going for a dribble, but not able to get anything going. Raceball taken to the ground, low 50. AJG back pass, smart back pass. Drees was hunting, does get a demo still. And now Illusion, the 50. Raceball, tons of boost. Going for the pass up to AJG, and it was the right idea, but still not a shot opportunity. That looked between a shot and a pass. Needed to be one or the other. Drees Trying to bump AJG on his way out. Missed. Off the wall. Illusion letting Shad get that hit. Now it's bouncing out. 50 ball, AJG backboard pass. Mist will hit it right to Razebull, but Razebull back to Mist. Illusion not able to get the shot, but you see the possession given up again.
Whoa. That's a little musty there from Shad. Last man forced to come out from Envy. That one's going to pitch all the way down the field, as the pitch has been stretched a little bit here in the last minute or so. A lot more booming balls, a lot bigger clears coming out. Teams trying to find that possession to set each other up. Right now, Mist wanted a second touch. He didn't get it. AJG calmly will take this one out and the demo. Now, Razebull wanted the bump on Drees, but Drees is just bigger and stronger as he throws that one back down the field with a challenge.
Illusion. Oh, Illusion didn't expect AJG to fall from the heavens. Now Illusion, first touch control on the wall. Making it awkward for the Complexity defense. Will turn on this ball. AJG clearing downfield. Team Envy setting up at the midfield line, preventing a lot of these attacks, but AJG lets that through. One infield pass, but Shad wasn't able to get around it.
And a great clear from Envy to immediately put Complexity back on their defensive side. Another demo coming out. There's been a few here from Complexity. That physical game has yet to pay off. Shad wants it off the back wall. Razebull was there as well. AJG, who didn't feel comfortable going into that. It certainly wasn't in his favor as we're under the final minute here. Shad gets over one. And Envy forced to play out from their own corner.
Shad getting bumped by Mist off the ball, but Shad takes out Illusion. Drees tipping it up to the midfield. Razebull to the sidewall. Second touch, he'll pop it out. Gets the mid boost as well. Perhaps counter-attack opportunity. AJG will be looking for his options. No, he'll just air dribble it. It's right to Shad.
Oh,
Shad is denied by Mist.
What a save from Mist. He's got to do it again. Drees comes through for Envy. Complexity firing off shots, but they can't break through. Maybe one more. Illusion denies Razebull, and Drees to clear it away.
Shad setting up AJG. AJG going for the bump, but Illusion reads it, hits it to the ground, and Envy escaped by the narrowest of margins on that one. Complexity were right on the doorstep.
And you could see Illusion's reaction as soon as they won that one. He kind of just leaned forward like, yes, we made it through the flurry from Complexity there at the end. And I would be excited too, as it has been a fantastic series from Envy so far. And honestly, I don't think it's like Complexity are getting, massively outplayed. I do think that Complexity are their own worst enemy and not generating more dangerous chances. But Envy, and especially Drees today, has just been a monster. And he has set up Envy so many times. He has won so many crucial challenges, and he's made Mist and Illusion look really good. Not that they aren't, but he's really made his teammates look good here today. And Envy is certainly better for that. And they've just been able to take advantage of, I think, the smaller things that Complexity have been giving up, whether it's poor touches or just simply the space given to players like Drees, who have just been able to mix things up for Envy.
Yeah, Envy mixing things up and really being a triple threat team. You saw Mist shutting down Razebull multiple times in the midfield, leading to goals, having some really nice shots. Drees in the trenches, doing work, being a nuisance. And then also Illusion, you can't discount how important that one play was, where he gets the brilliant first touch, then beats Razebull to win that previous game. I mean, every moment, or every member has had their moment for Team Envy.
Yeah, when we talk about Envy trying to find their identity, I mean, I think sometimes they are a triple threat. Sometimes they have a single player pop off. Last regional, Illusion looked really good offensively. He was kind of that point man. Here today, you're seeing Drees really step up. That's something that Envy needs, and right now they're going to need one back as AJG puts away the first for Complexity.
And AJG, nice speed there, a nice touch from AJG to ensure that ball is going in. And now all eyes on this kickoff. Complexity has conceded goals multiple times to Team Envy now in this series right off kickoff after scoring, and it's another nice kickoff opportunity. Drees 1v1, still a dangerous ball, a weak shot from Mist, and that is saved. So Complexity able to prevent that immediate answer. See if they can leverage that into a win.
Yeah, Mist didn't have any boost on that shot, which is why it was so weak, but still, Envy's kind of hanging around here. Mist tries to take the challenge into AJG, and you're right. It has really been been a tough game for Complexity when they take the lead, but now they've got a bit of a cushion here. 2 goals up in the first minute, and it's Razebull to double up their score.
Razebull, a hard shot. You see that trail of that ball was orange, which means it skipped off an oncoming player from Team Envy. Razebull was ready for that pass, but the speed on that infield ball was too much for Team Envy's defense to handle. And AJG up quickly, going to be racing Drees to this ball, takes out Drees. Razebull slowed down by Illusion. And now clear out. Oh, team bump on AJG, was in position to keep that ball in.
Envy trying to find their first here. And no boost here for Drees. That's a couple times now. Envy just haven't had boost to continue to play on, or at least in the most favorable position. They just had to make do. Mist here with 0 boost as well. Razebull, an easy challenge and tackle for him to get out.
Illusion. Strong first touch. Drees going for the demo. A miss from AJG. Lots of boost for Mist. Flip reset back to the ground. Backward pass. Drees served up on a silver platter by Mist.
It had to be something special from Mist, and it was. A little fake, then the dash into the ball to beat the next man off the back wall, and an easy shot there for Drees, all set up by Mist. Great work there, and Envy cut the lead in half.
A surgical dismantling of the defense by Mist. Mist getting that flip reset opened up so many possibilities. Mist up to Drees. Drees going to take it himself. Flip reset down to the ground. The 50.
Whoa.
Mist trying to finish that off. Lovely mechanics that we're seeing out of Team Envy.
The fake flip reset really paying off for Envy right now. The threat of it is just so dangerous. It has to be respected. You saw it with Mist. You just saw it there with Drees as well. He wasn't as successful. Here's Shad now. A quality pinch. Envy will take it. That one gets over Razebull and AJG to clean it up.
And you saw AJG just booming it. So now Illusion's going to be in a tough spot. Seed that ground to Razebull. Razebull will pinch that wide. Shad there to collect. But that first touch gets away from him. Follow-up challenge. It's a pinch back off the post and out. Complexity can't catch a break.
And still Complexity in the lead here, threatening once again. That was a quality shot from Razebull from the position he was in. They're not letting Envy out easy. Solution will have to take an air dribble, but Razebull once again throwing his body on the line. And a quality clear here from Shad. This Complexity have just been fielding everything that Envy's throwing at them. That one could have snuck in if it was on target. And here comes Envy. Drees is the man to do it. He's got low boost. He's got the pass to Illusion. He'll put it home. We're tied up.
A little chain dash in the corner. Watch this one from Drees. Getting some extra speed, getting that pass out, and Illusion tucking that one in. The mechanics from Team Envy have been impressive to say the least, Corelli.
And we've been saying it's been the difference maker in this game in particular, a game where they've been playing from behind. Mist getting involved mechanically is always a good sign. Drees, of course, is certainly a man you want behind the ball. It's Drees. What was that from Drees and Mist?
Oh, the bamboozle in the air. Drees hits it to Mist. Mist hitting it.
What?
It skips barely off Drees' car and changes the trajectory. What are you supposed to do if you're the defense?
What on earth do you say if you're Complexity? You say good shot and you move on. There's not much you could do as Envy puts away a worldie of a goal, and they're up by 1 here. They have clawed their way back into this game, and Complexity now playing from behind for the first time, trying not to get 4-0'd.
And we're starting to see that identity from Team Envy, but now Complexity on the attack. Dangerous in front of net. It's a double commit. Illusion will tip it away. And some space now for Team Envy. And that identity is, you got a Mist and a Drees mechanical offensive combo. And then Illusion, unpredictable. And he's been so consistent at being that third man, slowing the plays down, buying time when he needs to. And if Team Envy can keep executing at this level, they could go deep. I mean, they already have, but they might go deeper.
They're going to go deeper. You're right, though. I mean, the prospect of Mist and Dries being this deadly tandem is something to be scared of in North America, and you're really seeing that come alive here against Complexity. This is probably one of the better series we've seen with this version of this roster of Envy. Yeah, it's come together, and they've got to close it out here in the final 15 seconds.
Oh, and a chance to really put it away. Mist wasn't able to read it. Neither was the defense. Final 10 seconds. Complexity have to march downfield, and that's a chance. Hard shot. Knocked aside by Dries. Some space for Razebull. Razebull to Shad. Shad. 0 seconds. And we're going to overtime in game 4.
Hiding behind the back post. Shad saw it all the way. A beautiful pass from Razebull. Vamos to overtime.
Complexity. They're not done just yet. But it's a good kickoff for Envy. And the pitch denied by AJG. Illusion. Light first touch. Missed. Can't connect. And Team Envy come close. But they're not able to score it. Reset from Razebull. Like thieves in the night. Complexity steal game 4.
What a pass from HHE, and he was with that play all the way after he gave it up to Razebull, followed him under the ball to get the demo. The flip reset comes through for Razebull. Complexity not out of it yet.
The fireworks, they were saving it till this game. Complexity at 0 seconds scoring, and then a flip reset to win it in overtime. Electric offensive plays from Complexity. And you're talking about stepping up when your back is to the wall. Complexity fighting to the very end. And Envy, I thought they had this game. I mean, you saw Mist, you saw Dries battle back. Illusion playing really well. That goal there, the mid-air touch from Dries. But it wasn't meant to be for Team Envy. Complexity in a bare-knuckle brawl coming out on top.
I mean, that one was very close to just being straight up over. Envy had a great comeback in that game. But boy, that last second shot from Shad, what a setup there from Complexity. And of course, the one to put it away to win the game, to finally get on the board from Complexity with AJG to Razebull. Fantastic work from Complexity. They were a little quiet in that previous game, just across the board, but the offense came alive late, and that's when they needed it most.
Now things getting a little bit interesting. With a win like that, maybe that will be some wind in the sails for Team Complexity to start chipping away at this series. Nice challenge from Mist. And you think back too, even in that game, Curly, there was that play where Mist had a tough read, but it was open. The defense wasn't able to make it. If he scores that, the series is over.
Yeah. Yep. One more insurance there for Envy would have done it.
We'll see how Team Envy respond to that. Right now, you're seeing the new life from Complexity. AJG, tons of boost, air dribble play, infield pass. Mist will poke it around. AJG streaking back, pokes it around Shad, and still on the play.
Envy very willing to go into the corner and take those challenges on the baseline. You've seen that quite a bit with no boost. They will just fight and scrap for every inch. They know they're not scoring. They know they're not going to get through, but they're going to make it rough for Complexity to get it out. Now Dries with a tough save. Shad with a great pass over to AJG. Envy players flying everywhere, but they do make the save.
And that was nice hustle from Illusion to get back and shut that play down. Now you see him being a lead blocker, but Shad wonderfully dodging every attempt. And now another dire situation for Team Envy. Complexity putting the pedal to the metal. Team Envy running on low boost. Mist will get something at the mid. And he steals the corner. So Team Envy switching things up, but that pinch is going to make it tough. And a miss from Dries. Dries, a panic hit off to the side.
I mean, yeah, that was a tough angle he was trying to find, and it's certainly not worth the whiff. And be able to stabilize, though. Still tied up through for 2 minutes here. Scoreless even. As Illusion wants to get a little pop, a miss, puts it on target. Shad's there to make the save. And cleared out, controlled here by Complexity.
And the net seemed vulnerable, but missed shooting it on the side of the net where a defender was ready to make the play. Trees with the save. Trees has the side flip into that corner boost.
Uh-oh, that got by.
Slow. Trees can't get to that ball on the challenge. And missed. Round one, Raise Bull. Faking out the defense.
He got him.
And Trees will clear it out, but Raise Bull almost making Envy look silly.
And it's the Mist been sitting here with no boost. He finally picks up 100 there in the corner, or in the midfield. But for Envy, yeah, it was the boost starvation that really let Raise Bull get away with some of those mind games. And good recognition from Raise Bull, knowing that the defense was vulnerable there to try and put something, getting a little tricky on it now. Chad. That shot will be wide, and Envy trying to find a way out. Again, no boost here for Illusion. Tough to take the challenge with AJG coming on. Drees has no boost as well. Now Shad into the air. Time and space. Mist read it all the way. Illusion got demoed, so it was on Mist to make that save, and he does.
Mist driving up onto the ceiling. Doing whatever he could to keep that ball out. Now a save from Mist. More boost troubles. Team Envy, so many situations they've been on empty, multiple members. Drees on a low boost, dribbling it out. Illusion can't connect. Raise Bull, a pop-up. AJG first to it. Second attempt on the ball. Drees getting faked out. Infield pass going to be cut off by Illusion.
This game very reminiscent of game one, right in the beginning, where we were saying Complexity came out the faster pace, the stronger team, more in control. It's exactly what's happening here. Keep calling out the boost on Envy, and it's just because Complexity are swarming the Envy side. Here's a good boom here from Drees, but Shad able to control and play it to Raise Bull, and still the defense not really tested here from Complexity, as they've been able to get out every single time.
Drees, wave dash, trying to clear the backboard, leaving it for Mist, and now a long clear. Illusion to this side. Drees, pre-flip, didn't get much on it. Illusion high, bounces off the ceiling. AJG tipping it back. Mist doesn't land clean on the wall, so he won't be able to go for the 50. Illusion, nice dribble around one. Is able to stabilize. 50 into the middle. Shot opportunity potentially for Drees, but Raise Bull shuts it down.
Good clear.
Oh, there's Shad
Complexity
again. You saw Shad creeping around in the middle. Now it's Team Envy's chance. Drees, the pass doesn't get to him, and we've got overtime. Complexity, their series life on the line in this overtime.
And they have been knocking on the door, but it might be Drees. He's going to poke it free off the kickoff in 3 seconds. Envy shut down Complexity and take the series.
What a fight at the end from Team Complexity, but in the end, it was a kickoff goal that made the difference. Team Envy off kickoff was the superior team. And Team Envy, it's been a journey from them. There's been ups and downs, a strong fall split, winter, a bit of a disaster, but spring starting to look up for Team Envy, and they're going to be going to play G2 in the upper finals, Corelli.
Wow, Envy in an upper final again. Well, I should say back in an upper final for the first time in a long while. And for them, like we said, a team that I think has been trying to find their identity all winter split long is very much showing itself here. I think this series was a turning point for Envy. When you talk about a team that's trying to find their footing, we saw it here. They took a very strong step forward against Complexity, who is a very strong team in their own right, and I think showed what this roster really is about. Envy, they look pretty strong going up against G2 here.
It was an entertaining series down to the wire. Complexity making it fun to watch, but they just get edged out by Team Envy. And Corelli, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, more RLCSX.
Whoa, wrong season. Where are we?
I'm so old. All right, we'll see you after the break.
Performance, precision, pepperoni pizza, built by fans, inspired by snacks, model 711, win it.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The journey through the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup continues here on day number 2 as we drop back down to the lower bracket where we will eliminate some more teams. I'm Leaf, alongside me, Gorgeous Gibbs, Tidy Turtle, and Cool Cole.
Ooh, I like that very much, Leaf.
Cool Cole had a name, so I had to
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I said during the series that I casted that I was cool because I was wearing the same shirt as Turtle. I've changed. And what have you done as well, Turtle?
What are you doing? Oh.
This is frankly ridiculous. You need to stop copying my style, all right? Everyone wants to be like me. I get it. But
I know.
Just
now,
chill.
So real quick, I saw a great comment about that G2 Torrent series. Like, if we want to roll the highlights, why not? Let's roll them. Okay. But he said the most exciting part about that series is that Cole and Turtle were wearing the same.
I saw that too.
And you know what? I agree with him. G2, that entire series was just so dominant. They are the first team in North America to clinch a London major spot, and they did it in style.
Yeah, they looked absolutely sublime, but they didn't have to look as good as they did. They could have been a lot worse, and you feel they still would have been able to beat Torrent, who huffed and puffed, and they attempted everything they could muster to get past G2, but it just wasn't working. And whenever G2 had one chance, they would take it every single time. They are so good, and this is getting rude.
Quick change.
I thought this would help if I didn't have time to unbutton this, but I thought maybe this would help.
You're supposed to.
You do look good.
Rip it.
I want to be original over here, okay? And I'm a little bit sad of that Torrent series. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of painful to watch. I've watched Torrent. They're like I feel like they're like my child, okay? And I watched them just get obliterated, okay? So I have high hopes moving forward. They're gonna respond.
They were close. I mean, they're within a couple goal games each time, so it's not the worst showing. And this is still, again, I think good showing overall for Torrent. They're not out. They're in the lower bracket. Before we get to there, let's talk about that last match we just witnessed. Turtle, it was Envy versus Complexity.
Yeah, and it was a lot in favor, obviously, of Envy, especially at the beginning, winning the first 3 games in a row, and then somehow, some way, Complexity with the craziest buzzer beater, keeping it into OT. But at the end of the day, Envy, they had the ice, and I thought Drees played amazing, and Illusion, of course, proving why he was the man to come onto the roster and elevate this team to new heights.
But poor Complexity, the first 3 games, they score first. They had leads in all 3, and they blew them in the first 3 games. That led to Team Envy obviously being up 3-0. They did get one back, but then Envy and kickoff goals, they always do them. They get another one in overtime here. Cole, you've never looked better.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, I didn't even see.
Yeah, no, it just felt right. You know, I feel like checkered on white is the way to. Oh, Tell, you've copied my style again. What's this? I didn't even realize.
So hard. I didn't know that 2 flannels over each other was like the newer style, bro. I'm sorry.
You guys are gonna have like 40 shirts on by the end of it. Yeah.
Get to the bracket.
It's we're getting close on the bracket here to our top 4. We're still sitting with, of course, 6 teams as we have to head into that elimination down lower bracket. This is where it really comes down to the wire. Gibbs, Torrent, the general NRG, Complexity, and version 1 fighting now to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, they're all down there, but Team Envy as well. We kind of aren't talking about them too much. They're in the upper final. First time in a very long time we've seen them do this well, so hats off to them. And now, yeah, you have the new blood of Torrent trying to make a run. The problem is they ran into G2, and now what do they get in the lower bracket? NRG, who looked very, very good versus Faze.
And I mean, this is a rematch. Okay, Torrent did take down NRG, but this is going to be a completely different NRG, an NRG that's making the run through the lower bracket. They've got momentum on their side, and NRG, they're notably a team who can recover and correct mistakes that previously went wrong.
Yeah, Cole, talk to me about this. Let's talk about this match here. Torrent versus NRG is our next matchup. This is going to be a really important moment, I think, for NRG to show that we are still one of those top dogs. But Torrent, with Zanil on the team, have been looking super solid, Cole.
Yeah, they have been looking super solid, but I think when we saw them against G2 Esports, that next level of team, the NRG are trying to prove, obviously they still are, but on current form, they can be described as. I do worry that Torrent, yet again, won't quite have enough in their locker to be able to get past NRG, especially if Justin is just swooping and saving and being the savior of absolutely everything for NRG. The way he was keeping out Faze, I struggle to see how Torrent can break through NRG and Justin in particular.
Yeah, and I have a feeling they're not going to break through the Verizon fan vote either, because we know the NRG fans take that one pretty strong all the time. Let's see what happens. Hashtag NRG or hashtag TOR in the chat. Start throwing them out there. We'll start counting. Let's get our predictions on the board too. This match is about ready. So let's start down with Turtle and Cole.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The team,
Okay,
the top team.
This brought us on yourself.
This is okay. What do I pick? Do I pick my brain or do I go with my heart? I'll leave it up to you guys. What do I go with? Am I going logic or am I going feeling?
Heart.
Okay,
Logic.
I'm feeling Torrent then. Okay, this is my child. I told you I've watched them from the beginning. There are going to be more mistakes. Okay, NRG are not going to be as rock solid on defense. It's going to have to go the distance if Torrent win, but I think this is the best shot they have. They could do it again. Torrent in 5.
Turtle, man, you and I together, we are just entwined as one. And far be it from me. Of course I'm going Torrent as well, Leaf. Who do you think I am? I can't go against my boy. Torrent all day long.
If you look at the faces on Gibbs and I's face, we're not agreeing, it seems.
And of all the people... And of all the people with Turtle saying, like, I watch Torrent all the time, that he sees them.
What do you
fail
mean?
all the
This
time.
is the best we've seen. They have Zanil,
Exactly.
bro.
They had one pop off.
Zanil's magic.
One pop off day on day one. It's not happening again. Energy easily. We talked in the pre-show, like, about Torrent. Like, will they get a top 4 in Twitch chat? They did say 30% chance. Well, they're on their last life here, so I want to see that vote go up a little bit for Torrent and see if Twitch chat will hold true.
asked the
But
question.
energy.
Give me at least 40%.
You asked the question if you're going with your heart or your brain. I'm going to ask the same question. Do I go with my heart, NRG, or my brain, NRG? I think I'll go with both. It's NRG.
Go with that fabulous hair, Leaf, and go for Torrent.
No, it's not Torrent. It's going NRG. It's NRG all around. I can't see them dropping this. I love what I'm seeing from Torrent. Absolutely. Just don't think it goes any further than this. Chat, are you going to help them out?
Come on.
I don't know. They're being weird over there.
Oh, they've gone. Oh, they've called. They've called off Torrent. That's unfair. What have Torrent done to deserve that?
You're surprised it went this way. I'm not surprised it went this way. And we're going to go another way. That's over to the Verizon Skybox because our match is just about ready. Here, Stacks and the Cheese. We'll be casting the match for you guys. NRG continues the climb through the lower bracket. And the next stop is with Torrent. Can Torrent make top 4 or is NRG back in form? It's elimination time. Let's go.
Just yesterday, on Friday the 13th, we were asking the question after the opening round, is NRG actually going to miss the spring major in London? And now we get to see NRG against that same Torrent squad that swept them in upper round 1 achieves. What's different today as opposed to yesterday?
Well, I guess the one thing you could say is NRG scoring a few more goals, but can't say I'm super jazzed about all the defense they had to play in their previous series. Hopefully they find a way to continue to box Torrent in on the other side. Otherwise, could be in for another long series that's a lot tougher than they'd like it to be.
Well, they are scoring more today, but not a whole lot more. Remember, they only scored 4 goals in the series with Torrent yesterday. They scored 8 against FaZe Clan, but that 14-minute overtime kept them stymied for a while. Kinsey gets the opening goal here for Torrent, and now if you're an NRG fan, you got to be wondering, wait a minute, is there just some kind of mental block with Torrent here?
Just a tough break there off the backboard for NRG. I mean, Justin kind of jumping on the goal line, hoping that his teammate up the back wall was going to find the clear, but that rock-solid defense from NRG seeming to break down at least a little bit at the start. So in the hole early, but a lot of time left. We'll see what the offense has to offer here.
Torrent looked hotter than just about anybody yesterday during the first couple of rounds in the upper bracket, outscoring their opponents 8-4 and then 12-4 over version 1. As Justin will play one indirect for himself, got around Kinsey. And Zanil right out towards Kinsey. Quickly downfield goes toward again. Only one man to beat it, Squishy. And he makes the stop. Squishy made plenty of saves earlier against FaZe Clan, as did Justin, really as did everybody for NRG. The defense really stepped up as Kinsey's shot goes right at Squishy. He'll get an easy one there. And Zanil coming on, almost powered it through. Magic Bear missed it high. It was an open net that nobody was going to get to on the save, but a lucky break for NRG, and now they're trying to punish Torrent for it. But Zanil will take this away, going right at Squishy again, and this time Squishy's second best. It's Zanil against Garrett G, and Garrett dishes that off to the corner. Well done by the NRG defense.
Torrent doing an awesome job so far at managing the challenge game. Little dodge of a demo right there. Squishy second chance for Justin. Out and across. Nobody home for it. Garrett G way back at the midfield line. Definitely not ready to go forward there, but Torrent, you gotta love how they're manipulating NRG and taking some challenges that are certainly not going their way. It's given them a lot of good opportunities, but Kinsey gonna find himself here in the 1-on-2 with at least Magic Bear to break it up briefly.
Kinsey will drop this off to the corner and got around Justin. You gotta wonder, what is the deal with NRG against top teams like FaZe? They look incredible. Against other teams, not so much. And far be it from me to give a whole lot of credence to the so-called armchair analysts of Reddit, but there was one great comment on the forum today that kind of likened it to their experience as a tennis player. Sometimes you play to the level of your competition, and it's a tough habit to break. As Magic Bear got one through, Zaniel off the demo. Easy stop by Garrett G, who parked it right in front of the goal line. And he'll challenge Zaniel as well. Justin on his way up, Squishy way back, waiting to see what Justin does. He's going headhunting after Kinsey, and Squishy will reset for NRG. It's a very patient play for the general NRG, but it doesn't yield any quality shots. Instead, it's Kinsey denied by Garrett G.
Really nice structure there from NRG on defense. Now with Chris crossing up the pitch, and they're going to string a couple of passes together. What a pass and shot. Great transition. Spreading the field, never giving an opportunity for anyone on Torrent to even look at breaking that play up. And a bullet all the way to the far post takes it away from the defense. Great equalizer.
That is as pretty as it gets. And now Squishy following this through off the kickoff, but Kinsey will lob one netward that Garrett G has to control. Kinsey has been very active on that NRG back line, trying to force them into mistakes. Doesn't happen often. Now Justin, Magic Bear thought about it. That little hesitation is going to cost him. He's really in a tough spot. Kinsey didn't get the stop on Garrett G, and that little hesitation deep in the corner let NRG just walk all over Torrent.
Yeah, big win from Justin, and Magic Bear trying to figure out where he needs to go, and that as well with two people missing the same ball up above the backboard. That's just a mistake you can't stand if you're Torrent, and NRG is certainly happy enough to punish you for it. That's kind of the unfortunate thing, even with NRG kind of limping as they've looked in the previous couple of games and maybe even yesterday. You never can afford to just make a mistake and miss the touch on defense.
Well, when Garrett G's mind is set on something, he will not stop until he accomplishes it. Before it was lifting a trophy, now it's tearing apart rotisserie chicken. Justin denied by Zaniel, and now Squishy deep into the corner again. More time wasted by NRG, stopping Torrent from moving downfield. That miss by Magic Bear is not going to help matters any. And NRG just kind of patiently waiting on their own back line, waiting for Torrent to mount any kind of a threat. This is deflected away. Kinsey doing all he can to control, with Magic Bear coming in behind him. And Magic Bear with the rebound will score to tie it with 43 to go.
Oh, look at Kinsey manage this challenge. They realized they were kind of rushing their play earlier. This time they stick right behind the ball. And, Garrett G, little double commit on the goal line as well. Means he's kind of flat-footed as he's landing because he can't afford to get demoed by Kinsey coming through. That pressure in the challenge game from Torrent net them a late equalizer, and I don't think Kinsey is going to have anything off that bounce. It's just going to be Justin, and of course I'm wrong. He's going to win another one.
After scoring 20 goals as a team yesterday in part of an explosive offensive performance that got them deep into the upper bracket, only 2 goals today before this series as they were shut down by G2. Torrent getting it going again, as Garrett G will bank one out for himself. Squishy in behind him. Garrett G tried to take it himself. Now it's only Justin to beat as Zaniel put one downfield. Opportunity to send it for Magic Bear. He's peeled off though, so Kinsey is going to come up again. No, he's called off by Magic Bear. Demo by Zaniel. And demo by Magic Bear. And it dies on the goal line.
Torrent going to be kicking themselves. It wasn't 100% open, but it did require a little bit more pace than that. Kind of chickened out of really trying to rip one through the defense. Maybe Zaniel can make up for it. Squishy going to lend Justin a helping hand over his shoulder, but see if that one comes back to haunt them in this overtime.
Zaniel out of the corner, going to slow play instead of going for the big booming clear. And Justin just launches right back in. Zaniel there to redirect around Squishy. Kinsey waiting downfield. It's Magic Bear shot off the crossbar. And it almost ended at the 32nd mark of OT. Now Kinsey going after Justin. He backs into the net to avoid contact. And now it's Garrett G to counter for NRG. Everybody going to get boosted up now for the general. But Squishy misses this ball. So it's Magic Bear taking it himself, and Garrett G again repels the attack.
Really got to be worried if you're an NRG fan. You don't want to see NRG having to constantly play the boom ball and chase it down. You'd like to see him start stringing a couple challenges together in the midfield instead of constantly push, recall, push, recall. This time they get caught on the recall. Zanil's going to close it down 1 minute into OT. Not a bad touch from Garrett G, but Justin, don't even think he saw Zanil camping over there, and I think he just got caught sleeping.
Well, NRG's played plenty of overtime today just by virtue of that one game against FaZe, and now a minute extra added onto the overtime tally, but it's Torrent that takes the first game, and Torrent's success against NRG continues. Make it 4 wins in a row now against the top squad, or one of the top squads in North America. And now we look at the Mobile One high performance replay and see, look, it was a showcase, but especially team pressure out of Torrent. It was first opportunities for NRG, second and third chances for Torrent that lead them to victory.
Big shots as well for both teams. 13 for NRG, and that's 11 for Torrent. I don't really remember even seeing NRG get that many shots strung together in a row, but it really did feel like Torrent started to at least constantly get the ball out of their own half quite easily, and that's not something you see very often against a team like NRG. Generally, I felt like their midfield's pretty strong, but gonna have to make an adjustment here in game 2, obviously. So we'll see. It's not that NRG's playing bad, it's just the challenges certainly are not going their way, but this is a best of 7, and as they mentioned on the desk, they do make really solid adjustments as the series goes on, so I think a 7 definitely plays towards NRG's favor rather than Torrent's.
This is only the 5th main event for Torrent this season. The first with this roster. Garrett G will have one right out to Justin, who could not send that any further downfield. Magic Bear trying to capitalize on the turnover, and Justin clears us right down the middle. And Kinsey and Torrent will bring it right back in. That's finally the clear that NRG was looking for. Magic Bear, good quick read. He's around Justin. He's got Kinsey way back across the way, so Zanil has to come up, going after Justin, and another proactive clear out of Justin. Squishy going after Magic Bear, and that's great patience out of Magic Bear, making the stop, avoiding contact, and now here goes Kinsey for Torrent, met by Squishy.
Really high pressure scenarios for both teams, and both of them doing a real nice job to work out of it. Magic Bear wants to chop it down. Squishy, easy clear. Now's really where you need to see NRG start to set up the tent a little bit. You got to win these challenges. Garrett G going to do just that, 2 in a row, and Squishy just going to try and keep it in the mix, and that's going to buy a lot of time for NRG to actually get boost, get set up here in the midfield, and see if they can put together now.
Zanil, on another day, that might have been too far away from him on the first touch, but NRG playing way back. Almost like they're trying to bait Torrent downfield just a little bit, and Torrent not really biting. Zanil, indirect, taken away by Justin. Magic Bear happened to be in the right place at the right time to make the save. Around Squishy, Zanil, wide turn. There's the pass to Kinsey, and a 1-0 lead.
They catch NRG trying to get a little cheeky. If that's a win from Squishy, it's Torrent who's on the back foot and not going to be able to handle this one. Garrett G honestly took his best guess, thought maybe the flick was going to go towards the net, saw it was the pass. No way he was going to have time to recover. Nice job weaving through the defense. Torrent score first in game 2, and they might get a second one. Magic Bear drops it. Garrett G can't hit it either. Kinsey collects. Thank you very much. And Garrett G is like, dude, you got to hit the ball here. Come on. That's not on me. You're making me look bad by missing the ball.
Oh, once again, a quick stretch of goals out of Torrent. And now they've opened up a 2-0 lead here on Aquadome. 2 goals, 6 seconds apart. Magic Bear, flip reset, Squishy blocked him, but Magic stayed with the play. And now Zanil gonna have his hands full trying to get a second touch. He can't, so Justin will just launch a shot, try and generate a rebound, but Kinsey is not interested at all. This is gonna be Zanil, not booming downfield, instead playing that possession game, and that's been that kind of slow, methodical approach. It's been an adjustment for Zanil to make, he said, when he was talking with Wavepunk and presumably Turtle with their broadcast on Friday, or rather during the closed quals. This is popped up, and Kinsey will send it away.
You're definitely right. Zanil has certainly had to make a few adjustments, but as I alluded to a little bit earlier on the broadcast today, ooh, big chance here. That's a nice bump from Justin. Going to take a big bite out of Zanil on the goal line. He was positioned well. Torrent in general not in too bad of a spot here, but the missed touch from Kinsey definitely going to make it a lot more difficult, and NRG just making sure to dot their I's and cross their T's to get themselves back into this one.
Oh, they are halfway there, just after the halfway mark.
Oh, they might get one.
Yeah, Zanil on the kickoff. Oh, he tried to go through the ball there and try and maybe block an oncoming defender. That didn't work out. And Kinsey doing all he can just to get a touch and not leave that easily for Justin. Squishy with the slow play. This pops right out to Garrett G. Looking for Justin coming on. And Zanil read the play well, stayed with it. Now Kinsey send one off to the side. There's Zanil and another ball netward that NRG has to deal with. It's Squishy at the back this time with Zanil waiting. Now Kinsey coming on, and he maybe got caught spectating a little too much. Magic Bear will just stop this in its tracks, though, and then dance around Squishy.
And I'm starting to kind of realize, I think, what makes Torrent a much more difficult team for NRG to play against than they normally do. I mean, NRG for... Oh, what?
Yeah, I think NRG's figured it out. Just have Garrett do this. How many touches? Are you kidding me?
Okay, there's 1, 2, 3... 4?
All right, that's decent. Tie game.
Okay. That's one way to tie it up.
Yeah,
what a goal from
that's
Garrett
one that
G.
just broke out the clipboard and said, hey, Garrett, just do this.
Drive against the wall and just bounce it off the wall to yourself a few times. It'll get through. But Torrent in
felt
general,
like it kind of felt like it was Torrent that was scoring those goals yesterday in that series with NRG, and now all of a sudden NRG maybe having some of that go their way.
It's certainly possible. And the biggest hurdle for NRG has really been finding ways to execute on that game plan that they usually like to have, you know, just chip it off the wall, go for some misdirection on your touch, make sure you beat the next person in line. And that's not really the type of challenges that Torrent are going for on their defensive half. They're kind of saying, yeah, we're just going to let you bring the ball and we'll go when we absolutely have to. And that closes down a lot of opportunities when NRG can't find a good read on what you're actually trying to do with your challenge, because they're saying, we're just going to let you hit the ball at us. And you're going to have to make something happen with not a lot of space. And that's been quite tough to execute on for NRG, with the exception of course, Garrett G hitting that. I don't even know how he did that.
You know, sometimes you just call it magic. This is out of the corner, and Magic Bear is the only one back to defend as it skips back into the Torrent half. Down to 20 seconds. This game feels like it's flown by, kind of like game 1 did. And here we are with a similar scoreline coming down to the end of regulation. A 0-second effort from Torrent in game 1 died right at the goal line. And then the overtime winner from Zanil gave Torrent this 1-0 lead they're enjoying. Kinsey coming on. No time on the clock now, but it will bounce. And Justin just plays one away, and Torrent happy to just take this to OT again, looking for similar magic. It took 61 seconds in game 1. Zanil has other plans, but Squishy got that away from him. And Zanil couldn't get that touch to pop one out to Magic Bear. Justin intercepted by Kinsey. Nobody else up, though, so Garrett G had to turn away because of the bump effort. And it's Justin with boost and ball, and that's a dangerous concept. And Zanil still met him at the ceiling.
Gotta love that positioning from Torrent here in the midfield, and NRG forcing themselves to get physical to open up a little extra space to operate. Kind of a missed touch from Garrett G, but look at them improvise, stitch it back together, get it back in a position that's at least playable. And Zanil, big save from Squishy Kinsey. No way. Tough ask, and look at him just manage the challenge. Don't lose the ball is the idea for Torrent. They're not trying to score it, just not allowing a dangerous counterattack, and they've managed that.
That NRG net was looking awfully inviting, but nobody could put the ball through. And now Garrett G over to Justin, and the longtime duo don't connect on a goal this time, as we hit the same point where Torrent scored in game 1's overtime. Kinsey downfield to Magic Bear, but Garrett G got in the way. Magic Bear going after Justin, couldn't get him. And now Zanil high to the corner, and Justin beat him all day. Now Magic Bear, good first touch, allowed him to follow this up, but Squishy's a little bit faster. Magic Bear still downfield, and Garrett G, recognizing the immediacy of the situation, able to get on this, start the attack quickly. And Zanil's kind of thrown one away. Justin to take advantage. NRG looking to end this one in OT, but not quite. Kinsey there ahead of Garrett G.
Ooh, and Squishy, he's just trying to get Zanil to jump off the wall and give him something, and Zanil's like, what? What are you going to do? Hit the ball at me. And Squishy's like, I can't actually make a play if you don't give me an option. And that's been so tough for NRG to crack.
Almost like they're trying to capitalize on the mistakes of, let's face it, on paper, the lesser team. And that team is not making those mistakes. Zanil dumped one back where Kinsey can play, trying to get around Justin, and Justin with a great demo on his way back. And then Zanil had to choose boost or ball. He chose the ball. Justin takes the ball from him. Squishy's got that boost pad that he gave up. And now Justin looking for Garrett G, deflected away by Magic Bear. Oh, Justin to Squishy, and he did not connect. And that boost pad not there for Zanil. Intercept by Justin, trying to dive on one, and Magic Bear playing that lower round. Now Garrett G, all the time in the world, and he couldn't do anything with it. Squishy shot denied by Magic Bear. Kinsey on his horse, can't get it. Justin will score. Series tied.
So they did a really nice job holding off NRG for a while. The problem became they started losing some of their boosts, and then they just got strapped too far and weren't actually able to make plays across the pitch and stay with NRG, and NRG as well starting to get a little more equalized on some of those challenges, certainly sticking the ball in that blue half a little bit more. That's what you wanted to see out of them. And Torrent, try as they might, just lost the boost battle there at the end of OT, and indeed 1-1 here in the best of 7.
That stops the win streak for Torrent dead in its tracks against the general NRG as they score 3 unanswered goals to erase that 2-goal deficit. It kind of happened in a hurry. And Torrent now has to kind of go back to the drawing board and wonder, all right, now how do we answer back after a loss to NRG? How do we answer back when Garrett's scoring like that, as he did to tie up the game? And now 1-1 tie series. Remember, best of 7s now as we get deeper into the tournament. So, that pop-off potential for a team like Torrent, not as valuable as consistency over time like NRG tends to have.
And I do think the game plan for Torrent really is make sure you have your own boost. Don't get starved out. That's fine. If we get demoed, that's okay. We're not playing a super aggressive style and trying to catch NRG too far forward or something like that. They are trying to play as conservative and safe as possible. And NRG's really got to come at them with some heat on the offense. Some big outplays and placing the ball in some awkward spots. And if they really want to have a chance to consistently break down that Torrent defense, because there were a couple goals that I'm kind of just like, I don't know if you can count on that all the time. And Torrent just seeing if they can win a few challenges when they're forward, and if they do, that's fine by them. If their mindset certainly appears to be, if it's within 1, it's winnable.
NRG is going to be just mentally and probably physically tired at the end of this series. Their last 3 games have combined to last a total of 32.5 minutes. Again, with the 14-minute overtime with Faze to close out that series. These 2 games going into overtime. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the 3rd game between Torrent and NRG yesterday was a 5 or 6 minute overtime. So there is not much to separate Torrent and NRG. Did not think that was a sentence I would utter at the start of this split. Justin shot off the post. Garrett G skies one up there. He's got Squishy coming in behind. Kinsey jumps in the way, and it's all Justin's ball here if he can get to it with a full tank of boost. It just launches one in the middle of the field, intercepted by Kinsey, but Garrett G is there to control.
And Justin launches that because he sees Zanil driving at him aggressively in the midfield. Now, Justin knows he's going to win the ball, but he also wants to make sure that they keep possession. And so Zanil, as soon as he sees Justin start boosting towards that, he instantly peeled off because he knew he was just there to apply pressure and force NRG to show their hand. And he knew he had to bail. It's not like he was ever going to commit to that challenge. And that decision-making that I've really been quite impressed with Zanil in terms of he applies pressure on the other team when he needs to, and if it's a bad decision, he just stops it and goes and does something far more valuable for his team. And it's been a great help, I think, in organizing the rotation of Torrent. As here we see Squishy towards Garrett G, and now he's trying to figure out if he can get anything going. Squishy's so close to connecting on some bumps and demos. Justin has to buy time here in the midfield. Not sure if he's going to have too much support to actually score. As Kinsey able to work one through Squishy and secure the midfield boost. That could help a lot in stopping NRG from being able to actually pressure here. Justin comes up empty. There's the pressure from Squishy on the backfield. This one dangerously floating in front of the net. That one's off the crossbar again for NRG, and they will not find the opener in game 3.
That's a good pick by Garrett G. Met by Zanil. Now Kinsey on his way back. Magic Bear stuck in the corner. Justin coming on. NRG picking up the aggression just a little bit. And Torrent struggling to deal with it. That's the adjustment now that Torrent has to make if they want to make a deeper run in this tournament. Magic Bear to Kinsey, intercepted by Justin, one-on-one with Zanil. You take Justin most of the time, but Zanil makes the stop. Justin didn't have a lot of momentum that he couldn't really leverage against Zanil. So he makes his way downfield, trying to get through 2. He has, but Kinsey too far back. And then Justin and Garrett pinched us all the way downfield. Magic Bear has a save that he made look a heck of a lot easier than it actually was.
And it got through 2 people as well, forced NRG to kind of poke it back midfield, and Torrent finally starting to work their way out of their own half here in the backside of game 3. Maybe they start stitching a few extended stays on the orange half together. Who knows? It might take the lead here.
Well, it's Garrett G dancing around Zanil, but Magic Bear's right there with Justin coming on. Garrett gonna make the quick turn, and Kinsey was with him every step of the way. Magic Bear marking Squishy as well. Zanil blocks Garrett. And all 3 cars in the same place at the same time. Usually a recipe for disaster. And disaster almost struck off the crossbar. Squishy up to the ceiling after the block by Zanil. And that's a good touch by Kinsey. Getting that ball out of harm's way. Zanil coming in with an aggressive challenge. And it may have worked out. Made Garrett give it up.
They got him.
Magic Bear denied by Justin.
Oh, Justin, that's the consistency you love. He's been struggling a little bit offensively in this particular game. 0 for 6. To be fair, some of his chances have been quite difficult to actually turn into the net. Required perfection. But the defense is still rock solid as ever. That's been there since day 1.
This will deflect out to midfield. It's just a race to see who's got the better read. And that was neutral. Now here's Justin. Waterfall down, not happening. Big clear by Magic Bears, and Neil's up. So too is Garrett G. And this will kick all the way out across, and Kinsey's shot will be well wide. Justin, oh, that's a great touch to just control that ball. Zanil was coming on, but he knew he could still play another. Now Magic Bear up ahead to nobody in particular, so Justin will take this. He's beaten 2, but Zanil is right there with Kinsey able to turn. No, we go to overtime.
And NRG are not playing this as if they know they're going to be in control of the ball at all times. They're well aware that Torrent are kind of just parking the bus a little bit, saying, hey, you got to make a good play to beat us. And I think NRG may be starting to employ the mindset of volume of shots is more likely to win us this than trying to stretch things and give up a counterattack because they're so solid. Nice tip back to Garrett G and Magic Bear. Just going to make sure that that one doesn't get through for free. So NRG, no matter the cost, I think, definitely going for ball control. Even Squishy right there, trying to gently catch it, keep it next to him, and take as much away from the opposition as possible. Big fake from Squishy. Throws Magic Bear off. The timing of that approach could have been huge for Torrent, but what a big brain defense play from Squishy. And a takeaway. Oh, mama. There's the big outplay that NRG have been looking for. Huge takeaway. This dish from Garrett G, no chance. You think Justin's going to get that little kiss on it, tip it around you. Zanil, not a bad line, but absolutely cooked.
If anybody has ever questioned if Justin still has the Isonaut, first of all, you are certifiably insane. Second of all, 6 shots. He has the game winner here. He's got 2 game winners in a row in overtime for NRG as the general plays yet another overtime here in the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. This time, they come out on top. Again, they survive this scare from Torrent, and the shots are just crazy. 14-4 in favor of NRG. Torrent is having to work overtime to keep NRG at bay, and they're not getting many quality looks themselves.
That's the funny part, though. It's like they're not making it look too bad. Like, yeah, they're having to absorb a lot of pressure, but they are keeping it fairly tight in their rotation. They're not double committing too often. Or even really to a degree that it's damaging to how they want to play defense. I mean, the Torrent defense is pretty solid. It's surprising NRG hasn't had enough ball control to actually trap it on that dribble, try and open up some space when that demos. That hasn't really been an option for them just by the nature of how the challenges have played themselves out. And Torrent had, like you said, only 4 shots on target, but that one, they had the one-on-one against Justin, and Justin had to make a big stop. He doesn't make that save. Torrent's up 2-1 right now. Torrent is not thinking about, boy, how are we going to handle this NRG defense. Boy, we got to go out and take the ball away from them. They're saying, no, make a big play. We've got the rock solid on defense that you want to beat us. You're going to have to work for it. And Torrent are more than happy to play the occasional counterattack that has a high percentage of getting a decent look at the net.
This doesn't have a whole lot to do with the actual play on the field, but normally our lead admin is Mateo on the North American side. He's out today, so Faelius is stepping in. And if you wonder why there are so many long overtimes in Europe, well, here we are. It's always his fault. Justin scoring early here, a rare early goal out of NRG, as Justin's now scored 3 straight in the series.
Oh, and that was perfection from Justin, too. That required a firm but gentle hand across the net to make sure you got it around Zanil, and Kensei thought he was safe and sound on the goal line because Zanil had a pretty solid line to track that one across the net, and well placed from Justin.
Justin throwing one across that Kensei barely got a piece of, and now NRG seems to have it rolling, and Torrent not getting the same quality touches they've been accustomed to. Squishy now with Garrett and Justin literally in park, waiting for Squishy to do something, and the Torrent defense scratching their heads wondering what his plan was. Now Garrett looking for a second touch. He's a decoy, and Squishy was starting to creep up, but Magic Bear keen to the play, so Squishy's got to do it the old-fashioned way, and his flip reset not true.
I like the idea there from NRG. You know what? You guys aren't going to go for the ball. We're not going to go for it either. We're going to trust our experience and veteran status to lead us to success when it comes to these awkward challenges. And now you might see Torrent start to try and press a little harder because they know that if they're down 1 this early, they'd like to take as many shots as they can and not have to rely on something at 0 seconds. And that's a huge demo. And Justin will collect another one.
Make that 4 in a row for Justin. He just keeps on scoring. Getting a lot of help from Garrett G that time, but Justin, just anytime there's something going for NRG, he seems to be at the center of it. And now he's become a force to be reckoned with, and Torrent does not have an answer.
Believe it or not, I find myself in the very rare position where I say 2 goals down, 3.5 minutes. I think Torrent might be out right here. I don't know if they really have a game plan to really try and attack all that speed from NRG. Well, 2 demos might do it, but look at how slow it took for, like that.
Yeah.
That ball just kicked so suboptimally for the Torrent counterattack. Took way too much time to actually develop. Could have been something, but not with that bounce. Oh, and that's
that whiff is going to open the door for Garrett G. 1 save by Zanil, and then he'll let it go by for Justin to take over. Squishy again waiting, and there's the demo by Kinsey to take Justin out of the play. But he's already back in, and Garrett G will just take possession. Nobody got on the ball for Torrent. You know, that slow, methodical pace does not work when you're down 2 against this team. Squishy's pass maybe a little errant intended for Garrett G. And demos left, right, and center. Squishy with the double kill on his way through the rotation, but Torrent still on the attack. Everything just defies all logic right now in this series. Garrett G and Squishy on the back wall, and Zanil had his shot blocked away. Kinsey's there. Magic Bear, nothing doing as he had to wait for a moment. And that's a good ball out to Zanil. I don't think he trusted that there was any chance that ball was getting through.
Zanil certainly didn't think it was going to get through that cleanly, that's for sure. Nice little back pass, but Garrett G wisely going to let that one roll deep into the corner. They want the possession, try and take it away as much as possible, and that's not the touch you want from Squishy, but who knows? Garrett might stitch something together.
There is no shot clock in Rocket League. There's no obligation for NRG to pick up the pace at all. They've got the 2-goal lead. Torrent has to come at them. Garrett G's going to play this across where Magic Bear was in the vicinity, but he rotates out, so Kinsey's got to play it back in. And this is what NRG wants out of Torrent. Just throw it up to the backboard, easy clear. Throw it up to the backboard, another easy clear. They've got to get a lot more creative if they're going to make up, let alone 1 goal, 2 goals now. As Zanil played one to the back wall, nobody else is there, so Garrett G will slowly bring it out and force Torrent to burn resource to try and make NRG make a play.
And that's really where it might fall a little bit flat. You don't know if there's enough firepower on that Torrent offense to beat an elite level defense like NRG. As that's a tough bounce, but easy enough for Squishy. Rotated all the way back post. Now Zanil's got to buy a ton of time. And TikTok, I mean, they've been on that orange half, but they still only got 2 shots to show for it.
All reasonably close games the last time these 2 teams met. And finally, it looks like this streak of overtimes could be coming to an end. But Magic Bear got a demo, and then Justin comes up and single-handedly beats Zanil and Kinsey. And then Justin plays another one through, double commit out of Magic Bear and Zanil. That means more time not spent attacking the NRG net as it goes right back to the Torrent half. And Justin's got another clear out to the side where Kinsey has to chase it down. Zanil started to come out, and he just got back in time for the save to give Torrent just a sliver of hope that Garrett G might have snuffed out there. Magic Bear needs the win here. He's got it, but then nobody else to dive in for Torrent. Now down to 10 seconds left. Doesn't matter how much more defense they play if they can't score, and they won't. Time's gonna run out on Torrent, and NRG has finally got it all figured out. Justin does it again. He scored the last 5 goals for NRG.
Yeah, nice touch here from Justin. I think Zanil initially hopping maybe to think about dodging a demo or maybe just let Justin bring the ball a little closer, but that was just enough. All the way into the top of the net, 3 straight, the hat trick for Justin. Oh, and now you kind of scratch your head if you're Torrent. You say, oh, I don't like that. We gave up the game a little too early. I thought they were down and out at 3.5 minutes. I'm going to say I was bang on right. 3 shots despite pushing over out of that orange half. And really when Torrent started trying to stretch themselves a little bit, they really started getting crushed in the boost control department. I mean, it was on Zanil's camera for the last minute. He was around 0 to 30 for a good 45 seconds, even traveling around at max speed. There was just nothing around the pitch for him to try and make a play with in other avenues. And Torrent as a whole, that might be a small microcosm of the dynamic that their team is trying to operate under in that situation. That's tough.
I'm kind of looking around at all the different communication channels we have, and I don't see any timeout taken by Torrent as they find themselves on match point down 3-1 to the general NRG. They are going to have a go here without the TO. They're just going to go. There's nothing else to be said. No other adjustments to be made with any extra time. They're just going to roll the dice as we go to Wasteland and see if they can turn things around manually. Kinsey can stay with this off the kickoff, but Garrett G's got around him. Zanil will have Kinsey downfield, but he's got a lot to work with, and Justin makes the initial stop. Here's Zanil, blocked by Garrett G, and the lockdown defense continues with Justin, who's been an absolute nightmare for Torrent, now scoring the last 5 in the series, taken out by Kinsey.
And that's a good adjustment from Kinsey. I think they're trying to get a little more physical. They know that that's probably one of their best ways to at least give themselves space to work with. Huge pinch, and Magic Bear will collect Squishy Muffins. You can't really fault him for this one. I mean, rotates back post, doesn't have a lot of boost to handle, and that one, I mean, what are you going to do when it just pinches over his shoulder and you got no boost on the goal line? With a tip your cap and say, all right, fair enough, you guys are up 1.
Now, this is the first goal for Torrent since they opened up a 2-0 lead in game 2. It's been a while. Justin, blocked by Zanil, but there's Squishy to continue the play, and Magic Bear stuffs him out. So Garrett G has all day to grab boost and ball, and Kinsey not able to stop that wave of momentum. So now Zanil's got to take charge, and Justin just bouncing this right back. And NRG not concerned with the early goal. They've had that comeback potential. They showed it in game 2 when they scored 3 unanswered. Here goes Zanil. He's around Justin, but Squishy had that red the entire time. Justin just made him use the flip reset. Yep. He was not worried about losing the challenge. Magic Bear stuck by Garrett G, and Torrent has to go all the way back to their own back line.
Really smart defense here from NRG. They know that they've definitely got enough in the tank to go through and put a lot of pressure on that Torrent defense considering the past couple of games. It's just a matter of can they find the right opening.
Justin will take one away from Kinsey and play one along the line, and Zanil's got the clear. Nobody diving in from NRG, not panicking, certainly at this point. Zanil at the back wall. Justin coming on as Squishy let him go. And Garrett G with a big bump on Zanil. Numbers advantage for NRG, but it's picked off by Magic Bear. Zanil open net, and he could not get around on a shot. Kinsey across to Magic Bear. It's still inviting, but Justin catches up.
I think Magic Bear makes the right choice, not trying to force that one. You definitely don't want to give up a counterattack with the potential to score if you miss, especially when you got the lead. And of course, Torrent knows they probably won't get too many looks on target. Right now, NRG struggling to actually find those, and Justin seeing if there's any opening on the backboard. Of course not. Zanil camped up there already.
Now Magic Bear going 1v1 with Squishy in the air. Also usually a losing proposition. Squishy's seen enough. Garrett G, Skywin to the backboard. Here's Justin. Oh, he played it back a little ways, didn't get around on a shot. Now Squishy with the charging Kinsey. Just got rid of this ball in time. Here goes Justin for an equalizer, and Zanil stopped that too.
Oh, but he dropped his slippery step.
Oh, that's
Justin's
a giveaway. And oh, Kinsey just watched it go. It's off the crossbar and in. Garrett G ties it.
Oh, and he's got 100 boost too. I mean, Zanil drops it, and Kinsey starts heading forward because he thinks his teammate's going to have it, and Kinsey is just off the line, to be fair. I mean, when a player like Zanil dismounts off the backboard, you don't think they're just going to drop their touch. And so he starts heading forward to try and play a little bit of support, and oh, unlucky goal to give up. Mechanical error going to cost him big.
Justin indirect around one, and Kinsey's got to make a quick turn on this out of the corner. He can't, so Zanil will pop it away. 8 of the last 9 goals in this series scored by NRG. Most of them by that guy. Justin bangs another home.
I mean, this one just goes from bad to worse right there. If your Torrent gets crushed on the challenge, and Magic Bear again starting to head off the goal line, thinking maybe we're going on to offense, and then just smashed over your head off the backboard with pace. And if anyone's going to make you sweat on the goal line, it's Justin. Great shot towards the baseline.
We're getting towards the summer months, and the heat is picking up, certainly on the pitch as well. Kinsey with Zanil waiting. His shot deflected by Garrett G. Squishy will take charge through the corner, and Magic Bear stopped him in his tracks. Garrett G not allowed to follow the play either. And Zanil got around Garrett, but not around Justin. Again, that first challenge, not the one you got to worry about. It's the second one coming from NRG. The tandem defense stopping Torrent in their tracks again. They trail by 1 in a game they must win. Squishy and Magic Bear almost got caught up on the wall. And Kinsey trying to go around Justin and went off of him and allowed Garrett to get a touch sooner to disrupt the attack. Justin may have given it away. No, he stays with the play and stopped Magic Bear from getting a shot.
Ooh, opportunity. Big demo for Justin. Yep. And that's... Oh, but it skips across. Kinsey. Great pass. Oh, and Garrett G. That guy has been around the block too many times to get crossed up by that. What a display of understanding of how that entire sequence is going to play out. Kinsey, can you give an opportunity? Zanil thinking Justin's going to clip it, and huge waste of time here for Torrent.
It felt like it had been a whole star date before somebody had actually touched the ball. Now Garrett G. Just deep into the corner, wasting more time. It's Torrent that has to score to prolong the game and the series as Squishy plays one out to the side. Zanil trying to pop away, trying to thread a needle with the oncoming attackers. And it's Justin stopped by Magic Bear, and Kinsey has to take charge. No time for hero ball now for Torrent. They've got to have clear comms. 15 seconds. Zanil stuffed by Garrett. Magic Bear up a little slow, and Justin couldn't get it away cleanly. Down to 7 seconds. Zanil to the corner. Oh, and a double commit between Zanil and Magic Bear. They got caught up with Magic Bear rotating out. Ball touches down, and NRG survives finally to return to Championship Sunday.
You know what? Good show from NRG. That's what you see when you realize that you've kind of been dropping the ball a little bit. You go out there, get pushed around a little bit early on in the series, and then you show, you know what, we've got the experience. We know what we're capable of. They come out there, they lock that series down in fairly convincing fashion. And if you're Torrent, I think you can hang your head high. This obviously was an opportunity to try and make a big top 4, earn a lot of points towards maybe heading towards that London Major, but definitely looks like they need a little more time to piece it all together in the way that NRG has it all figured out. So great show from both teams, but indeed the favorite going to win out here.
You only get 3 shots to earn points to march towards that spring major in London. So Torrent, as you mentioned, Chiefs, they're going to have a lot of work to do now in the next regional in just a couple weeks' time. NRG, their task gets a little bit simpler. They get to wait now, and you can see the relief on the face of Squishy and Garrett after their first series. More smiles this time around. They're done until Championship Sunday, but we are not. We got one more match for you. Version 1, taking on Complexity. Last life for the Vamos squad. We'll be back with it right after this.
Performance, precision, pepperoni pizza, Built by fans, inspired by snacks. Model 711. Win it.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
Welcome back to the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. It's our last match of the evening. Stacks alongside Dazarin, as it should be for the last match of the day. Daz, welcome in. We just saw the General NRG do NRG things, all the frauds that were doubting them. Now is your time to sound off.
Yeah, you're right. It was a lot of frauds. Always talking. They've been doing all this yapping for the last couple of months now, where they all decided, oh my goodness, the General, what's going to happen? Everybody was on Twitter, Reddit, saying all these comments about changes, this, that, and the other. They're not top 5 anymore. Well, guess what? You're right. They're not top 5. I think they're top 4 now, or at least they're still fighting for it. They made it to Championship Sunday. They took down Faze today. Torrent, who swept them in the upper bracket, and they look good doing it, Stacks. They looked real good doing it.
She done yet? All right. I guess we can move on now to our next matchup here. Our final match of the night, another elimination match in the lower bracket. It is Complexity, having dropped down to the lower bracket earlier today, going up against Version 1, coming off a dub earlier today over the Sonics. Two very different series, too, from what we saw in our first couple of series. V1 very quickly dealing with the Sonics. Complexity struggling to get offense going against G2. And now they will do battle, or you'd have to imagine, Daz, the advantage has to lie with V1 having much more success in their more recent series. But it wasn't like they dominated that series with Sonics. It was a best of 5, still kind of a low-scoring affair. And V1 fans, I think, still kind of had a little bit of a heart attack.
Definitely a big series there between Version 1 and Sonics, I think. Yeah, sure, Version 1 finished it swiftly, but Sonics, they're still trying to prove themselves being in that overall conversation for the major and more. So it was definitely a big win, a big moment for Sonics. I think they just kind of fell out under pressure against a Version 1 team who was trying again to get to London. As we get ready for this particular matchup, we're going to throw up the Verizon fan vote to see who you guys have in this match. Use hashtag COL for Complexity. If you're a V1 fan, use hashtag V1 for Version 1. Now, for me, Stacks, this is really you're right. I think Version 1 definitely have the edge coming into this matchup. They've been the team that have been proving themselves over and over the last few months, but I wouldn't count Complexity out necessarily.
I wouldn't count anybody out at this stage in the tournament, but V1 does have a little bit more forward momentum coming in. I'd have to imagine Complexity going to have their hands full here. Version 1, they got to the Winter Major. Complexity, very disappointing winter split after they had their dramatic run to the Fall Major in Sweden. It'll be very interesting to see now, and maybe the biggest series Complexity has played in several months now, if they can survive and advance into Championship Sunday. Let's see what the Verizon fan vote gives us here with the chat. I imagine they'd be split, and they are not. 70% going with Version 1. They think the Complexity magic has kind of worn off, Daz.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a lot of Version 1 fans, some with some watch parties. Now, see, for Version 1 fans, they got to be a little careful, because even though they're the favorites coming into it, I know some of them got the heart rate monitors going on right now, because for Version 1, it's never been as easy as it seems. And that's been the case over the course of almost the entire franchise of Version 1 as their team. Yeah. The constant game 5s, et cetera. So even with this, and even with the fan vote, we still got to see how they look on the field.
We will see how they look on the field in just a moment. We are looking at the mountains in the backdrop of Manfield Stadium, just about ready to go here. Some notes for teams that are down near the bottom of the point standings. Remember, you only get 3 shots at getting points to get to the Spring Major in London. If Version 1 does beat Complexity here today, Pittsburgh Knights would be eliminated from Worlds and Spring Major contention, and XSET would be out of Spring Major contention. That'd be really disappointing after XSET showed a little bit of promise at the start of this event. So they've got their hands full. They will be watching Version 1. They'll be cheering for Complexity, as will many, especially in the southern part of North America. We are just about ready to go with our last match, an elimination best of 7 between Version 1 and Complexity. Do or die here in the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup to get to Championship Sunday.
It's going to be a very intense series, a lot of speed out here. Obviously, on the Version 1 side, you're going to be looking to see Calm, especially getting involved. How does he look in terms of this fast play style? Does the bumps and demos shut down Complexity? How can Complexity match up against V1? Are they back into the conversation for a top 5 team after starting a very slow start to the split? But of course, they missed out on the winter major. Now they're trying to get to London. Again, World's conversation still continuing. It's already a quick start for Complexity with that shot.
Work ethic has been a big point of emphasis for Complexity, but now RazeBull got bumped by Calm. It looked like he was at least hung up there on the ground, and Torment will score as Calm just played one slowly through.
Good bump there from Calm to set up Torment. Torment with a free shot, and the seasoned striker is always going to put it in the right spot. Version 1 start this game off with the goal after getting a little physical in front of the box.
It only took just over 30 seconds, and Torment threatening again. Torment had the big game winner that put Version 1 through into the Saturday portion of the bracket. It was Calm, bumped away by Shad. AJG had to wait to see if that play went through. And Calm able to recover just in the nick of time. RazeBull goes by this, as does Calm. Shad bumped away. Torment has an open, it had an open net. Had to put on the brakes to throw off AJG. That's a great job defensively by AJG and Complexity, not getting caught up in what V1 was trying.
Yeah, really smart play here in front of the box. Still, a little bit of work to do for Complexity. They're having a tough time getting out. Control for Version 1. As again, they're trying these testing plays on the back wall. Complexity's defense is going to be kind of tested here early on, but if we've seen anything from today's Rocket League matches, Stacks, is that defense is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, you think? We've seen a couple lengthy scoreless overtimes. None longer than what NRG had to endure, and I'm sure the general squad is happy to be done for the day. They'll get a lot of sleep tonight, you'd have to imagine. AJG playing this from the back wall. Good win over Calm. Beast Mode on his way back. Made sure to grab that corner boost. May even grab the other one, too, to make sure Shad doesn't starve them out. He just goes all the way through. Torment will take that boost, but now RazeBull takes possession, and Beast Mode makes sure Shad doesn't have an easy look. AJG will have to play it all the way back, and Shad able to grab that corner boost. So boost management and emphasis for both teams. It's working out all right. Nobody getting starved out. Maybe now for Complexity as Torment gets a steal. And Beast Mode in the air. AJG in from behind. And RazeBull will send Shad on a run to his left. Big shot here is going to be a little bit wide, and Torment will send it all the way around. It's quick pace now with Version 1 trying to speed things up against Complexity. Beast Mode meets AJG. Here goes Calm. And Shad beat him to the punch.
Good touch there from Beast Mode on the defensive line. Saw the demo coming. Beast Mode needed again, but a little bit of a mix-up in front. RazeBull doesn't want to commit, so will pull off. Could have been a chance there for Complexity, but you got to give props to Beast Mode, especially when being chased out in front. Early challenges, dodges demo, saves Version 1 there for what could have been a desperate attack from Complexity.
Inside 2 minutes, AJG high above Manfield. Torment indirect for Calm. Beast Mode not a factor at the moment. He spawns in ball side as RazeBull will leave it for Shad, and Beast Mode right off the respawn, immediately involved in the defense. No wasted time at all for Version 1, and it could yet be another low-scoring affair for V1, and that's bad news for Complexity because they trail here with 1.5 minutes. Calm off the crossbar. Might have caught a deflection from Shad, and Beast Mode couldn't get one cleanly across. It is RazeBull's all the way.
Finally gets a little cut there. Version 1 still holding on to that pressure. Will be a clear out, but these clears from Complexity aren't really doing too much. Again, it's almost a possession change there. Now with that ball getting away from them, you can see Version 1, Beast Mode on that side while he's moving upfield, off the ceiling, ready to challenge Shad. Does not want Complexity to be comfortable at all as they try to move upfield. Shad gets a demo on Torment. Final minute remaining in game 1, and Complexity still searching for answers to get past V1's defense.
Calm just lob one downfield and make Complexity work, but nobody else dove in as Calm went right by Shad. RazeBull waiting for a rebound, but it's going to skip up and away. Torment got in on the challenge as well. It's a loose ball. Then finally Shad and Beast Mode collide, but nobody really won that ball. AJG trying to get around Torment, and Calm with the clear. 2-on-1 against RazeBull, and Beast Mode just playing high above him. Make RazeBull burn a lot of boost so he can't get downfield quickly. Shad couldn't stop Torment, so AJG has to. Now coming up on 15 seconds left. Time to move for Complexity. Shad. No, not happening. Beast mode all the way downfield. One last push for Complexity as AJG lost out to Calm.
Final clear out. Raise Bull trying to force it in, and Torment will knock it away to the side, but AJG still there looking for a last-ditch pass to Shad, who will get cut out. This ball will stay in the air. Shad looking for a redirect off the ceiling, and Torment will let it fall. Version 1 take game 1.
Well, version 1 made it look a lot easier than it actually was. A 1-0 victory as the low-scoring trend for today continues. Only 7 shots for V1. All it took was the 1 from Torment right at the start of the game. 31 seconds in. They make that hold up for 4.5 minutes as Complexity could only muster 4 shots, 3 of them coming from Shad. And look, AJG's just got to get going. I mean, a lot of zeros over there on that Complexity side of the scoreboard, but most notably, 0 shots out of AJG. If he can get going, V1 going to have a much tougher task shutting down Complexity.
I agree. Seeing AJG get more involved is going to be big, but also I think as a team, Complexity needs to start getting more just possession out in front. Again, not a lot of shots taken from them in that last game, but it's also due to V1 being able to manage Complexity's offense and kind of shut it down before it starts to develop too much. Complexity controlling the ball should be a big thing here in game 2 as they're looking to see if they can actually get some points on the board.
It is Calm. Banking one off the side wall, and Beast Mode is all over it. This guy watches this game in slow motion when he plays. It is unbelievable.
That's a free shot. You can't give Beast Mode a free shot. Perfect placement, lower left corner. He's the beast for a reason. First goal to V1.
They score 31 seconds into game 1, 7 seconds into game 2. Complexity yet to score, and this was kind of a theme in their upper bracket match with Envy. Just having a tough time getting the offense going and holding leads. Now Shad around Calm. Torment just got a piece. Oh, and it goes in off of Beast Mode. Big break for Complexity, their first goal of the series.
They're trying to laugh it off, but you know Beast Mode, he wasn't feeling that. That was a hard lean into his chair after he got that touch. Beast Mode, bottom left, top right, he's scoring it all. Complexity get a goal off of Beast Mode.
He's literally unstoppable. And now he's got 5 people on the pitch that are trying to stop him from scoring. That was almost dangerous. And finally, Razebull will check Beast Mode off the ball, and V-Mode's teammates are going, cool. But now he'll just go downfield and score on that net too. He just does everything.
They got to stop him. Beast Mode and the ball just have a relationship with the net. It's beautiful. Top left slot from Beast Mode after he almost own goal again on the other way back. We've seen 3 goals here in the first minute. Version 1 finally back in the lead.
Well, so much for all those low-scoring games we thought maybe we would see. 3 goals here in 40 seconds. All scored by Beast Mode in one way or another. Shad looking for one. And we were wondering if Beast Mode is going to check that one in as well. He's got this in the corner. AJG with the challenge. This will pop right out for Calm, who's read that play wonderfully. And he'll go right at Shad, but Shad's up to the task. He had AJG to his left, but instead opting to go right. The control just not there. Now Razebull will try his luck, and he got the shot through and scores.
And that's the offense you're looking for here from Complexity. You see this first touch from Razebull, solid, good control to get the second one. Those types of offensive mechanics are what you're looking at as Complexity are able to tie things up, but that's really the first goal stacks that kind of earned the series.
We know we'll see at least 5 goals and probably many more as we continue on. Calm got around Razebull. And oh, what a dunk as AJG, all he could do, a late reaction, just pop that ball in the air. This goes out indirectly for Calm to take. His shot set away by Shad, strafing across. Now Beast Mode. He's got free reign here. Razebull catches up though and denies the double effort.
Looking for those transition passes, but cut out. Here's Calm. Getting the flip reset over to the side. Good transition clear. Beast Mode back in time. They knocked that away. But Complexity get a little bit of room upfield. And here comes, this is where it starts to break down, because again, they get these touches, these initial touches to move it downfield, but once Calm's on the dribble, he has so much free time, so much space in the air, and Complexity really needs to start making that be uncomfortable for version 1 to pull off.
I actually do kind of worry about version 1 defensively as this series rolls on. Shad will score here off the demo by AJG. He's getting involved, all right. He'll get the assist and the big clear out on Calm.
Gets the flick up, gets the demo, Shad with an open lane, and Complexity back on the board. This is really good to see from them, being able to just force their way through, play version 1's game against them.
I do worry about version 1 because early on in this series, I feel like Complexity has just missed on enough attempts that at some point, if you're V1, you start questioning, are they actually going to hit this? And maybe that can open some things up for Complexity as RazeBull will kind of shadow here. He ran into Shad, so it's Shad's ball to challenge, and Beast Mode pops away from him. AJG coming on. This kicks right out to the center dot where Calm and RazeBull meet. And now it's Shad with RazeBull against Beast Mode and Torment. And that's a pretty good tandem that will make the stop for version 1, and Complexity resets. That's Torment, though, up to the heavens. He's got Calm behind him, dropped it off, and saved away by Shad. Follow up here, AJG, it's Shad that jumps in front. No contact in front of the net. Version 1 couldn't replicate what Complexity did in front of their net, as Calm looking for Torment and only finding Shad.
Good touch out from Shad as well. Another great 50, and AJG even up. This is the type of offensive pressure you're expecting to see from Complexity. Right now, they're just playing keep away from V1. You see Beast Mode trying to race to get a touch out, but big whiff from Torment, and the ball will go the other way.
Shad, pop up for RazeBull, trying to throw off the V1 defense. AJG coming on, trying to dunk on Beast Mode. That ain't gonna happen. So now Shad around the corner where Torment was there. And it should be Calm's ball, but he had a tough time getting back onto it. Beast Mode making sure to grab that corner boost, and he just lets Shad go right on by. 1:20 to go, and a chance for Beast Mode in version 1, snuffed out by the entirety of Complexity's defense. RazeBull trying to get around on this, and he'll just sky one up for AJG. Torment on the backboard already, but Beast Mode takes charge. 107, Beast Mode, flip, reset, and RazeBull shut him down.
Big play from Beast Mode. Version 1 aren't done yet. Tried to force that through, as he's getting more and more aggressive as that final minute ticks down. Version 1 do not have time to sit around here. Complexity will play that 50 game against them. They got to do more plays like what we saw from Beast Mode and force the issue.
As confidently as version 1 is playing right now, it's hard to believe they're trailing. There's the demo, and Torment slots it through on the double tie game.
This is solid. Beast Mode off the ball, but not out the play. Gets the demo, brings V1 back in by leaving an easy double tap for Tormy.
It had been over 2 minutes since somebody had scored. Finally, it's Torment that erases the deficit. Right back where we started with a lot less time on the clock. AJG hard off the back wall, but there is Beast Mode to send it right back whence it came. And RazeBull to just play all the way across. He's gonna have to play that himself with Torment bearing down on him. Calm and Beast Mode at the back. Calm goes up, Beast Mode in the net as he had to avoid AJG. And now Shad to the back wall. RazeBull is up, but Torment there with all the momentum. He'll win the challenge. Here comes AJG again across. Shad will sky it high.
They all committed there. Now counterattack for version 1. Calm, shot, bang! Into the top left! Counterattack for V1 successful!
Calm with 2 in a row, or rather V1 with 2 in a row. Calm getting involved in all of it. Beast Mode with the assist with 5 seconds left. Huge kickoff now for Complexity. Where do they go? To the side neutral. As Calm got it over there. He's going to try and bring this to ground himself, and RazeBull skied up there. Shad, little awkward, got it to the corner. Torment spikes it down, and version 1 takes another tight contest.
Very close there. Complexity, again, so much offensive pressure, started really finding their fold. Shad stepped up big time there, and AJG probably deserves a little bit more points, especially after that demo play to kind of open things up for Complexity. But that being said, version 1 play down to the last second, and once that minute mark hit and they realized they were down, oh boy, they really turned up the heat. Very fantastic stuff on some of their offensive drives that they had, including the last one. When Complexity sent the house, they were just not prepared for the V1 counterattack, and my goodness, that's one way you win a game.
You saw the goal that Beast Mode scored on the correct net there on the Mobile 1 high performance replay. on the way to version 1, opening up a 2-0 lead here in this series. Now we move on to the iconic backdrop of DFH Stadium for Game 3, and Complexity still with that timeout in their pocket. All teams get them in a best of 7. They haven't used it here on 2, Daz. We saw JG7 use that very effectively on 2 losses just last week on the European side. Teams opting to maybe wait until their last breath here in North America as we kick it off for Game 3.
Game 3 getting started. And Complexity, it's got to be, this is a really big one for them because you start seeing their offense come together towards Game 2, but it still falls apart on the defensive side towards the end. If version 1 get on match point, it's going to be a short series. Complexity have to stand up and fight on DFH.
We're seeing teams be very streaky at times in North America. NRG went on a scoring run that helped put that series away a moment ago. As Torment battling with AJG. The streak for version 1 right now, 6 in a row over the last couple of days. They win Game 5 over Space Station Gaming in a rematch of the Verizon Ultra Cup. They win 3 in a row over the Sonics earlier today as RazeBull goes up top, met by Beast Mode. Now version 1, first couple of games here against Complexity, trying to make it 8 in a row in the grand scheme of things and have an early finish in our final match of the evening. Calm will let this go by. He'll go for boost and let Beast Mode take charge. RazeBull got a piece of that. And wow, okay, Torment, I guess you just saw that as AJG will play towards Shad.
Crazy read from Torment on that touch on the wall, off the side.
It's slow motion for these guys, I swear.
Ooh,
Torment,
another chance.
good challenge. There's Beast Mode, no double, and AJG will just play one away. Things have really slowed down between Complexity and version 1, where V1 certainly had the advantage. Shad, third touch does not fall, and Beast Mode will clear it away.
Great idea from Shad. Like I said, Shad has been getting more and more involved and honestly really utilizing that free space he's given when he's on the offensive front. But then again, even though it's able to set up, he needs some help, needs someone to be able to kind of follow up on these touches. Been a really kind of deep third style play here for Complexity, at least in the start here. But we have seen them able to turn on the offense when need to. I think they're just trying to figure out when's the right moment to send the house. It's Beast Mode. Oh my goodness, Beast Mode tries to do it all himself. Calm wants to help out, but he hits the post. Could have been a beautiful first goal for version 1, but we're still tied 0-0.
And now they're just going to wonder what might have been as here comes RazeBull denied by Beast Mode as we inch closer to the halfway mark. Beast Mode not willing to waste any time as Shad plays one away. Calm is there, indirect off the ceiling, looking for a third touch, but RazeBull intercepts. Now Calm and AJG get tied up in the Complexity net. Torment shot easily shut down though as AJG recovered. Shad will recover here. That ball is getting dangerously close to the Complexity goal line, and this is a good clear by RazeBull to send one away. The team, oh my God, RazeBull got there, but this will go back towards Shad. I'm gonna say this is a team in Complexity that's used to getting a lot more shots as a team than they have been here against version 1. They had the third most shots in a game before today and before that debacle between NRG and Faze happened where they played 14 minutes of overtime as RazeBull sends one out. All of a sudden, they go way down the leaderboard. AJG skying one in at Beast Mode. That's sent away, and with 2 minutes left, very little offense to speak of between V1 and Complexity.
Yeah, it's been very quiet scoring-wise. Shot-wise, version 1 definitely put on a decent number. They're sitting at 7 right now. And that being said, it doesn't feel like 7 real strong ones. Beast Mode, though, looking to put one really solid one on. Oh my goodness, the double! Right under the crossbar! He's a beast, all right! Beautiful play from Beast Mode.
Beast Mode, otherwise known as BM, good luck. 90 seconds left. And now Complexity staring down the possibility of facing match point against a tough version 1 squad. The third in the series officially for Beast Mode. Now Calm trying to add to the lead, and AJG pops it away, but then Calm's going to chase him around the corner. And AJG still got away with this. He's got enough to set up RazeBull. Oh. This goes down, and we've seen RazeBull do some crazy things, but not this time. Shad, though, with the pick. RazeBull turning around, waiting for a pass. This will fall right into his lap. His shot's going to sail high. No follow-up. He tries to take out Beast Mode, and Torment gets back to help him out.
AJG can't get it mid. Ball bounces out, and Shad last back is going to have to try to make a challenge here. But again, 0 boost, so he's going to have to back off RazeBull now coming in front. Shad is up early for this and tries to 50 that one from Calm straight down. AJG now on top of the ball. Complexity trying to turn on the Jets, but version 1 still with control as Khan gets a free air dribble all the way downfield, meaning Complexity have to start from scratch. They cannot afford to keep giving up those drives. The counterattacks are strong, but now they are lost half the time, 30 seconds left in the game.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, seen this episode, version 1, on the cusp of winning another 1-goal game. AJG got this through. Calm, a little awkward. Razebull tried to dunk, and it did not work out. Down to 13 seconds now. Shad beaten by Calm. AJG up the ladder. Doesn't have the follow. It's a delayed touch. Beast mode right down Broadway. Thanks for playing.
Good read on Beast Mode. Complexity playing aggressive towards the end, which you expect here, but not aggressive enough. Beast Mode sends that clear downfield. And boy, oh boy, version 1 looking to make this a sweep at this point. 3 seconds left. I don't think they're giving up a goal here with that time.
They didn't even go for the ball off the kickoff. They knew there's no way Complexity scoring twice in 3 seconds. So version 1, yeah, it's not a 1-goal game this time, but it felt like it all the way through for 4 minutes and 51 seconds. It is V1. It's a shutout. Again, they do that from time to time. And Complexity now down to their last life here in the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup.
Down to the last life, but version 1 looking really strong. And you got to keep an eye on this team because, again, this is a team that really showed up in the Winter Major, started kind of slow, I'd say, in this event, but are still battling back. And again, just being able to see how comfortable Beast Mode looks on this team has been fantastic to watch, as well as looking at Calm and Torment still being able to slide in there and have some moments of their own. It's going to be really tough here for Complexity. Like I said, I felt like they really need to win Game 3. Now we're in a situation where they have to reverse sweep version 1. That's not easy. That's not easy
right.
at all.
Really appreciate these teams not taking their timeouts, even when they get down to match point. I mean, hey, there is some playoff hockey on tonight. So if this is a quick 4-0 for version 1, first of all, I'll be appreciative. Thanks. But wouldn't mind seeing Complexity put up just a little bit of a fight here as we go to Utopia Coliseum. Last chance for Complexity to stay alive here in the tournament. And version 1 looking for yet another narrow escape, trying to move on to Championship Sunday. Big one here, of course, now when you look at the points, Complexity trying to chase down V1, while version 1 tries to create a lot more separation from the rest of the squads in North America on the march towards London. AJG with a big clear to start things off. Torment is waiting for this ball out of the corner. This will pop out, but Calm is right there. More importantly, able to find Torment in transition.
Those transition plays, big. We saw that in the Game 2 winner. Big transition. Complexity weren't able to handle it. Now, with the backs against the wall, they got to figure out something here. Because they're running out of time. They are out of chances.
Shad waiting on that boost pad spot. And now Razebull takes charge with AJG falling in behind him. Torment way downfield. Would have been available for Beast Mode as an option, but Beast just playing it back to Calm. More possession out of version 1, and now they'll move downfield. Beast Mode against Shad. Torment to follow, and he'll dump it right back in with Beast Mode waiting, and well, he's just wondering, all right, are you guys going to touch the ball or not? Razebull didn't. AJG does, and Razebull all the way across to Shad. First minute goes by, no goals this time around, but now Shad diving down onto Beast Mode. AJG chasing Calm. That's a great job by Calm, just shielding him off the ball and preventing any follow-up. Oh, this will drop down. Razebull denied by Torment, and then Shad out to the side. Things on here for Complexity. It looked like Torment was going to get this ball out of harm's way, but he and V1 did not. Shad bouncer stopped by Torment again, and Beast Mode beaten out by AJG. Version 1 working overtime here in the first minute and a half, trying to keep Complexity at bay. And this is where they're going to be at their most dangerous, Daz. On their last life, back against the wall. This is where you see how much fight this squad has.
Yeah, you can see it. Version 1 have been holding off Complexity for this early half, but it's just how Complexity have been working this ball. I mean, it feels like they are sitting, waiting for a moment to strike. And there's the strike there! AJG shot, not blocked. That one blocked out Beast Mode again. 2 chances there for Complexity to get on the board. And like you said, you wonder how that one didn't go in, Stacks.
Complexity got to be shaking their heads. And then they have to just put it all out of their minds and go right back at it. It didn't go in. There's nothing you can do about it. Shad out in the general direction of AJG. Raise Bulls up ahead, and Torment there to meet him again. This goes out laterally for Shad. He'll follow it himself, but Torment has the easy clear. Raise Bull and AJG both up there. Maybe a little bit of hero ball, my turn offense, whatever you want to call it. Shad's shot blocked away by Torment. He's got a savior medal. Surprise, surprise. And Beast Mode goes right around Shad.
So many saves for version 1. They're already sitting at 7 as they only have 3 shots on the board, but they've been able to hold off. These strong defenses are key because even though Complexity have struck and found really solid shots, not good enough to stop version 1. It's still tied up, and there's still time for V1 to get on the board. 1:50 left in regulation.
Oh, Raise Bull from the ceiling. Crisscross there with Shad. AJG taken out way behind the play. There's nobody to come up and play this ball that Raise Bull set across. And now Shad waiting at the back as AJG will make a turn. His shot a little bit wide, easily dealt with by Calm. So Raise Bull will take his turn and take his time doing so. Inside 90 seconds in a game that Complexity must win. This will drop right down to Shad. He's had a few drop there, and he missed the net. Oh, it was right there for him. And that could be the series. Here goes Calm. Shad will intercept. Raise Bull going after Torment. AJG coming on. No. Raise Bull to collect. He let Calm go by. And Beast Mode cuts off the pass with AJG coming on.
Shad 0 for 6 right now this game. Does he still have confidence? Will he keep shooting at this point? Complexity needs something. And so far, those shots haven't been working out. 50 seconds left in regulation as version 1 have held off as they wait for their chance to counter-strike. It just hasn't necessarily been very simple, though, for V1 to get involved. That shot will sit way high, and AJG will pick this one up on the side.
This is a rare case where Complexity have had more opportunities by far than version 1. Only 4 shots for V1. As Raise Bull will bank one off the side. Calm easily has it. But this is the trouble that Complexity has. They couldn't get out to a lead, even though they've had a couple real good looks. And now version 1, literally one bad touch from Complexity away from taking this game and the series. Calm, this will go to the ceiling. Drop down, overtime to decide Complexity's fate in the 7-11 Slurpee Cup.
Complexity have had offensive possession and really have been putting on the shots for all 5 minutes of regulation. There's been moments where V1 have had chances to breathe, but their offense has been pretty non-existent, I'd say, over the course of this game. It's been mainly defense from them. But now, OT, can version 1 close it out? Or will we see more games? Oh, that shot tested, but Torment! Hero save from Torment to keep V1 in.
It's happened again. Complexity have hit the inside of the post or crossbar at least 3 times in this game. That time because Torment got a piece of it. And now AJG, throw it up to the backboard. Beast Mode is there, and he played away from Raise Bull, who does go to collect. Shad, a low roller. And I think his confidence is shot, Daz. I think any other player is going to try and line drive one upper 90, but where he missed an open one wide, not happening. Raise Bull denied by Beast Mode. Shad will try and keep this alive, and it goes way away from him, and that may be the best thing right now for Complexity, as AJG will take over now. From the wing, Shad waiting, he's up ahead. Raise Bull shot denied by Calm way out in front, and now Calm coming on to win the series, and now Beast Mode.
Chance now, Raise Bull plays that in midfield, but it's the Torment. Good control from Torment, has to get past AJG. Does he let that slide up? It's a free chance for Calm if he can get there quick enough, but not a chance. AJG quick to cut it out. Finally, we're seeing some sustained pressure here from version 1. As again, they're looking for that final shot. Torment trying to hit the top left, and Shad barely making it there in time.
That's an incredible defensive effort by Shad. He was sitting in boost. He had 80 boost, or sitting in net with 80 boost the whole time, and 2 players at different points going after him. It dodged all the contact, made the save, keeps Complexity alive. Now AJG denies Calm, and Beast Mode will have free reign on this ball from the wing. Trying to get around AJG, he does, but Raise Bull very patiently lets him go on by. 2 minutes gone by in overtime with Complexity trying to stay alive here in the lower bracket. And Torment's gonna have this one given to him for free, and Shad takes it right back. Calm on the opposite side. has Torment as an option. This will just fall right to RazeBull and a big booming clear will reset everything. AJG, his shot, sent away by Torment. Oh, he got a second touch by accident, and RazeBull will score. Complexity has life.
Oh, this is so wild. You see the touchdown, and Torment got a second touch. I don't think anyone was expecting. Calm was moving too fast for his own good. The off-speed shot from RazeBull falls. And Complexity are still in it. They force another game.
Well, here we go. This is the kind of lucky break that can maybe spring something special here. We will at least see Wasteland, a 5th game between Complexity and version 1. But Daz, when you look at those numbers, you think, man, it took Complexity that long with all those shots. And you'll see all these saves from version 1 that kept Complexity at bay. That one especially, in and out off of Torment. And then finally they break through, and it's Torment again who gets that accidental touch that gives Complexity just a sliver of hope now as we continue on.
Complexity, even with this sliver of hope, they got to understand how that game, offensive wise, was not good for them at all. So many shots on target, but so many saves from V1. And when you fall that hard in terms of an offensive performance, and you end up going into overtime and having all of this pressure and not coming out with anything, that does definitely have to kill something, as we do have a pause here in this game. V1, on the other side of things, for version 1, it's also kind of strange too. I feel like for them to be so defensive, you would think, hey, we've kind of took the victories from just playing an offensive style. Why are we kind of switching it up here towards the end? Very, very interesting scenes. But for Complexity, they've got another chance to figure things out.
All right. Players had to just get an extra couple sips of water. We have a little false start in game 5. Everybody is reset and just about ready to go here. So game 5, Wasteland, still a must-win for Complexity. Everything is from here on out as they try to stay alive and pull off what would feel like an impossible reverse sweep when you consider all the things that have gone against them in this particular series, especially coming down the stretch. V1 getting a lot of breaks, but here we go. We'll reset. Opening kickoff on the way. Complexity fighting for their tournament lives. And RazeBull getting it started with Torment making the initial stop. Shad waiting to see what AJG can do coming up behind him. And AJG and Torment just let that ball go, and it'll be Beast Mode to play it away.
Solid clear out from Beast Mode. This one gets sent back in. Complexity looking for some passes, but look at Calm. Really quick to get those cuts out in transition. Complexity are not going to have the same time in the air as they end up giving version 1. Version 1 understand the threat of having just free space, and Calm's a player who's going to get involved and get in front of you every time.
Beast Mode from the corner, given a lot of time and space to work with, and I'm not surprised. Complexity has given him a lot of respect in this series. Now AJG trying to set up RazeBull, but Calm is wise to the task. Now Shad, who had his confidence shaken a little bit during that last game. Maybe he can get it going though. He's had one set up here off a V1 defender. Shad is there on the side wall now. He's got RazeBull running forward, trying to take out Torment. Shad all the way across. Beast Mode is there. RazeBull on his way out. AJG's got to turn around, and he does just in time.
AJG on the ball, but that pinch brings it straight to Calm. Beast Mode's taken out 2, leaves it for Torment, but the shot is a little awkward for Torment, so Beast Mode have to try to pick this up and try on his own as that fight for possession in front. Version 1, kind of playing a more offensive style. Beast Mode, a little awkward, not going to be on target as V1 again looking for a way through, but Complexity seemed pretty set in net.
A day that has featured so many overtimes, so many tightly contested games. No surprise that maybe we're saving our best for last. HAG having to deal with a lot of traffic on the goal line. Still makes the save. Beast Mode trying to bully his way through. RazeBull forced out a little bit. Nobody's home. RazeBull has to race back and does cut down Torment. But now Calm's shot sent away by RazeBull as he crisscrosses with AJG.
Good shot there from Com. Good, honestly, offensive pressure for version 1. This is night and day from the last game. Still, Complexity's been able to match that, as the shot placement maybe not have been the best for V1, but you see Beast Mode, biggest creator in terms of version 1's best offensive strides, looking for another chance. He was trying to sneak into the top right corner, but he was denied by AJG.
And AJG did a great job there. He actually defended 2 players on that play, kind of jumped out and tried to stop the pass, and then still got involved in the direct shot effort. Now Shad with Beast Mode just casually waiting to see what happens. Here's Calm, found a seam, and Shad cut it down again. Torment has Calm as an option, gonna call his own number. Raise Bull with the initial stop, Savior Medal with 2 minutes left, and then a big win by Raise Bull. Nothing but free real estate ahead. Complexity has the lead.
Pick the pockets. Version 1. A little too comfortable on offense, and Raise Bull had a read on that pass and said, oh, thank you. Shad will score the open net to secure it. And Complexity now setting the pace in game 5.
How the tables have turned inside 2 minutes in game 5. You know, when you have these long-running, scoreless battles, you really are just one touch away from something like that happening. Raise Bull on his way downfield. Calm will go up to try and meet Shad. This will bank out back for AJG maybe. Beast Mode taken out, but no problem for V1. That's a misplay by Raise Bull as Torment takes him out, but nobody else can get forward. Oh, AJG almost played that right into Calm. That was a great read, but it did not work out for V1.
You see V1 looking for passes, but now you see Complexity starting to cut him off. That's a solid tap, by the way. Straight down. I don't even think Shad recognized he had an open net. It was so fast. It'll get sent away. But, oh, you can see, again, pace of play starting to speed up here. It's version 1, not done yet. Beautiful pass from Beast Mode to Calm, but a little bit awkward for Calm, so I'll have to let it go.
There is very little margin for error at this point for Complexity. They've capitalized on one big touch, but here's Calm to tie it, and AJG shut him down. His Savior Medal coming through there. That goes over Raise Bull's head. Now Calm, second touch to try and set things up. Here's Torment, who's been clutch all tournament long, but not this time. The defense stands tall for Complexity.
Oh, Calm with a chance here. Has to do it all himself. Can he get past his defense? He's trying to play it low, but the defense is set to pop it up high. 30 seconds left. Version 1 are doing everything they can to break through Complexity's defense, but it hasn't been enough. Can Torment do it? No! It's off the crossbar. Shad will get the clear before he's demoed.
That's a big break for Complexity. They got caught very hesitant on their own back line. They didn't really know what to do. Version 1 couldn't capitalize. Calm now for Torment with 10 seconds left. Off the back wall, angling inward. And now Calm has Beast Mode waiting. Can he play hero again? Another clutch goal in the wings? Maybe he can't keep it in the air. And we'll see a 6th game and get some Bob's Ramen over on Neo Tokyo.
Complexity this time. That was all Complexity. They said, we'll take that defensive style. Sure, you can have all the offensive pressure you want, but we are going to find you guys over committing, and Raise Bull is the one who sniped it perfectly. Shad, again, scoring that open net, so we'll have the goal, but that one was all Raise Bull, and Complexity just being so ready to hop on any chance they could see to catch version 1 out. Beautiful stuff from them. The patience pays off, but for version 1, I feel like some of these drives, some of these shots that they were putting on probably needed to be placed a little bit better, and we probably wouldn't even be going to Neo Tokyo if they had been.
So many near misses. This time it's Complexity that keeps version 1 at bay just barely. Version 1 had their chances, and now onward to Neo Tokyo game 6. Tell you what, about 10 minutes ago, I didn't think there was any chance we'd be here, but here we are again. Another must-win for Complexity with Champions Field looming in the background. The one thing you can't get at 7-Eleven, Bob's Ramen, bringing you Neo Tokyo, Game 6 between Complexity and V1.
Complexity trying to pull off a reverse sweep against version 1, where in a series where it felt like they couldn't score. And version 1, it seemed like they had it in the bag, but they may be fumbling. As again, you see them on the offensive end. They've had all the offense in game 5, but they couldn't do anything with it. Gotta see who's gonna step up and place those shots much better.
Game 4 on Utopia Coliseum, or rather game 3. at DFH. Beast Mode scored with 1.5 minutes left, and then he added one more to put it away with 2 seconds left. And that has been it for version 1. They have not scored since. Back-to-back shutouts from Complexity, and AJG with a big win against Calm. Beast Mode's got to get up there quickly, he does. And then RazeBull just picks Calm's pocket, and then Torment playing one away with maybe a little bit of help from RazeBull. That's a good challenge that forces Complexity to relieve just a little bit of pressure and reset.
Now Calm with control. Almost a chance there. Beast Mode trying to swerve around. How much space does Shad have here? Hell, he just takes Torment and the ball with him and gets a demo on the way back.
Wow, and that's a heads-up play too, because you got to worry about Beast Mode getting up in the air. You never really know how much boost he has. He's already back in the play, and Torment couldn't put it home. Calm can, and V1 finally breaks the drought.
Look at this from version 1. Talk about not giving up on the play. Torment, yeah, he missed the shot, immediately jumps off. RazeBull, see you later. That's an open net, and Calm's putting it in for V1.
Off that demolition, you had to wonder how you let Beast Mode just walk right back into the zone and get involved so quickly again in the play. Here's Calm waiting for Beast Mode maybe to come up. He will, but that shot very easily sent away by Shad. It'll launch a counterattack. AJG got the flip reset from the ceiling, and that's about all he's got. Beast Mode. This will kick up and away, and he couldn't get a clean shot. AJG plays it right back across. And another quick counterattack in the cards now for Complexity. Off the ceiling, Calm read it well. And we dip down to the 3-minute mark where V1 holds a lead. They have not given up many in this series.
We got a good bump there. Shad will control it. V1 now really putting the pressure on Complexity. I think this is one of those cases where they want to keep Complexity stuck in their own half and just kind of kill the clock. Also, while looking for more Beast Mode, almost found the top left, but it was a little high.
RazeBull trying to go right at Torment. Not deterred at all by the standout defender. Now RazeBull with Beast Mode circling back. This goes all the way across. AJG's there for it. Out of the corner. And Calm had it go by. Shad couldn't get around on a shot. And he's just going to land flat on the bottom of the corner. Can't really do much with that ball. So AJG now, after that challenge won by Torment, playing one again to the middle of the field. You know that's where Complexity wants to set up, but V1 not letting them get there easily. Oh my goodness, this got away. And Shad at least had a decent look. But V1 so keen to the task, quick to recover. I don't think they're going to get a mistake out of V1 this time. They're going to have to earn whatever goal they get if they're to tie this game up and prolong game 6 in the series.
And they are looking for it. I see RazeBull downfield just, causing some disruption. Now a chance here, infield pass, but RazeBull a little late on that one. Ball was just too far forward. Complexity after a retreat all the way back after these drives, and that's why it's going to be important for them to make the most out of it when they go upfield. You saw version 1, you saw that kind of tenacity from them when they were upfield. Torment, even though he missed a shot, okay, I can still make a bump. Those extra efforts are huge. And Complexity needs to pick up a page out of that book if they want to have a chance. We're approaching the final minute of gameplay. They have offensive pressure, but no real threatening shots just yet.
Complexity has to pick up the pace. They're just kind of being a little too patient on the offensive end. AJG, that caught a piece of the ceiling, and Beast Mode comes in from the side to clear it away. This is on target, and Beast Mode doubles the lead.
And this is big for Beast Mode. Able to read the defense, says, if you're going to challenge me, it's all risk, all reward. Let me show you the real risk here. He sails it into the net. 2-goal lead. 51 seconds left, and it looks like version 1 could be closing things out here on Neo Tokyo.
5 goals now for Beast Mode. Gotta have this. RazeBull does not, as Calm waited till the last moment to pop it away. Beast Mode over Shad. Thanks for playing. 3-0. Beast Mode's done it again.
And you see Beast Mode lean back in his chair, a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. He's trying to escape the nightmare that's been this series. They've been trying to close it out. 38 seconds left with a 3-goal lead, and everything seems like smooth sailing for version 1.
It would have been the 3rd reverse sweep from Complexity this season, but they've run out of gas, it seems. Now with 30 seconds left here on Neo Tokyo, Raze Bull got to have a turn on this. It's an inviting net, but he tried to play the selfless play, looking for AJG. It did not work out, and Beast Mode intercepts here. In reality, starting to set in now on Complexity. Beast Mode
doing, man?
This is wild. Tom, let it go by. Doesn't matter. The celebration mentally has already started for version 1. We'll see them on Championship Sunday. It was not easy, but it was effective. Version 1 survives and advances.
GG's coming out from between Complexity and version 1, and it was a good run here for Complexity, but version 1 figured things out, especially when you saw Complexity start to bounce back. Version 1 kind of stuck true to their play style and worked out beautifully from them as they continue on in the 7-11 Slurpee Cup.
I don't know what to make out of this series, but when you look at the score lines, it just absolutely looks goofy. You've got 1-0, and then you have a 4-3 shootout in game 2. Everything from that point on is a shutout. Either 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. They're one-sided games the rest of the way, but it's version 1 that does survive as we take one last look at the Mobile 1 high-performance replay and see just how Beast Mode got the job done. He ended with, quick caster math, 5 goals with the 1 assist. 6 if you want to count the own goal as part of that big shootout in game 2, Daz.
Yeah, and it's definitely been big scenes here for Beast Mode. He looks really good and comfortable, and version 1 are going to need that for the rest of the tournament to have that specific type of play style, because it only gets harder from here.
Well, it has been a long day fraught with many, many overtimes, but now we have just one thing left to do. We'll send things back to Leaf, Gibbs, Cole, and Turtle at the desk to wrap things up.
Thank you, Stacks and Daz. Yeah, that was. It's interesting. He said it was a long day, but it felt. You look at this guy. I can't. You guys got me. What?
What is it?
I didn't even look.
That's a lot of work.
What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what he's on about. So what is?
I don't know. I think you look great, Cole. I think you look
fantastic. Actually, you've really stepped up your game in recent times.
The hardest working people of all today, from all the players or anything, was Cole and Turtle.
Yeah, I'm like calm guy at the end, leg up, just chilling,
Yeah,
ridiculous.
Watching good Rocket League,
Hey, arguably, NRG was also hardworking because they end up in the top 4. They did what they had to do, going up against Torrent. Let's break that down, go through these matches and say goodbye to everyone, because I bet you those shirts and tie are very hot right now. But Torrent, NRG, Gibbs, this was... this is what I think people are expecting to see from NRG.
As the old saying goes, no one beats NRG 5 games in a row. Torrent did beat them 4 games in a row, a 3-0 sweep way back in round 1. They took game 1 as well, but then NRG woke up and they were ready to play. And after that, you can kind of just feel it out, Turtle. It was just, all right, NRG has found their form.
Yeah,
Torrent, we're just waiting for you to go home.
And we got those solo plays, and that redirect from Justin, that was... in my opinion, once I saw that ball float in, I knew it was over. As soon as that went in, and Garrett G also getting a couple of solo plays involved here. The backboard was wide open for NRG to abuse and disrupt for Torrent. And GG's to Torrent, but NRG, they got revenge.
Wait.
And then onwards, sorry. Complexity version 1. Sorry, Cole, I was...
Turtle, we were going to...
I can't even hear you.
Where's your jacket? Turtle, why haven't you... We agreed.
I was not prepared. I didn't know we were going to go this far. I actually had no idea.
Are you not wearing your proper trousers either?
No, I'm wearing jeans.
You're wearing jeans?
This is too much.
I feel ridiculous. I feel very silly right now. Thanks, Turtle.
Gibbs, I want to go home.
Turtle's betrayed us all. I mean, let's just get to the next highlights.
I feel betrayed.
Let's get to the next highlights.
We're going delirious, guys. We're moving on.
I want to talk about complexity here real quick, because 2 series in a row, they go down 3-0 in the series, and then they begin to claw back. It's way too late at that point. And we saw it here again. They win games 4 and 5, and they look very competitive. But it's so hard to beat these top teams like a V1 4 times in a row. So Complexity has to find that wake-up call way earlier on throughout the series. But version 1, hats off to them. They've been pretty consistent as well. Winter and now spring looking solid.
Yeah, I mean, version 1, they are now that team after qualifying for the Winter Major that believe they should be at every major. And I feel like that's such a powerful thing. They go into every series believing themselves to be elite, and it just makes them that little bit harder to beat.
Absolutely. Just looking at the bracket now, we end in our top 4, like I mentioned before, as we eliminated teams throughout all of day 1 and day 2 of the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup. And the General NRG, version 1, G2 Esports, and Team Envy, Turtle, are the remaining teams here.
And I mean, I'm not necessarily surprised, but I'm happy with how Team Envy have performed so far, especially with the new pickup evolution. There were a lot of questions about that. G2 Esports, of course, continuing their tear here through North America, but I'm mostly looking forward to that NRG versus V1 matchup.
That's huge. It's absolutely huge because V1 right now is tied for the last spot for the London Major. 80 points behind them is NRG. And if they beat V1, that's plus 50 points. So they'll be right into the mix. NRG, sure, it was a disappointing regional 1, but they still have a chance to run this back and go to a grand finals and be in a perfect spot going into the final regional.
Yeah, this has been a wild run. We started off, Cole, with the weekend being crazy. It looked like North America was trying to pull an EU where we couldn't predict anything. But we do have some of the teams that we generally end up being familiar with, at least back on top.
Yeah, today was a slightly more regular day. I think FaZe Clan losing to NRG was probably the biggest upset of the day, I would say. Apart from that, things going to plan. Can I just say it's absolutely boiling right now? I
don't know. I knew NRG was going to win.
We didn't plan this. You did, apart from you, Leaf. You're the only man who saw it coming. No, it's brilliant to see NRG. You know, it's a little bit early to proclaim that they are fully back, but at least looking like themselves at the very least. And yeah, I think you said it was 50 points. Was it 80 points they are behind?
Yeah, 80 points behind.
They're going to catch up quick. If you're looking behind it, it's NRG there. You're sort of trying to rush forward as much as you can.
Well, by the looks of it, you guys need to get out of those ties over there. So let's get
have so many clothes over here swapping.
Let's get some final thoughts, and then we'll head out of here when we come back for Championship Sunday tomorrow. Turtle, Cole, and then Gibbs.
Okay. I'm just gonna pose a question here. This is all I'm gonna.
I think you're just gonna pose.
I will just pose as well. But do we consider NRG to be back? That's what I'm wondering for tomorrow. If NRG win the whole thing, are they back? Are they back on top?
They're on their way.
They're on their way. That's all I want to know. That's the
like,
question I'm asking.
If they win the whole thing, yeah, of course, then they're back,
okay.
Right?
What if they lose tomorrow? That's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm going in for tomorrow, looking for, and that's the question that's on my brain.
I mean, if they win the whole thing, they'll have to bracket reset, presumably G2, maybe Team Envy. So that's a long way away for now. I think we can't yet say that NRG are back. I wouldn't be terrified of them if I'm G2, for example, and I would say they're still not far and away, but relatively comfortably the top in NA right now.
They'll be in the conversation, but G2 though, we haven't talked about them a lot because it's been easy for them so far. They're in the upper finals yet again. They've clinched the London Major. That is a huge accomplishment because everyone else is clawing it out. So G2 doesn't have to worry too much. They can just play for some prize money and have a little fun. I can't wait to watch them tomorrow.
Tomorrow is day 3 of the 7-Eleven Slurpee Cup, where we crown a champion. 4 teams remain. You're not going to want to miss the great Rocket League coming your way. Thank you guys for joining us, and we will see you then.
elegance, precision. Pepperoni pizza. Built by fans, inspired by snacks. Model 711. Win it.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.